In this Hogwarts without a savior. Chapter 151-149. Ash and Silver, 4000. Did the ghost who sneaked into the carriage go with that traitor? Ron speculated while chopping onions. He didn't even want to mention Percy's name now, but instead referred to him as a traitor. Compared to the others, Neville was obviously much more perceptive. He washed the potatoes and shook his head. The purpose of that insider can't be just to take Percy away. It's not even as meaningful as him staying in the carriage and reporting our location to the Ministry of Magic at all times. I don't dare to sleep alone anymore, so I can only share the bed with Hermione. Lavender walked over with a bucket and said irritably. Hermione, who was stirring the cream, turned her head and gave her a helpless look. Tonight we are going to divide 2 quilts. You always like to wrap the quilts away at night. I am about to catch a cold. Actually, even if you don't catch that person, you don't have to be too nervous. John said calmly, after he helped Percy out of the carriage, if he really wanted to do anything harmful to us it should be done now, not until everyone is prepared to start doing it now. He put Neville's washed potatoes and Ron's chopped onions into a large basin, then lifted them up with Justin, and walked towards Hanton and the others who were boiling a large pot of hot water. Wait for news from the professors. I hope today's search will yield some results. They have been preparing for the sumptuous dinner all day today, but the lunch at noon is not bad. The place where the carriage stopped was cast by the professors to expel muggles, so as long as they do not leave the designated area, the students you don't have to worry about being discovered by anyone if you move around here at will. At lunchtime, Dumbledore and other professors also got off the carriage. Looking at Professor McGonagall's expressions, most of the students could guess the search, and it is estimated that there was nothing wrong with it. Clues of value. This is really not a normal thing. The protective measures on this carriage, which was the last escape from Hogwarts, are quite perfect. Unless Dumbledore and a certain professor on the carriage directed and acted on their own like the year before last, otherwise even if there are wizards who can mix in, and it is very difficult to hide. But this is a welcome dinner after all. The freshmen who have just been picked up in the carriage can clearly feel the tense atmosphere these days. It is time for them to relax a little bit today. The long table was placed on the grass. This table was much larger than when John first entered school. The table was covered with a clean white tablecloth, and it was filled with the food that the students had been busy preparing for the day. Dumbledore would never have a long speech on such an occasion. He knew that the children were always eager to wait for the food and dinner. Just before the banquet officially started, he still mentioned it with a smile. Don't worry about the danger on the carriage. Although we still haven't gained anything today, we have already found a way. I believe we will see the results soon. The students naturally had 100% trust in his words. Except for the first-year students, the lingering pressure in the hearts of all the little wizards was relieved immediately, and the laughter at the dinner became more and more. There are no new professors to introduce this year. Lupin has taught the students on the carriage for nearly half a semester, and he is already familiar with it to the point that he can no longer be familiar with it. The students on the carriage were still as enthusiastic as usual. They and the freshmen introduced the professors sitting at the front of the long table, and at the same time explained to them their future life in the school. Those Hogwarts Castle students who only came to the carriage this year have long since lost the restraint they had when they first came here. They look like other children, and they were enslaved as slaves in the castle. Life has long been suppressed by the happiness of today, except that every time before going to sleep, I will occasionally recall the unbearable past, and my body will tremble a little. The rest of the time is the same as being brought to this carriage from the beginning. The dinner was finally over until nearly 10 o'clock. Under the leadership of Dumbledore, the students sang the Hogwarts school song to the starry sky above their heads. Then most of the students began to return to the carriage to rest. Only the freshmen, all +1 for each grade from grades 2 to 7, leaving these small groups of students to clean up the mess. John was also one of the students who stayed to help, and Dumbledore didn't leave either. He let the professors who had been busy all day go back to the carriage to rest, and he and Filch helped out together, taking care of the students here. He drew his wand, and tapped casually on the long table full of food residues, and the plates and cups on it became extremely clean. Afterwards, students in grades 6 and 7 used spells to gather these tableware, and finally stacked them neatly together. The rest of the students were cleaning up the garbage left on the ground around them. Gabriel did not return to the carriage immediately. She floated beside her roommate Luna, directing her to pick up the peel. But soon she felt bored, and floated to John's side, talking happily about how great the dinner was today. This Hogwarts carriage, I just don't know if her parents can agree. John was thinking about something, and he didn't pay much attention to the little girl's twittering. He just used his wand to restore the overwhelmed grass on the ground to its original state, and kept nodding to show that he was listening. Gabriel quickly discovered his perfunctory, so she pouted and floated to the grass on the edge of the carriage to play with the fireflies. John wasn't thinking about other things, he was just thinking about what Dumbledore said before the banquet started, that there was a way. He didn't think it was an unreasonable consolation. Since Dumbledore said this, it meant that he must have made up his mind. Just when the students who stayed to clean up the place were tidied up as they were before they came, and the freshmen with the lightest workload were all about to step on the steps and return to the carriage, a piercing scream suddenly cut through the quiet night sky. Ah! This is a delicate female voice, and the moment the voice sounded, all the students present, as well as Dumbledore who hadn't returned, all turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Gabriel, who was floating around with the fireflies around the grass, hugged her head at some point, her silver hair trembling behind her body like a cloud. It was originally transparent under the moonlight. The body became even more illusory at this time. And in front of her, a creature wearing a grey cloak, with a figure as thin as a bamboo pole and as tall as 2 meters, floated out of the woods without a sound. At the moment this monster appeared, a winter-like coldness enveloped the entire venue. Every student who saw it seemed to be frozen by this piercing coldness, and their bodies could not stop shaking. There was a dead silence and despair in my heart for no reason. The moment he saw this monster, its name popped up in John's mind. Dementors. Call God for protection. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sound of Dumbledore chanting a spell sounded behind him, and John also raised his wand. Without any hesitation, he ran quickly in the direction of Gabriel. Back to the wagon. All students back to the wagon. The silver light illuminated the field, and Dumbledore's calm and sullen voice sounded, bringing the students who had been stunned by the Dementor back to their senses. Return to the carriage. Dumbledore's spell did not summon the patroness, but the silver light was like another moon in the dark night, piercing the cold that had wrapped up the difference. The Dementor floating in front of Gabriel began to back away. It seemed that it felt extremely uncomfortable with the silver light, and it didn't dare to go forward easily, but returned to the darkness behind the bushes. John's hand passed through Gabriel's icy body. The little girl who had been stunned finally came to her senses. She cried out John's name, and then stretched out her transparent hand to grab him. The hem of his robe. John held his wand in his hand, comforted her softly, and kept leading her back. At the same time, with the help of the warm silver light behind him, he also saw the scene behind the grass where there were no more fireflies flying. Dementors, hordes of Dementors. They are hidden in the woods where the silver light cannot reach, and the number cannot be seen clearly, but at a glance, I feel that they are all in sight. Take Gabriel back, John. Dumbledore's voice sounded right behind John. At this time, there were only the two of them left on the field, and the other students had already returned to the carriage. Hagrid waved the reins and sat in the driver's seat. The Thestrals, which can only be seen after contact with the death of the living, let out a restless roar. John didn't stop for a moment. Jumped into the carriage. After he got into the car, Dumbledore also walked to Hagrid's driver's seat. The silver light from the tip of his wand gradually failed to deter the hundreds of Dementors behind them, whose bodies were dressed in tattered grey robes. The monsters surged out of the woods. "Go, Hagrid." Hearing the order, Hagrid drew up the reins immediately. In fact, the Thestrals didn't need him to drive them away at all. After receiving the order to run wildly, they rushed towards the golden wheat field ahead. Before the horseshoes trampled on them, the wheat that was close to maturity fled to the sides in a hurry like pedestrians blocking the road. The carriage was galloping, but the Dementors did not give up on their target. They rise from the woods, like countless kites with broken strings, and fly into the night sky. The originally clear starry sky was blocked, and the suffocating cold was pressed from midair to the ground like a blizzard. Hagrid felt the dead silence most intuitively. His face had obviously turned pale, but he still tried his best to hold the rein tightly. "Thestrals take time to accelerate." "Sir. We can't get rid of them for now." Dumbledore's face did not change in any particular way, but under the half-moon glasses, he did not know when he narrowed his eyes, and raised his wand again. He didn't answer Hagrid's words, but recited the spell in a calm voice. "Call God for protection." The moment the incantation sounded, the silver light that was more than 10 times brighter than before illuminated half of the night sky. Under the overwhelming light, a bird very similar to Fawkes emerged from the silver light. Different from Fawkes's golden red and gorgeous appearance, its lifelike feathers are all silver like moonlight, and every time the wings are swung downward, there will be silver light swaying at the end of the wings. The moment this silver phoenix patron saint appeared, the grey sky was pierced by this brilliance. The monsters that originally blocked the entire night sky began to scramble to retreat, but their speed was obviously not as fast as the phoenix soaring in midair. The grey silence was dissipating, and the silver light in the sky recalled the starry sky again. Hagrid showed an extremely excited expression. "We got rid of them, sir." Dumbledore's face was still so calm. He looked at the fading ashes, and said softly, "We just got rid of them temporarily. The root problem has not been solved. Thestrals have completed the initial acceleration, and the surrounding scenery is like a slide that is flipping down quickly, constantly passing by the sides of the carriage. In a very short period of time, they crossed the entire wheat field, passed through the village, and passed by a city." After making sure that the Dementor behind him was completely shaken off, Dumbledore returned to the carriage through the door of the driver's seat. In order to prevent someone from using this chaos to create even greater chaos, the students have been arranged in the dining room by the professors who returned to the carriage. When Dumbledore opened the door and walked in, these students all had anxious expressions look at him. The originally old and calm face will always show a gentle smile when facing these children. "Go back to sleep, the external affairs have been resolved. Remember that if you want to go to the bathroom at night, you must wake up your roommates together." After hearing his words, the students all breathed a sigh of relief, and returned to their dormitories under the separate arrangement of McGonagall and Flitwick. Before leaving the dining room, each of them did not forget to say good night, Professor, to Dumbledore. John has already calmed down Gabriel's emotions and asked her to go back to the dormitory with her roommates Luna and Ginny. When he and Neville passed by Dumbledore, John actually wanted to ask the old man something, but after meeting Dumbledore's bright eyes that revealed a little tiredness, he said swallowed these words temporarily. The night gradually deepened, and Hogwarts tonight returned to that disturbing calm. This is to make up for yesterday, and there will be a chapter of 4,000 words later, which will be later. Chapter 150-150. Hallucinations, 4,000. On the first day of the new term, Hogwarts was unaffected by last night's Dementor attack. According to the class schedule, after the students had breakfast, they went to the classroom where they were going to start the new school year. But while the classes were not affected, it was impossible for the students to really treat yesterday's events as if they never happened. At that time, There were only a dozen or so students who actually saw the Dementors, and most of the other students on the carriage didn't even know what the Dementors were. These were not the knowledge they wanted to learn. During break time, the students who had seen the Dementors were all vividly describing the appearance of these monsters to other students. But in fact, in that situation, most of them were overwhelmed by the dead breath, and now if they were really asked to describe the specific appearance of the creatures they saw, they would become all kinds of people. Many people can only talk about the gray shabby robes and tall and thin body, and then subdivide it. Some people say that the Dementor has a monster face, some say that it has a skeleton on its head, and some say that this creature it has nothing on its neck at all, it is a headless monster. Such remarks were quickly refuted by students whose parents had wizards, saying that if the Dementor was a skeleton or had no head at all, then it would be impossible for them to kiss others, let alone absorb wizards in this way of the soul. As the person closest to the Dementors at the scene, John did not join the discussion between them. He is not at all interested in what the face of the Dementor hidden under the cloak looks like. What he cares about most now is about his learning progress in the Patronus charm. Before he started learning this spell, he expected that the Patronus charm would be very useful in the future, but he didn't expect that the Dementors had already launched an attack on the carriage before his third-year student life even started. This attack actually came very strangely. John learned from Lupin that the reason why Azkaban was able to escape from prison earlier this year was because more than 30 members of the Order of the Phoenix who were imprisoned in it used the Patronus charm together. The overflowing positive emotions completely crushed the siege of the Dementors, and this gave them a chance to reconcile with Moody, who came to meet him. It is impossible for the Ministry of Magic not to know such information. More than 30 people in the Order of the Phoenix have learned the Patronus charm, and they were able to rush out of Azkaban, the base camp of the Dementors. How can it effectively suppress the Hogwarts carriage? John didn't see what happened last night, but even if so many Dementors swarmed, only Dumbledore could resolve such a crisis outside the carriage. It can be said that what kind of harassment-type attack can have any significance? This is the same as instigating Percy to rebel. Apart from giving the students in the carriage some psychological blows, it has no practical effect at all. If this is Voldemort's counterattack for what happened in the first half of the year, then his behavior is more like a face project, and he didn't get a little bit of it. However, the Dementors have no effect on the carriage. This is because the professor and the wizards in the Order of the Phoenix are proficient in the Patronus charm. John doesn't like the feeling of entrusting his safety to others for protection. He desperately wanted to speed up the learning progress of the Patronus charm, so as to prevent the situation where he would be a one-faced Dementor one day, but he couldn't use any countermeasures. After the last potions class in the morning, John, Neville, and Hermione went to the restaurant for lunch. On the way, they met Ginny and Luna, who also just finished class, but they seemed to come here on purpose. Senior Green. Ginny, who also had red hair, hesitated and called John. John saw that they had something to say to him, so he couldn't help but stop, and signaled Neville, Hermione, Ron, and the others to go to the restaurant first. You can just call me John. I have a very good relationship with your brothers. There is no need to call them so unfamiliar, he said casually. Can I just call you John, too? Beside Ginny, the girl with the cork on her neck and carrot earrings blinked her protruding eyes and asked in an ethereal voice. She looks a little familiar, and her voice is erratic, but her eyes are so serious. Of course John knew the girl's name, and he smiled at Luna. Of course, you can call me John, and I can also be called Luna, right? The girl with the carrot earrings said it as it should be. This is the most fair thing. We didn't come to John about names, Luna. Ginny saw that the topic might be distracted by Luna, so she hurriedly got to the point. Gabriel has been in a bad state since she came back to the dormitory last night. We were worried about her, but we had never seen a Dementor and didn't know how to enlighten her. Then we woke up this morning and found that she's not in the dormitory anymore, and I haven't found her all morning." John frowned slightly. To be honest, he originally thought that the Dementors should not have that much influence on the ghosts. After all, they are all dead people. Now it seems that Gabriel, who drank the dead soul water, is still very different from ordinary ghosts, not to mention that she had the closest contact with the first Dementor yesterday. "I'll look for it. I should be able to guess where she is. Don't worry, I will comfort her. You guys go to the restaurant to have dinner. By the way, give Neville a message and ask him to help me when he returns to the dormitory. Bring 2 sandwiches." Naturally, Ginny and Luna had no doubts about his words. Although John is only in the 3rd grade now, the achievements he made at the beginning of this year have already given him enough respect and admiration from most of the students on the carriage. This should also be the reason why Percy dislikes John. A student who has only been in the carriage for less than 3 years has even surpassed his prestige as the student president, which makes Percy's instinct for power even stronger. Aroused boredom and jealousy. After watching the 2 little girls leave, John also turned and walked towards the end of the corridor. He came to the opposite side of Dumbledore's principal's office, the door leading to the driver's cab, and easily pushed it open. The carriage is passing through a city that looks very beautiful at this time. Those low red-roofed houses keep avoiding to the left and right, and the appearance of making way for the carriage will feel funny after a long time. But in the driver's seat, Gabriel, who was propping her chin with both hands, obviously didn't pay attention to this. John can guess that Gabriel will come here. Even though she is a ghost, she can freely pass through most of the doors on the carriage, but when she learns that the rooms without door numbers are forbidden for students to break in privately after the school rules, the little girl consciously never violated the school rules that other students in the carriage must abide by. Although she is young, she also understands some principles. If she wants to integrate into a group as soon as possible, she must abide by the same rules as the group. But Hagrid is an exception here. Usually, when driving a carriage, Hagrid is very boring alone. Now that he has become familiar with Gabriel, he finally has a child who usually doesn't need to go to class to talk to him. When John came, Hagrid was holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and was exchanging experience with Gabriel about raising magical horse animals. But the little girl was obviously listening absent-mindedly. She was sitting on the wooden cabinet in front of Hagrid that was usually used to store small items, shaking her white and transparent calf following the slight bumps of the carriage, wondering what was going on. Hearing the sound of John approaching, she was half a beat behind Hagrid before returning to her senses. Hagrid happily poured John a cup of black tea, and at the same time handed over a plate of his favorite signature rock cake. John took the cup of black tea, took the plate with the rock cake in his hand, and put it on the wooden cabinet without any trace. "Aren't you the first day of this semester? Why do you have time to come to me?" Hagrid and John are also very close. When it is not suitable to practice spells in the dormitory, he will come to Hagrid. After a long time, the two have become good friends. "It was Ginny and Luna who asked me for help." John looked at Gabriel when he spoke. Hagrid must be unfamiliar with these 2 names. "They couldn't find you when they got up early in the morning, and they were very worried about you, so they asked me to help find where you are." Gabrielle lowered her slender eyebrows, and she said weakly, "Sorry, I forgot to talk to them in the morning." No matter how nervous Hagrid was, after such a morning, and now that John came to find her specially, it could be seen that Gabriel was not in a good mood. He also knew that this little girl was the closest to the Dementors last night. "Still thinking about those Dementors yesterday? Those things were actually scary when you first saw them. You didn't keep them, so you didn't see what happened to them. Dumbledore drove them all away with a single spell." Hagrid comforted. It's just that his words didn't seem to have any effect on Gabrielle. She still looked sullen. "I think my parents have my sister," she whispered. "I don't know where they are now. How are they doing?" Until now, it has been 4 or 5 months since Madame Maxim took over Gabriel, but she still hasn't received any reply. Before the former headmaster of Beaux Batons left, he promised that after finding Gabriel's parents, he would get in touch with Dumbledore and bring her to her family. But it has been so long, and there is still no news. But some things, in fact, no news is the best news. John looked at her and said, "If you miss your family, don't keep these thoughts in your heart. Many students here may be older than you, but they all have the same experience of being separated from your family as you, even your parents and sisters. At least I still remember that there is a relative like you, but their parents don't even know who they are." This kind of comparison will undoubtedly resonate with a little girl like Gabriel who is already full of emotions. After staying in this carriage for so long, she naturally knows a lot about the situation of the students in the carriage. It is very clear. Knowing that compared with her current situation, there are many people who should be more sad than her. Her original sad mood subsided a lot, but she just looked at John hesitantly, as if she wanted to say something. "I was very sad last night, just wandering around in the carriage," she said in a low voice. "Then when I was crying alone, thinking of my parents and sister, I don't know if it was the picture I thought of or it was real. I saw a person." John was keenly aware of the important information in Gabriel's words, and he raised his eyebrows lightly. "Who? A student or an adult?" "It's an adult. I saw him at my home before. He came to my house and discussed something with my dad alone." Gabriel seemed to be trying hard to recall the picture in her memory, but Dad that day very upset, he ended up kicking that person out of the house, my sister, and I have never seen him so angry. John turned his head and looked at Hagrid. They all clearly felt that this was a very important message. "Where did you see him?" "Gabriel. I don't remember." She shook her head and said, "In fact, I still feel that I haven't seen him at all. I just missed my parents and sister so much that I remembered seeing the picture of that person, but I don't dare to be sure." Gabrielle's description is very vague and her tone is very unconfident, which sounds unreliable. But neither Hagrid nor John took this matter seriously. John stood up from Hagrid's driver's seat. He said with a serious face, "Regardless of whether you really saw this man in the carriage or not, we must tell Dumbledore about it. This may be an important clue." He never thought of conducting any investigation on his own, and he had the psychology of being a hero alone. The dangers faced by the carriage today are related to the lives of many people. John consciously knows that the professors will definitely make a more correct decision than him after they know more. He didn't hesitate, and then left the driver's seat with Gabriel. After returning to the carriage, he went directly to the door directly opposite, and knocked on the door of the principal's office. Dumbledore was writing something with a quill pen in the office. After entering the door, he didn't say anything else. John directly asked Gabriel to repeat these words to Dumbledore again. After quietly listening to Gabriel's unconfident narration, Dumbledore couldn't help but frown, and he said softly, "Can you describe to me the specific physical characteristics of the adult wizard you mentioned?" Finally finished the 2 chapters 2 in 1, made up for the leave ode, and went to bed. Chapter 153-151. Age restrictions. He is very thin and not tall, about a head taller than John. Gabriel used John to make a comparison. "The age is not very old, about the same as my father, and the voice is very kind. When I came to my house for the first time, I gave my sister and me a gift. The one I gave was a little bear puppet." Dumbledore's eyes showed thought, and he asked, "Do you still remember that he went home and discussed something with your father?" Gabriel shook her head. "I didn't hear it. Dad usually doesn't let my sister and I be around when discussing things. But after that meeting, my father was very angry, and my mother didn't speak at the side. The person kept apologizing and then left my house. Gone." Gabriel remembered this incident very clearly, and she described the complete details at that time, but the information did not seem to provide them with any effective clues. First of all, why a French wizard Gabriel had seen appeared on the carriage itself is very puzzling. Dumbledore rubbed his thumbs, then asked, "How long ago did he come to your father? Is it very close to the time when your family was wanted?" "Just a week before my parents and sister escaped from France." "Then can you still remember which room in the carriage you saw this person? If you really forget, you can tell me where you went last night." Gabriel tried hard to remember. "I came out of the dormitory, first went to sit on the roof of the car for a while, then returned to the car in the middle of the night, and floated along the room on the left side of the hall, and then I didn't know which room I was floating into. When I arrived at a teapot that was very similar to my home, I thought of my parents and sister, and then I seemed to think of or see that person." She hesitated. "Professor Dumbledore, I'm not sure if I really saw that person, I was crying at the time." Dumbledore comforted her softly. "It doesn't matter, whether you saw this wizard on the carriage or not, it has helped us a lot, kid. Don't worry too much about the Dementor. This creature is actually not that scary. It's just that it's easy to evoke negative emotions in people's hearts. If you still feel bad, you can go to the 5th room in the greenhouse, where there is a garden cultivated by Lily, which is very good for people who need to relax." Gabriel thanked Dumbledore and did not stay in the principal's office any longer. After she left, only John and Dumbledore were left in the principal's office. John looked at Dumbledore and couldn't help asking, "Professor, will there really be a French wizard coming to Hogwarts?" Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically, shaking his head and said, "This matter can't be determined so quickly. I need to contact that Ms. Rowland and follow Gabriel's description to determine whether there is such a person in the French Ministry of Magic. What if this person is someone from the French Ministry of Magic?" Dumbledore's gaze became deep, and he said solemnly, "It means that things are going in the worst direction." He didn't say what the worst case scenario was, but John could hear the seriousness in Dumbledore's tone. "Then how do we catch the man lurking in the carriage?" John asked this, and Dumbledore showed a slightly relaxed look on his face. "What do you think, if the Dark Lord really sent someone to the carriage, what kind of person would this person be?" John has thought about this issue very seriously. He should be very capable, otherwise it would be a problem to sneak into the carriage. Then, he needs to face a lot of psychological pressure, because you are always in the carriage, which is more stressful than the pressure I had when I sneaked into the castle. After all, Voldemort not always in the castle. Secondly, he must have enough eloquence, otherwise it is impossible to persuade Percy to rebel, unless he uses the Imperious Curse. Then how old do you think such a person should be? Dumbledore's question made John hesitate for a moment. To be honest, lurking in the carriage is far more difficult than John sneaking into Hogwarts Castle. The number of students here is less, and the scope of activities is also less, and it is impossible for the professors to ignore any students, and Dumbledore is in the carriage for the whole process. What's more, the reason why John was able to feel like a fish in water in Hogwarts Castle was mainly because he got the two lurking artifacts, the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, and because he had read the original book, he had a better understanding of that castle than most people. More familiar, plus John himself is not an ordinary 12-year-old kid. The situation in the carriage is completely different. It is more than 10 times more difficult to hide here and then do things. John doesn't think that Voldemort can send anyone here to complete such a task. After all, it must be one of the Death Eaters. The elites can't be the kind of brainless reckless. If someone in the carriage really sneaked in, then he must be an adult wizard. John said with certainty. Dumbledore obviously had the same opinion as John. The wizard who sneaked into the carriage must be an adult wizard, and in that Hogwarts castle, how did the Dark Lord prevent adult wizards from sneaking in? We can do the same. If John can't think of what Dumbledore said at this time, then his brain will be in vain. He looked at Dumbledore. Age limit? Yes. Dumbledore nodded and said, I didn't set such an age restriction on the carriage before, because this is not only a school but also a temporary meeting place for the Order of the Phoenix, but that doesn't mean we can't do it. John also had a slightly relaxed smile on his face at this time. As long as an age limit is added to the protection on the carriage, then all adult wizards except the professor will be caught. Dumbledore also showed a smile on his face. However, this matter still needs to be prepared. Imposing an age restriction on the entire carriage is different from ordinary spellcasting. If I want to maintain the effect, I will have to arrange it for a long time. During this period, I still need to be cautious on the carriage. I remember you still have a spell class in the afternoon, and the time is almost up now, so don't be late. John didn't stay in the principal's office, otherwise he would really be late for Charms class. And after he left, Dumbledore pulled out a piece of yellowed parchment from his desk. He held the ink-stained quill, thought for a moment, and then wrote a paragraph on the parchment. Chapter 154-152. Diligence. Far away at the French Ministry of Magic at the other end, Wizard Justice Adele Roland was sitting at her desk staring at a piece of yellowed parchment. As the top 3 politicians of the French Ministry of Magic, this witch, who is less than 50 years old, is naturally pampered. Her long dark green hair is tied into a bun. Apart from a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her entire face still looks very attractive. The charm still exists. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, which brought a touch of mystery to the already majestic atmosphere. And on the parchment she was staring at, letters were appearing out of thin air, eventually forming a complete sentence. After carefully reading the contents on the parchment, Roland frowned slightly, and she fell into a short silence. Then, she rang a small bell in front of her, and a wizard dressed in the uniform of an employee of the French Ministry of Magic quickly knocked on the door and entered her office respectfully. When are those members of Parliament's decision to hold an extraordinary meeting? She asked calmly. Member Thalia has just handed over the results of the resolution to Harft, and it has been confirmed that an interim meeting on whether Minister Eric Amalek has the ability and character of the minister will be held on the first day of November. Are they going to put this off until after Halloween? There are also great differences among the congressmen. Some of them expressed that they would give Amalek more time to prove himself. Roland's brows were obviously more frowned than before the wizard came in. She didn't say anything, but nodded silently, and the wizard bowed respectfully to her, then closed the door again and left the office. Not long after he left, Roland picked up a quill beside her. She thought for a moment, and then wrote a line of text on the yellowed parchment. There is no such person in the Ministry of Magic. As Dumbledore said, setting an age limit on this carriage is not a simple project. In particular, it is necessary to avoid this kind of magic being fooled by the superb confusion spell, which is even more energy intensive, and it cannot be completed in a short time. According to John's estimate, this spell will take at least 2 months of preparation before it can finally take effect. During this period, they must also guard against the man hiding in the carriage causing more chaos, although even now, no one has figured out what the purpose of this man is. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 weeks after the start of John's 3rd grade. During this period of time, the carriage was calm, and there were no Dementor attacks or other accidents after that, but the security in the school was not relaxed in any way, and the students basically would not act alone, even if they got up in the middle of the night to wash up in the dormitory, they all called out to their roommates in the same dormitory. It's just that the vigilance in action is still maintained, but in fact, no one can keep their spirits tense for such a long time. After all, many people on the carriage about the attack on the Dementors did not see it with their own eyes, which made them start. The tension gradually eased. This is actually not a bad thing. If the atmosphere among the students is always uneasy, then the school's teaching will also be affected. In addition to the third-grade courses that John started, he still did not give up his study and research on Shenfeng Wuying and the patroness charm. There is nothing to say about the spell of Shenfeng Wuying. As long as you are willing to spend time practicing more, your skills and proficiency will always improve. In terms of the patroness spell, John finally had a little difference compared to before the start of school. Small breakthrough. In Lupin's office, the defense professor, who had always been pale, had a smile of admiration on his face after seeing the silver light on the tip of John's staff shining countless times brighter than before. Facing the Dementor once, your understanding of this spell is getting deeper and deeper. John didn't have much complacency on his face. Even though he has indeed improved significantly, he hasn't been able to make him feel proud. Creatures like Dementor seem to be able to make people feel that bad emotional infection even if they don't do anything, just by existing. He recalled, after experiencing that deadly despair, you can feel it. It brings people a great touch, and at that time, people can realize what their most hopeful emotions are. John thought about looking at the silver light on the tip of his staff. This kind of feeling doesn't seem like some kind of specific memory. After all, even if I can really recall the happiest time in my mind, it is unlikely that my emotions can reach the same level as that time, and being close to the Dementor will make you people can feel their emotions more intuitively. Lupin nodded. Dementors will absorb people's happiness. Its own existence is to spread despair, but the magic to restrain it is actually to learn faster under its influence, because the more desperate it is, the easier it is to let go. People miss their truest hope. The patroness charm is not an ordinary spell. There are very few wizards in the wizarding world who can really use this spell. What you have mastered now has surpassed most wizards, John. In the magic world, most wizards actually lack the spirit of exploration in the study of magic. Even the purpose of Hogwarts being established in the first place was not for greater knowledge, but to channel the magic power in the bodies of little wizards so that they would not die silently and prematurely. This has never been a society of the weak and the strong. Most wizards basically only mastered some daily magic after graduating from the magic school. Before Voldemort took control of the Ministry of Magic, most of the employees of the Ministry of Magic could not even use iron armor, curse, and can enter the Ministry of Magic, but they are all high-achieving students in Hogwarts. This not only leads to the general weakness of wizards in the magic world, but also the research direction of magic has been very biased since ancient times. Except for some confusion spells, expulsion spells, and forgetting spells used to avoid muggles, most of the skill points are in the daily charm is on. It is powerful, but there are always only a few spells used to fight against the enemy. Only in recent years, due to the continuous occurrence of conflicts, the magic related to war has begun to develop again. The strength of wizards has also improved considerably. The patroness charm is indeed a very advanced spell, but John is not satisfied just because he has only learned this level. As long as he fails to summon the patroness, it is a failure for him. Lupin also clearly saw John's dissatisfaction. Although he still didn't know why John was so urgent, he still gave his own suggestion. You can also go to Lily to ask about the patroness charm. No one can compare to her except Dumbledore in this spell. The status has been adjusted, and tomorrow I will start preparing for the final update of this volume. Chapter 155-153. What is this? 4000. Lily Potter has always been a special professor in the carriage. She didn't express her inner friendliness unreservedly when treating students like professors like McGovern-Levy and Lupin. Whether she met students in the usual classroom or privately in the carriage, she kept a cold face in most cases. No matter who she looked at, she always had a flat look. It's just that after getting along with her for a long time, many students will find that this Professor Porter is not as unreasonable as she appears on the outside, but has the same gentleness and patience with students as other professors. It's just that her emotions are suppressed by another special emotion. Regarding Lily's past, the other professors never talked about it with the students. Even if Neville and Ron, who were familiar with Lily at home, knew some secrets, they never really talked about Lily with John family. After getting advice from Lupin, John knocked on the door of Lily's office on the weekend of this week. The potions professor is brewing a potion in his office. After Slughorn left the carriage, she could be said to be the busiest person in the whole school. There is no school doctor on the carriage, and Lily, who is the potions professor, is equivalent to being the doctor of all the students in this school. Under normal circumstances, she will reserve some potions for treating common diseases, and some magic plants specially cultivated in the greenhouse also need special potions to be raised and irrigated. In addition, this semester Lupin came to the carriage to brew Wolfbane potion for him. Lily's work naturally fell on Lily. So, no matter what time it is, anyone who comes to Lily's office will see a cauldron in the middle of her office that is constantly steaming. "Good morning, Professor Potter." After entering the door, John greeted the witch sitting in front of the cauldron. After he walked into the office, a chair automatically slid behind him. Lily didn't look at him, but was concentrating on dropping 2 drops of green liquid into the boiling cauldron. The next second, the boiling water it calmed down instantly, and the color of the water turned into an indigo color. Lily closed the lid of the cauldron before looking up at John. "Is there something wrong?" She didn't call John's surname or first name, but her flat voice didn't seem so alienated. John didn't ask about the patroness charm as soon as he came up. He first expressed his gratitude to Lily respectfully. "Since I came back last time, I haven't thanked the professor for lending me that invisibility cloak. It's not just to help you." Lily sat down on the chair in front of the desk, and she seemed to be able to chat with John for a while. "You can do what Dumbledore told you well, and it will be beneficial to the whole school. It's all beneficial. Besides, since you dared to take such a risk to sneak into the castle, I'm sure I'm not so selfish that I'm not even willing to take out an invisibility cloak." If you only listen to what she said, most people will subconsciously think that the invisibility cloak that Lily lent to John is just an ordinary item that can be bought with a little effort in the magic world, but John knows better than anyone. What exactly does this invisibility cloak inherited from the Potter family mean? Besides, I don't want to give you that invisibility cloak, it's just that it can only be put in a box to waste its role here. Although I lent you the thing, I hope you can use it for real where its value is reflected, not some petty theft that violates school rules. She looked at John, her tone didn't change, but John could hear a lot more seriousness from it. "If I find out that you have done such a thing, I will take back the invisibility cloak and punish you more severely than Filch." Even if Lily didn't say anything, it's impossible for John to use the invisibility cloak to do such a thing. He's not really a teenager of the 13th or 14th year, nor is he so bored as to wander in the carriage at night wearing an invisibility cloak, breaking into things that shouldn't be done casually. The point of breaking into the room. "I can assure you that I will not go astray with that cloak, Professor." On the desk, a teapot flew up by itself and poured a cup of tea into the teacup that had slid in front of John. At this time, John finally said the main topic of his coming here. "I'm currently teaching the patroness charm of the school with Lupin." He looked at Lily, not seeing how surprised she was at the news from her face. "Professor Lupin told me, teach you on this spell. The standard is very high, and he said that he can let me come to you for advice." Lily picked up the teacup in front of her, and took a sip of the black tea inside. "A few days ago, Remus told me about this. He said that you are progressing very quickly in learning the patroness charm. In less than half a year, you have not been able to summon a real patroness. You have already reached this spell. It's at a level where it can be effective. But there are some things he doesn't know. If I could really teach you something before, but until now, I have been reluctant to use the patroness charm myself, let alone teach you." She didn't look like she was looking for an excuse to shirk. John thought about it carefully, and could understand that Lily's understanding and mastery of the patroness charm might have changed according to her experience. This kind of spell is originally a spell that is closely related to the mood and mentality of the caster. The patron saint of each wizard is not static after being summoned, but it will change with the change of the casting mentality. For example, in the original book, Tonk's patroness was a rabbit at the beginning, but after she fell in love with Lupin, that rabbit became a wolf. The patron saint is not a specific creature, it is more like the reflection of the wizard's own heart, a powerful emotional force manifested by magic. Lily's patroness in the original book should be a doe, her husband James Potter and her son Harry Potter's patroness are both stags, and Snape's patroness is exactly the same as hers and is also a stag. A doe. It is precisely because the patroness charm reflects the wizard's heart that Snape's patroness, which is exactly the same as Lily, makes people feel at ease that he will be a double agent. As long as he still loves Lily, he will never hurt Harry Potter. It is a natural opposition to Voldemort's position. It's just that there has obviously been a world of difference now. After the drastic changes in the family, no one except Lily herself could have imagined what kind of changes had taken place in her current patron saint. Even as she herself said, it was a matter of reluctance to use it. John can understand this, but he is still a little disappointed. He always feels that he is still a little short of using the patroness charm, but he can't always grasp what is wrong, and he has no way to mobilize positive emotions. That's why he couldn't summon his own patron saint in the end. However, although Lily could not teach him something that could give him enough improvement as he thought, she also gave him a piece of advice on learning the patroness charm. Don't just think of the emotions that make up the patroness charm as purely positive emotions. People are complex creatures, and emotions are the key to this complexity. The so-called positive emotions are also relative. Some things, you recalled the scene at that time, it's always sad, but in some different situations, maybe it can give you more hope. John didn't stay at Lily's desk for too long in the end. After drinking the tea in the cup, he said goodbye and left. Did not go back to the dormitory right away, he went straight to an empty classroom that was usually used for charms lessons, and when he opened the door and walked in, Hermione was practicing her wand swing skills inside. After leaning against the door and staring at Hermione for a while, John gave his own suggestion. I suggest that you don't add too obvious personal habitual movements at the end of your swing, and try to correct them. This will be very helpful for you to learn more advanced spells in the future. Any classroom on the carriage, except for the astronomy classroom and greenhouse, allows students to use it privately when there are no students in class, and the common room is usually used by students to rest and relax, so in most cases, students who want to practice casting spells will choose empty classrooms. Especially in the charms classroom, the walls here are cast with protective spells, which can protect the side of the carriage from the damage of the spells. There would be no such protection if it were in the hallway, where a random spell could leave a pothole in the floor, and casting spells in the hallway was also prohibited by school order, and it was the behavior that made Filch most angry. Hermione turned her attention to John. She rarely went to the common room in her spare time. Even among the students who were rescued from the castle and returned to the carriage, she was the hardest one. During this period of time, John did not hide from others about practicing the patroness charm, and the two often met in this charms classroom. What happened to asking Professor Potter about the patroness charm? Hermione asked. She obviously knew what John was doing just now. John thought about it and raised the wand in his hand. He waved it lightly, and uttered the spell as before. Call God for protection. Silver light bloomed at the tip of his staff like a flower, but the scattered light was floating around, but there was no sign of condensing into a solid body. Looking at the effect of the spell on the tip of the wand, John shook his head. No matter how clearly the professors explain this curse, it still depends on whether I have figured it out myself. Hermione looked at the silver light on the tip of his staff, with indescribable complexity in her eyes. To be honest, John's current troubles are a bit like Versailles. They are all in the same grade. Although Hermione just came to the carriage this year and started to learn how to cast spells with a wand, she is also very clear that John's learning in magic has actually surpassed peer. This was the progress he had made after wasting a whole half of the school year trying to save them at Hogwarts Castle. Talent is something that can't be said sometimes, and Hermione thinks that she is already a diligent student, but compared with John, she is a little ashamed that she has such a mentality. Actually, this is because she doesn't understand John's psychology. Because he knows what the world should be like, John feels more urgent about the current situation. The Voldemort he read from the book only exists in the book after all, not to mention that the Dark Lord in that story has already become an unreasonable lunatic. A lunatic is scary, but his harm is limited, but in this world, a lunatic has become much more rational, and that is the real horror. Especially for some unknown reason, Dumbledore, who was supposed to be stronger than Voldemort, was even defeated by him, which made John feel a suffocating oppression. He desperately wanted to improve his own strength. Whether it was to protect the other people on the carriage or himself, he needed enough strength to lay the foundation. The ring he got from Slughorn gave him a direction to become stronger, but likewise, he couldn't completely rely on this ring. Even Voldemort knew that the strength of a wizard should be based on himself, and John also knew that he should not demand something too much. This is why he studied ordinary spells so seriously even if he was not studying the magic on the ring's reason. It was John's performance that gave Hermione great encouragement. When she thinks that she may have worked hard enough, she will think of the boy who rescued her from that prison, and then continue to work hard. Including other people who get along with John the most. For example, when he first entered school, Ron was a little lazy. He didn't even want to write homework by himself, and he borrowed from John or Neville. But after the second grade, he never mentioned whose homework he would learn from, and he would not waste his time playing wizard chess in the common room, but went to the library with Justin and Lavender. Museum. In the charms classroom, John thought about his emotions and thoughts on the Patronus charm for a while, and then began to repeat the spells and transfiguration he had mastered. Talent allows him to learn magic faster, but if he wants to use it in actual combat without thinking, he needs to practice day and night to finally form muscle memory. And while he was chatting with Hermione and practicing the spell, John waved at the tables, chairs, and benches in front of him, and used a levitating spell. A target that should not belong to the spell he cast attracted his attention. Force. He didn't look at the tables, chairs, and benches that were already floating in front of his eyes, but stretched out his hand, and carefully pinched a bunch of hair from among the floating things. This bunch of hair is very special, it doesn't look like anyone's hair, the overall color is a dark gray, and each hair is short and slender. What's this? Chapter 156-154. Wormtail. Hermione also heard John's question. She turned her gaze to John's hand, and saw the handful of gray hairs. Doesn't look like something from a person. John looked at these gray hairs carefully, and his brows could not help but frown. Are there any other animals in the carriage? There is Hagrid's snip named Beachy. Hermione was thinking, but Beachy's fur is black, this one is a bit gray. Besides, there are thestrals kept in a special room, but those thestrals are unlikely to come to the potions office, and their fur, if anyone can see it, should be pure black. There is no animal with gray hair on the carriage. John frowned more and more tightly. Even Professor McGonagall's animagus is a tabby cat, and it is even less likely that she will lose gray hair. Hair. He held up the tuft of hair to Hermione's eyes, and asked in an inexplicable tone. You feel like some animal left this behind? Hermione stared at the gray hairs, not quite understanding what John was trying to express. Huh, a magical animal? It was kept in a carriage by the professors, and it was just locked in a room we couldn't go in, so we didn't know. Don't think so complicated. John stared at the gray hair closely, and he said softly, "Do you think this may be a mouse's hair?" Mouse. Hermione tilted her head blankly. She felt that the short and thin gray fluff could be many animals, such as gray rabbits, cats, and dogs, but why did John emphasize mice? It's indeed possible. She could only think according to John's thoughts. Maybe at the welcome dinner last time when the school started, a gray mouse slipped into the carriage in the field, and none of us noticed it. Already made a home here. John's brows didn't relax at all, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. No, if it's a mouse, it should have slipped into the carriage much earlier. Hermione couldn't understand what John said more and more. She didn't understand how he could deduce so much from a pinch of hair. John didn't continue to explain so much to Hermione. This bunch of hair looks ordinary, but it can remind people who know something about it. He didn't stay in the charms classroom, but took the gray hair, turned around and opened the door to leave. "Where are you going?" Hermione asked from behind him. John hurriedly walked, and said without looking back, "Go to Professor Dumbledore." Hermione froze. She felt that she couldn't keep up with John's brain circuit. Just because she found a bunch of hair of an unknown animal on the carriage, should she report this to Professor Dumbledore? John was indeed going to look for Dumbledore, but when he approached the door of the principal's office, his pace gradually slowed down. This report must be reported. He never thought of relying on himself to investigate anything. There are so many people and professors in the carriage, and Dumbledore is there. It is definitely much better than him alone. But even if you want to talk, you have to think about how to tell the matter and avoid being suspected of why you thought of it. After arriving at the door of the principal's office, John already had a plan in mind. He took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. Waiting for Dumbledore's response from inside, he opened the door and walked in. Dumbledore is not the only one in the principal's office. Except for McGonagall, Flitwick, Lupin, and Lily, who just finished chatting with John an hour ago, are all here. They seemed to be discussing something. After John walked in, all eyes were on him. "Sorry, Professor, I seem to have interrupted your meeting." Facing John's apology, Dumbledore just shook his head. "It's okay, John, if you have something important, you can say it directly." John didn't hesitate any longer. He took a deep breath and held up the gray hair he found in the charms classroom. "Professor, I just discovered this when I was practicing spells in the charms classroom." Everyone in the principal's office looked at the handful of gray hairs held between his fingers. Flitwick, Lily, and Lupin frowned unconsciously. They weren't dissatisfied, but they still didn't understand why John brought such a tuft of hair to the principal's office. Only Dumbledore's face remained calm, and he seemed to think of something in the corners of his blue eyes. After seeing the gray hair on John's hand, his pupils shrank slightly. "I don't know if there are any other professors on the carriage who have pets, but according to what I know of these animals in the school, none of them have this kind of hair." John said the words he had thought up in advance before entering the door. "When Professor Slughorn was still there, he told me that there is a very magical transformation technique among wizards called animagus. I wonder if it is possible that the person who sneaked into the carriage is actually an animagus. These hairs are what he left after he turned into an animal." His words did not cause any obvious change in Dumbledore's face, but Lily and Lupin both turned pale the moment John said animagus. They seemed to be reminded of some unforgettable past. Lily clenched her fists at some point, and Lupin also had a rare gloomy expression. "I know I'm probably overkill for thinking this, but maybe it's possible." "No. You're not making a fuss about it, John." Lily interrupted him before he could finish speaking. She had already stood up from the seat. Her usually cold face was now extremely cold. "This is a very important clue. Can you tell me which spell classroom you found it in?" John could tell that the professors in the principal's office had already thought of what he was going to remind them of, and he didn't hesitate. It's in the classroom where the sign says Charm Lesson 2. But at this moment, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. The clues you provided are really important, thank you very much for your carefulness, John, but can you please avoid it now? He looked at John, there was neither surprise nor frown on his face, his tone was still so sincere. We want to talk about a private matter that happened in the past. This matter is not good. You should know that this kind of bad thing should always be avoided. Of course, John knew what they were going to talk about next, and he didn't feel dissatisfied with hiding it from Dumbledore. It was because he knew that he understood these things better, especially in front of Lily, who was not suitable and unknown. Lovers mentioned. He nodded, left the gray hair on the desk, and after conveying the clues, he turned and left the principal's office. As he left, Lily turned her head, glanced at the animal hair left by John, and then fixed her eyes on Dumbledore. Only a mouse can leave such fur. It can only be a mouse. I can understand your current mood, but the more this is the case, we have to calm down, Lily. Dumbledore persuaded her, reassuring her to sit back on the chair, instead of rushing to John immediately to find Ash Mouse Charm's classroom. But even though Lily sat down again, her expression didn't change at all, it was still so cold, hateful, and impatient. John is not wrong. None of the animals raised in the carriage match the color and shape of this hair. It's not a matter of being calm, but he is very likely to be on this carriage, not only in the, and has been around for a long time. It sounded like she was trying very hard to suppress her voice, but it still couldn't stop becoming shrill. Even Lupin, who has always been calm and gentle, looks the same, but his emotional control is obviously much better than Lily's. He didn't say anything, and looked at Dumbledore, as if he was waiting for him to give his request. Finish what you said. At this moment, Flitwick seems to have thought of why Lily and Lupin became like this after seeing that bunch of grey hairs. He sighed, and did not say what he wanted to dissuade. I know that this tuft of hair is probably left by Wormtail. Dumbledore looked at Lily and Lupin seriously, his animagus is a mouse, a grey mouse, which is all of us know something. But it is because it is very likely that he is sneaking into the carriage now, so I want to advise you to calm down. Think about it, how many years have we not heard from him? The Dark Lord led his men to occupy Hogwarts Castle 7 years ago, completely stabilizing the rule of the entire British wizarding world. Afterwards, he disappeared as if the world had evaporated. It stands to reason that he has made such great contributions. No matter what, the Dark Lord should reward him after gaining power, but there is no information about him. His name has not appeared in the magic world for 7 years. Gone. You hate him, and all of us who know what he's done hate him, and he should know it better than anyone else. That's why we've always suspected that the Dark Lord was helping him for his safety. Incognito, rearranged an identity that none of us can guess, holds a high position in the Ministry of Magic, and gains benefits by betraying his friends. We have also been looking for those suspicious pure-blood wizards, wanting to find all the clues about him, but after so many years, there is still no clue. But now, a person from the Ministry of Magic and the Dark Lord sneaked into the carriage, and this person is very likely to be Wormtail, who has been missing for so long. In this carriage, Lily and Lupin are both in the same situation. Next, do you think with his character, he will come to such a place? Dumbledore was obviously more thorough than anyone thought. He was rational enough to think through all the problems. What he said just now, even John didn't think about it for a while, and he was watching by the time John took out the grey hair, he had already noticed the unusualness. But not everyone can be as rational and calm as him. Even if there is nothing wrong with what he said, it doesn't change the fact that Wormtail is probably on this carriage right now. Facing this fact, neither Lily nor Lupin had any choice but to just sit and wait for death. These are indeed problems, but with these problems, should we ignore Wormtail who is right beside us? Lily's voice was flat, but that flat voice was visibly trembling. Lupin's tone remained calm. You're right, sir. If Wormtail would really appear on the carriage to serve as the Dark Lord's undercover agent, it would indeed be contrary to common sense. He should know the extent of our hatred for him best. He must be with him. His master has some kind of plan, but the more it is because of this, the less we have to catch this traitor as soon as possible. Because only in this way can we pry open his brain as quickly as possible and know all their plans and conspiracies. Dumbledore was silent. He wasn't convinced by Lily and Lupin's words, and he knew very clearly that no matter what he said now, there was no way to stop their hatred for Wormtail that had accumulated for countless years. Dumbledore knew that there must be a problem, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Because of this, he has no reason to stop Lily and Lupin from trying to find Wormtail out of the carriage, even though his instinct tells him that this is probably what Voldemort wants to see. Paris, France. In an old house on the outskirts of Paris, Sirius was sitting on the sofa in the living room, absently cutting the steak in front of him, eating dinner while listening to Bill, the eldest son of the Weasley family, reporting to him. Charlie and the others, after visiting and investigating for a long time, concluded that the high-level members of the French Ministry of Magic are currently divided into 4 factions. One is based on the ancient wizard families and some mixed-blood wizards who meet the new pure-blood standards. The pure-blood superiority. These people are loyal supporters of the theory of the Dark Lord's rule, and many of them want to turn the French magic world into what Britain is today, where pure blood completely controls all power. There is another faction headed by the current French Minister of Magic, Eric Amalric, who seeks benefits. They are now clearly leaning towards the theory of pure blood superiority, but in fact they just want to use this attitude to turn the water in the French magic circle. It is also the biggest reactionary force of the French Ministry of Magic on the face of it, to confuse and gain more benefits for themselves. Then there is the friendly Muggle faction headed by Adele Roland, who are cooperating with us. They are now fiercely confronting the profit-seeking faction. I heard that a temporary parliament will be held soon, and they want to. The Minister of Magic has stepped down to stabilize the situation in France. The last is the neutral faction. These people have the largest number, accounting for nearly half of the top management of the Ministry of Magic. Most of them are pure-blooded or mixed-blooded with moderate thoughts. Radical reforms have brought chaos to France, which belongs to the faction that does not help each other, and whoever has the upper hand becomes whichever faction in the end. 8,000 characters, equivalent to the usual 4th update, and tomorrow will be the same amount, and the update time is basically the same. I slept. Chapter 157-155. The worst plan. Judging from the current situation, the French magic world is generally stable. The interest-seeking faction headed by Minister Amalric is actually very clear about their purpose. It will not give them a lot to rule the entire French magic world according to bloodlines like the UK. To bring more benefits, they just want to use the current position to win the support of those old pure-blood families, that is, use political leanings to defraud money. And even those old pure-blood families who really agree with the theory of pure-blood superiority know very well that they do not have enough strength to support them. There is no way for them to implement the same political policy as the UK in France. They have never considered giving "find a master for yourself and choose to obey" Voldemort's idea of ceding the supreme power of the French Ministry of Magic. They are very greedy for the benefits that the British pure-blood wizards are getting now, but they can only be greedy. Amalric and other profit-seekers are actually an attempt by them. They use them to judge the promotion of pure-blood wizards in the magic world. How big is the resistance to the theory of superiority? The real threat to the current situation is actually most of the half-blood wizards, that is, according to the new pure-blood theory in the policy of the British Ministry of Magic, they should be classified as pure-bloods and enjoy pure-blood benefits. They don't hold more power than the traditional pure-blood families, so I really hope that the French magic world can become like the UK, reorganize the social classes, redivide the power cake, and get a bigger piece than the original one. Even surrendering to the Dark Lord for that isn't a bad thing. These half-blood wizards have the largest number of people, but they generally have no access to the real core power of the French Ministry of Magic, so they don't have much impact on the current situation for the time being. Bill was holding the information in his hand, and was seriously analyzing the situation for Sirius, but Sirius was eating steak without taste, and he didn't seem to be in the mood to listen. How is our contact with that woman named Roland? The Wizard Justice doesn't seem to want to have too much cooperation with us. She doesn't seem to want to get the attention of the Dark Lord because she has too much contact with us. She is preparing to hold a temporary council meeting to pass this. The meeting kicked out the minister who just wanted to make money, and then continued to fight against the pure-blood factions in the ministry. Sirius snorted coldly. Does she think that as long as she doesn't have too much to do with us, the Dark Lord won't pay attention to them? Stupid woman. Facing his boss, Bill was a little helpless. In fact, the investigation work on the French side was mainly carried out by Arthur Molly, him and Charlie, equal to the entire Weasley family. But because of Percy's incident on the carriage, even if no one in the Order of the Phoenix doubts the loyalty of the Weasleys, they will take the initiative to avoid suspicion and temporarily put down their work. So the work in France was handed over to Sirius, who rushed over from England, and Bill and Charlie remained under him to continue to be responsible for the investigation and collection of intelligence. It's just that Sirius' character is definitely qualified as a thug, but if he is asked to be a leader, he will not be so competent. However, the information collection work of the Order of the Phoenix in France has not yet been completed. What Bill reported just now is the result of their arrival in the past few months. So what are we going to do here next? Sirius finished the last piece of steak, then stared at Bill. Just wait and spend this time with that woman. Bill explained to him. According to the task given to us by Dumbledore, we need to stay here at least until the end of the parliamentary meeting after Halloween to see if the final result is Roland winning or Minister Emelec staying. This is related to the political direction of the French Ministry of Magic. That means we will stay here for nearly a month. Sirius complained violently, but he didn't say anything more after that. When dealing with such a serious matter, even if he had inner conflicts, at least he wouldn't cause trouble for others. The report at dinner time was over. Sirius and Bill said good night, and when they were about to go back to the room to rest, Bill suddenly took out another letter from his pocket and handed it to him. When I came, an owl delivered a letter from Hogwarts, and the envelope said it was for you. Sirius took the letter from his hand suspiciously, and then opened the envelope in front of Bill. The content of the letter is very short, so short that he just glanced at it and read the entire content above. The next second after reading the letter, he froze in place like a clay sculpture. After delivering the letter, Bill, who was about to go back to his room to rest, also stopped walking after seeing Sirius' reaction, and he asked puzzledly. Did something happen? Sirius didn't reply, but his hand holding the parchment became more and more forceful, even his knuckles turned white, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with uncontrollable hatred and fury. He was at Hogwarts. Bill thought that something important happened on the carriage, and he returned to Sirius' side nervously. Who's at Hogwarts? A vile, shameless, dirty rat. He growled, put the letter in his hand into his pocket, and then stared at Bill with bloodshot eyes. Help me prepare the Flow network back to the UK. Want it now? Bill frowned. Then what about our work here? To whom should the information compiled by Charlie and I be handed over? The three of us are already very nervous. Sirius walked up and down the living room anxiously. He said loudly. I will ask Dumbledore to send someone over when I go back, but I have to go. Bill stared at Sirius in silence for a few seconds, finally avoided his gaze, sighed and compromised. Okay, I'll get ready. Dumbledore didn't know about Sirius' return to England until 11 o'clock in the evening. Although Bill informed him as soon as he was preparing to build the flow network back to the UK, when Dumbledore received the news, Sirius had already applied to board the carriage in the UK. Dumbledore wasn't surprised by this. He knew very well that maybe Lily would not tell this matter, but it was impossible for Lupin, who had a deep relationship with Sirius, not to write to him, and once he knew about it, there was no way he would still be sitting in France. Live. Near midnight, when the students were falling asleep, the carriage stopped in an alley of a city, and then Hagrid, who was sitting in the driver's seat, waved to a black dog on the side of the road. The dog jumped into the carriage and came to Hagrid's side. The carriage started moving again, and Sirius returned to his own form. "Hi, we haven't seen each other for many years, Sirius." Hagrid greeted him happily. But Sirius' face was not pretty. He responded with a hoarse voice. "Good evening, Hagrid. I remember the last time we met was 5 years ago, before I went to Azkaban. So what are you going to do at Hogwarts this time? Visit old friends?" Hagrid obviously didn't know what Sirius was doing now. Sirius took the cup of tea he handed over. With the gloom on his face lingering, he drank the tea in one gulp, and then walked towards the carriage. "That's right, I'm indeed here to visit an old friend." Looking at the back of Sirius pushing open the door and entering the carriage, Hagrid felt a little bewildered, but he didn't go into it too deeply. His main responsibility was to drive the carriage, and others would naturally worry about it. After Sirius entered the carriage, he knocked on the door of the principal's office without going anywhere else. Dumbledore was obviously waiting for him here. "I'm going to stay and catch him with my own hands." Sirius didn't have any extra nonsense. He straight to the point said his appeal as soon as he entered the door. What he didn't expect was that Dumbledore didn't dissuade or say anything to him as he imagined, but nodded calmly. "I have arranged a room for you. You can stay here tonight. I will announce to the students at breakfast time tomorrow that a new guard has arrived on the carriage." This made Sirius stunned. He looked at Dumbledore and asked tentatively, "Aren't you angry that I came back from France on my own initiative? You have already appeared here. Even if I have any other emotions, it is useless. In this case, it is better to catch the person lurking in the carriage." Dumbledore said softly. He didn't seem to be very angry, but had arranged everything before Sirius came. This immediately made Sirius breathe a sigh of relief. He respected Dumbledore very much and regarded the old man as his closest elder, so even if he insisted on returning, he still cared about Dumbledore's attitude very much. Bill said that if there are only him and Charlie in France, it will be too busy. "You need to send another person there." Dumbledore shook his head. "No need. When you return to England, I already let them both come back. There is no need for anyone to stay in France." Sirius' expression became more relaxed. "There is really no need to waste manpower there. Bill just gave me a report 5 hours ago. The situation in France is stable. There is no need to keep people there." Dumbledore looked puzzled, and he nodded flatly. "Go back and rest. Tomorrow you have to meet with the students and let them know who you are. I just showed up at school without any disguise. Won't that mouse be scared away? I will help you fabricate an identity, and then change your appearance." Sirius felt that Dumbledore was well prepared, and soon he left the principal's office to find the room that had been prepared for him in advance. And just after he left, Dumbledore silently looked at an old blank parchment on the desk. After a while, he pulled out his wand, tapped lightly on the paper, and erased the magic existing on it. Then he called out the name of a portrait on the wall behind him. "Dallas, please go to Durmstrang." Among the portraits, an elderly witch with a kind face opened his eyes. "What do you need me to bring?" "Tell Gellert that the plan is advanced, and let him get ready as soon as possible." Lizzie then disappeared into the picture frame, and at this time the other headmaster portraits on the wall stopped snoring softly, and they all focused their eyes on Dumbledore. Has things reached the worst point? An old wizard with a goatee asked worriedly. Dumbledore leaned back in the chair. He looked at the burning candles on the desk, crossed his hands in front of him, and his eyes were deeper than ever before. It was much worse than we imagined. He gave me the most powerful counterattack, Phineas. Before that, I didn't even notice it. It wasn't until he started showing me a mocking face. Find out he's been planning to do something all along, but it's too late now. The old wizard named Phineas cried out in grief. It's all my useless great-grandson's fault. He's a disgrace to the Black family. It's not his fault, even if he didn't come back, the matter has reached the point of no return. Dumbledore looked a little tired and narrowed his eyes. However, in the face of such the worst result, it's not that I'm not prepared. On the second Wednesday of October, when the students in the carriage came to the cafeteria for breakfast early in the morning, they found that there was an unfamiliar face in the school. During breakfast time, Dumbledore also introduced this tall and handsome young wizard to everyone. Nigelus Dippet, an outstanding wizard, will be in charge of security on the carriage for the rest of the semester. To put it bluntly, Dumbledore arranged for him to be a security guard. In fact, it would not be impossible for him to be a professor of a class. After all, the 4 professors in the school basically wear several jobs. It's just that Sirius is obviously not in the mood to come here to teach. What's more, these semesters have already started, and the work of each professor is clearly assigned, so it is not suitable to transfer part of the work to him. Although the students were a little curious about the new security guard, they didn't ask any more questions. No one forgot that this school year was not peaceful at all. First, Percy rebelled, and then the Dementors attacked. The man hiding in the carriage has not been caught yet. There is nothing wrong with having an extra protective force. John was not very surprised at the appearance of this unknown wizard. With the news of the mouse, it would be strange that there was not one more person on the carriage. The purpose of hiding his identity in this way was to prevent the mouse from discovering that it had been exposed. Identity. Now that the dog is here, all the Avengers are gathered together on this carriage. 4000, there is another chapter of 4000 in the back. If you can make it out at night, you will post it in the morning. If you can't make it out, you will make it up tomorrow. Chapter 158-156. No way to go. After introducing Dumbledore to the students of the school at breakfast, Sirius got together with Lupin and Lily in a professor's lounge. This was not the first time they had met since they escaped from Azkaban. As early as last semester, when Lupin first came to the carriage to work as a defense professor, they had a private meeting. Their hatred is the most sympathetic, and all 3 of them are the most direct victims of the ridiculous prophecy of the Savior. And now they are reunited in the carriage, also for the things of the past. If the one who sneaked into the carriage from the beginning was Wormtail, he's only done 2 things so far. Convinced the 3rd Weasley son to rebel, and reported the location of the carriage to the Dementor. Lupin was undoubtedly the calmest among them all the time. He knew that if he wanted to find Wormtail smoothly, he had better understand his purpose of coming to the carriage. Lily said in a cold voice. In fact, there is no way to help us by exploring what he came to the school for. These orders must have been given to him by his master. It is very likely that he himself does not know why he did this. We want to catch him. We can rely on what we know about him before. She looked at Lupin and Sirius. All of us know that he is a very timid person. When he was in school, the small group among you was the one he dared not violate school rules. Later, he chose to betray, and a large part of the reason was he succumbed to his fear of Voldemort. In private, Lily directly called the Dark Lord by his old name without any scruples. So it was definitely not his intention to come to this carriage. He must know that I have always been in this school, and that every day I live, I would like to kill him with my own hands. This is Voldemort's strict order to him. Force him to obey. With a forced mentality, even if he comes to the carriage, it is impossible for him to stay by our side every day. Seeing me, Lupin and Dumbledore appearing in front of him all the time will scare him to death. Ratguts? If he wants to hide, he will definitely hide in a place where we basically don't see us every day. And before that, Dumbledore has led us to conduct 3 inspections of the entire carriage, among which we have also guessed whether the infiltrator is an animagus. Dumbledore may also be aware of this. He performed a complete reverse transfiguration spell in the carriage, but there was nothing to gain. This means that he found a place in the carriage where he could avoid the magic, and this place also met the previous condition. Usually we don't notice it, and we don't go there. Lupin was the calmest of them all, and Lily must have been the smartest of them all. Before, she had no clue about the infiltrator's whereabouts because she didn't have any information about this person at all. Now that he knew his identity, and he was one of the people she knew best, all inferences became obvious. Followed up. The number of times Sirius came to the carriage was very few. He could hear that Lily's analysis made sense, but he still kept his eyes open. So where is this place? Lily didn't go to see Sirius. She always knew that this wizard who was closer to James than his biological brother was just like his animagus form, a stupid guy who was only suitable for accepting orders and executing them. Of the 3 people in this lounge, the only one she can discuss with is Lupin. We usually have classes in a carriage. There are a lot of potion materials in the potions class that I need to cultivate and store by myself. Your defense against the dark arts class has also applied for permission from Dumbledore since the beginning of this year, and found a lot of empty classrooms. It is used to store some dark magic creatures, so we have been to almost every room in the car. Is there a room that we don't or rarely go in, and we never take the initiative to think of it? Lupin has been listening carefully to Lily's analysis, his eyes are thinking, and his brows are unconsciously frowned. The atmosphere fell silent. Not only Lupin was thinking, Lily was also recalling with a cold face, wondering if they had missed something. Sirius fidgeted a little restlessly on the chair. He couldn't help at this moment, he could only wait for Lily and Lupin to come up with the result after using their brains. And when the lounge was quiet, there was a sudden sound of slight, somewhat messy footsteps above their heads. The sound of footsteps stunned Lupin and Lily, who were originally thinking. A light suddenly lit up in the eyes of both of them. That doesn't have to be a room, Lupin said excitedly. Lily's breathing also obviously became short of breath. You are the professor of defense and history of magic, and I am a part-time professor of potions and other elective courses. We can use any room in the car as a classroom, but only will not use one of the most special. Hearing what the 2 of them said like guessing a riddle, Sirius became more and more restless. Okay. Tell me. Where is this place? Lupin and Lily turned their heads to look at him together, and said in unison. Astronomy classroom. To be precise, there is no classroom at all in the astronomy class. This class requires students to observe the starry sky, and there must be no place in the carriage suitable for this activity. Therefore, when the carriage was in exile, Dumbledore sorted out the piece on the top of the carriage. The space is used as a place for astronomy classes. In addition to the classes there, John applied for permission from Professor McGonagall when he was in the 1st grade. It is usually forbidden for students to enter without permission, and the astronomy class is basically at night. Flitwick, who is in charge of teaching astronomy, except that they rarely go there during the class, not to mention Lily and Lupin who have nothing to do with this class. In addition, during the previous 3 searches, although the roof of the carriage was also involved, it was not the focus of the search. Dumbledore's reverse transformation magic might not have detected this place. After figuring out the key point, Lily and Lupin didn't stay any longer. They turned around and went out of the lounge after they left, but Sirius moved faster than them, and rushed out after they mentioned the astronomy classroom door. It is the morning now, and the students are basically in class. Only the three of them in the corridor hurried towards the end of the carriage, then pushed open the door marked with the signboard of the astronomy class, and walked from a spiral staircase inside to up, and finally came to the roof of the carriage. Although students are usually not allowed to come in here at will, they still have to be arranged by Mag to carry out routine cleaning work. The noise Lily and the others heard just now from the roof of the carriage in the lounge was made by the cleaning students walking on it. Sound. The 6th grade students who had no classes in the morning looked at the two professors and the new security guard in surprise. Lily said to them after walking on the roof of the car, "You don't need to do the cleaning work today, let's all go back and rest." The 6th grade students had no objection to this even if they were puzzled, and after they left the carriage, Lily and the others each drew out their wands. "Attention, if you find him, you must not let him run away." They were standing on the roof of the carriage, and the carriage was driving on a suburban road, surrounded by Muggle cars from time to time, but the drivers seemed to have a sense of this vehicle that should never have appeared on the road at the end of the 20th century, turn a blind eye. The villages and fields in the distance were constantly retreating, and Lily and the others were divided into 3 directions, and conducted a comprehensive search of the entire astronomy classroom. Soon Lupin found important clues, and he called both Sirius and Lily over. In front of him, there is a palm-sized, lifted floor, and under the floor is a recessed space about less than half a square in size. Looking at the traces on the edge of the plank's fracture, it was obvious that this place had not been dug out for a long time, and there was a layer of cashmere-like cushion on the bottom. "I found the same gray hair in the classroom, surrounded by many dried chicken bones and nutshells." After seeing this place, both Lily and Sirius held their breath involuntarily. "He's been hiding here all along," Sirius said through gritted teeth. Lupin picked up the gray fur from the cushion and muttered to himself, "That's him, and that's what he left behind." And the more this time came, Lily became calmer. She stared at the dry and hard chicken bones and other food residues, and said in a flat voice that was obviously deliberately suppressed, "This is just the place where he used to hide. The garbage looks like it hasn't been cleaned up for at least a month, and he hasn't been back here during this time. But we can't rule out that he really gave up on this place completely," Lupin said while casting a spell on the movable floor. "This can help us know whether he will still be here later. Return." Then he restored the trap to its original state. "They found new evidence that Wormtail was on the wagon, but they still haven't really found out where he is. Lily's conjectures are all correct, but Wormtail is obviously more cautious. This place in the astronomy classroom is very likely to be just one of his 3 caves." After that, they conducted a large-scale inspection of the entire roof of the carriage, but found nothing more, and finally had no choice but to return to the carriage. The new clues found in the astronomy classroom gave Lily and the others more motivation. During the remaining days of October, they conducted a complete inspection of other suspicious places in the carriage, but found no new clues. This gave them a strong anxiety. None of them said the most likely guess, that is, Wormtail is probably not on this carriage anymore. The search by the 3 of Lily did not have any impact on the students in the school. John has been working hard to study the Patronus charm during this time. For some reason, he has a very bad premonition in his heart. Even though the school is calm now, and there have been no other accidents since the Dementor attack at the beginning of school, John is always a little uneasy. This kind of anxiety has its source. In this carriage, John can be said to be the person who is most familiar with Voldemort, who is in a high position, besides Dumbledore. Even if he becomes more rational, his personality is still different. Rarely does it change. He is vengeful and scheming. In the first half of the year, he suffered the humiliation of being cut off from his base camp. It is absolutely impossible for Voldemort to just do what he is doing now. It seems that the less powerful his counterattack is, the more John feels that there is a stormy sea hidden behind it. In the last week of October, 5 days before Halloween, Dumbledore suddenly called John to the principal's office in the evening. The headmaster's room remained the same as before, but John felt a different atmosphere, and this unusual feeling came from the portraits of previous headmasters on the wall. When he came here before, most of these portraits would pretend to be snoring and secretly open his eyes to look at him, but now these portraits are all empty. None of the people inside remained among the portraits, leaving only empty photo frames, and the entire wall looked like a photo frame store displaying its products. Perhaps the current situation has reached the most critical situation since the fall of Hogwarts Castle 7 years ago, John. Dumbledore looked deeply at John. He didn't have any extra words, but directly uttered a thunderous news in John's ear. Even though he had always had an early warning in his heart, John still looked at him blankly. "Professor, I don't understand that we have been surrounded by the Dark Lord without knowing it." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but it was because he was different from usual, with an inexplicable calm that made people feel more uneasy. "If it is surrounded, we just need to find a way to break out of the encirclement. Even if the Dark Lord comes over in person, I am sure to restrain him, and then let the Order of the Phoenix lead them to continue fleeing, but the current situation is yes, we've got nowhere to go." He pulled out a French newspaper from the side of the desk and placed it in front of John. On it was a determined witch raising her fist to the camera. Knowing that John couldn't understand the French above, Dumbledore directly read the news headline on the newspaper headline. "Temporary member meeting held ahead of schedule, will decide the future of the French magic world on October 25th. Chapter 159-157. Creepy. John looked at the newspaper from the French magic circle, and the puzzlement on his face did not decrease in the slightest. "I don't understand, Professor, are you saying that the crisis this time comes from France? But we have been there once before, and according to Mrs. Maxime, the situation is not so bad. French wizards will not willingly succumb to the Dark Lord under the rule." "I thought the same as you before," Dumbledore said softly. "I think things are far from being so bad. There are many factions in the French Ministry of Magic. There are indeed many people who support the theory of pure blood superiority, but they really want France. It is a very small number of people who have become like the UK, but things are getting more and more wrong." He looked into John's eyes. "Everything that happened on the carriage after we returned from France was not aimed at us, but to cut off our attention from the French magic world. Remember, after visiting Madame Maxime, after we brought Gabriel back to school, I sent people to France to collect intelligence." John nodded. Dumbledore had mentioned this to him when he was about to return from France. At that time, the people in charge of the Order of the Phoenix sent to France were Ron's parents and 2 older brothers, that is, the Weasley family. Dumbledore's eyes were deep. "Arthur and Molly are both old men of the Order of the Phoenix. The 2 sons Bill and Charlie who graduated from the school are also exceptional. Their family collected information in France. I believe that some things hidden under the surface will be investigated soon, but what happened in the school behind you, you probably haven't forgotten." John's pupils shrank slightly. He was very smart, but the information he learned was not as comprehensive as Dumbledore's. Now after he reminded him, he figured out the connection. Percy rebelled. "That's right, the 3rd child of Arthur and Molly, defected to the Ministry of Magic and the Dark Lord, and escaped from the carriage." Dumbledore said calmly, "They are a pair of excellent wizards, as well they are a pair of parents who love their children very much. What happened to Percy hit them hard, and although no one else in the Order of the Phoenix would have any doubts, they still asked me to find someone to hand them over to prove themselves. Work. The intelligence agency that had just been in operation in France for a short time was forced to change people at this time, and then I let Sirius take over from the couple." John couldn't help holding his breath. He didn't speak, because he knew very well that logically, he shouldn't know the grievances of previous years, and he shouldn't know that the mouse lurking on the carriage is Wormtail. But even if he didn't say it, Dumbledore had helped him sort out the relationship later. The grey hair you found came from the animagus form of a person, and the person who had this form was a Death Eater who had been missing for a long time in the magic world and had a deep hatred with Sirius. Sirius, once he knows the news about him, he will definitely not stay in France. He wants to capture and kill him with his own hands. And now he has become the wizard named Nigellus Dippet, looking for their enemy at school with Lily and Lupin. John's face was full of shock. Without Dumbledore going on, he also knew the reason for these strange problems that occurred during this period of time in the carriage. The Dark Lord has people lurking in the school. He doesn't want to take revenge on us through this, but to stop your investigation work in France. Percy's rebellion, and the grey hair I found. Dumbledore crossed his hands, and the afterglow of the evening sunset shone in from the car window, reflecting a subtle white light from his crescent-shaped glasses. Continuous replacement of the person in charge has led to slow progress in the intelligence-gathering work in France. It is only now that Bill has sorted out the high-level relationship network and factions of the Ministry of Magic, but there has been no further investigation. But in fact, there is no need for France. Continuing to investigate, I don't know if the Dark Lord is deliberately protesting against me on the side of the carriage, or if the mouse inadvertently showed his weakness, so I can roughly guess what kind of plan he has in mind. Remember the night Gabriel met the Dementor? He suddenly asked a question that seemed to have nothing to do with the whole matter. John didn't react at the first moment, and after he thought for a few seconds, he murmured. She said that she saw a French wizard who had visited their house in the carriage. Dumbledore said in a deep voice. I don't have concrete evidence for this matter yet, but it's very likely that the Dark Lord didn't want me to continue investigating in France because of this. If it was really the mouse lurking on the carriage, Gabriel must have seen him. But in our impression, he is a short and fat British wizard. Why did Gabriel meet him and become what about a middle-aged wizard from the French Ministry of Magic who met her father? Dumbledore's words made John suddenly feel a chill. At this time, he suddenly thought of something he had ignored before. Since Harry Potter was killed that night, it means that James' secret keeper, Wormtail, has become a traitor. Then he has so much credit for Voldemort. Why is he in Diagon Alley and Hogwarts City? Never heard of his name when he was in Fort? Not only him, but also Voldemort's most hardcore confidant in the original book, that crazy woman named Bellatrix Lestrange. Why has no one ever mentioned such a left arm and right arm? Wormtail might be killed, but Bella certainly couldn't be given up by Voldemort, so since they didn't appear in the British wizarding world, where would they be? Before he could think about this question, Dumbledore had already given his own answer. The mouse has disappeared in the British wizarding world for a long time, along with many other henchmen of the Dark Lord. We have never found out where his subordinates were sent. Now that the mouse he could be a member of the French Ministry of Magic, and the other Death Eaters who disappeared with him probably went to the same place. John didn't know when he clenched his fist unconsciously. He looked at Dumbledore's blue eyes and listened to him utter a horrifying guess. They are all in the French Ministry of Magic, playing different roles, and becoming a French wizard with a high position in the French magic world. There is another chapter at the back, around 10 o'clock. Chapter 160-158. The first step. France, the underground of Furstenberg Square, the most political center of the entire French magic world. The Ministry of Magic was established here. At this time, there were still 2 hours before the impromptu parliamentary meeting began, but 80% of the parliamentarians who mainly participated in this meeting had all assembled in an empty conference room. There are not only the wizarding Justice Adele Roland, but also the Minister of Magic Eric Amalek, who is her political enemy, except the President of the Wizarding Council Gerald, who has always belonged to the neutral faction. In addition to Casso, the other 2 top leaders of the French magic world are all present. What is currently going on in the meeting room is obviously not the temporary member meeting that has been brought forward, because there are neither newspaper reporters nor all the members here. This is obviously just a secret meeting before the start of the parliamentary meeting. But this secret meeting allowed Roland and Amalek, who were supposed to be political enemies, to get together without incident. In a huge conference room, no one spoke. There are nearly 30 or 40 wizards sitting here, but all of them are silent. They seem to be waiting for someone, a person that each of them must treat with the utmost respect. This kind of waiting didn't last long, and soon in the center of the conference room, a handsome and tall wizard suddenly appeared here. He was standing in the middle of this conference room in a foreign country, and around him, the members of parliament who almost controlled more than 70% of the power in the French magic world, including the leading Justice Roland, and Minister Amalric, all knelt on one knee. The man called respectfully, "Owner." A high-backed chair appeared behind the man at some point, and he sat in the center of all his servants with a smile on his face. "I'm still getting used to your original face, Bella." Justice Roland, who had always been calm and gentle, knelt down on the ground and his uneven body trembled uncontrollably. Excitedly, she raised her face that had been completely changed. A witch with black curly hair, pale complexion, and a coquettish appearance looked obsessively at the wizard with one hand resting on his chin, exuding a fascinating aura all over his body. "Master, we have lived up to your expectations." "Ah, of course, you, Rodolfo's, and Robistan have always been the people I trust the most. This trust is not limited to loyalty, but also ability." Voldemort smiled all over his face, and with his words, the Minister of Magic Amalric and the wizard behind him looked up excitedly at their master. "Is that old man who leads a group of stray dogs still in contact with you?" he asked. Bella shook her head sullenly and said, "There must be something exposed on Peter's side. Dumbledore asked me about Peter's identity on the French side, and I replied that the French Ministry of Magic never had this person, and he has never had anything to do with me since then. Connect." Voldemort's face showed a slightly regretful expression, but he didn't seem to care much about this matter. "Let him know that our plan here is irrelevant. Since he has not found any abnormalities in the final finishing work, there is nothing to stop us now, and they will not have the opportunity to become our resistance." He stood up from the chair and slowly opened his arms. His handsome face was full of intoxication with the supreme power. "Everyone who is doing it, no matter what status and identity you have in the French magic world before," he said loudly. "All the promises that Bella made on my behalf are valid. Your surnames will become the most powerful surnames in France. In the near future, this will not only be limited to the United Kingdom and France, we will become the new king of continental Europe." The faces of the French MPs kneeling on the ground were flushed with excitement. "Ants only focus on the present. Our ideals are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And tonight is our first step to welcome a world dominated by pure blood." The wizard, who was once the most evil Dark Lord in the history of magic, and is now recognized as the greatest gentleman in the magic world, raised his hand holding his wand high. "For the purest blood." In the meeting room, all wizards and witches, British Death Eaters, and French magic counselors all raised their hands high. "For the purest blood." John only felt chills all over his body at this moment. All of this is in the conspiracy prepared by Voldemort. He is in England, has never boarded this carriage, and has never shown his supreme power in another country. But he has already controlled everyone's actions. Now, both John and Dumbledore finally understand why Voldemort has not paid much attention to their carriage belonging to the rebels, and why the previous plan in Hogwarts Castle was so smooth. Because the Dark Lord never focused his gaze on these people. After occupying the whole of Britain, he never suppressed his almost endless desire for power. He is planning for the whole of France, intending to be the master of the two largest magic regimes in Europe by himself. Controlling the magic world in England and France, he is equivalent to controlling wizards in half of Europe. As for the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance lost from Hogwarts, it will not affect him at all. He has a new land where Muggle wizards can oppress. The school, Vos Batons, will become a new domestication ground. John was sweating coldly in his hands, and he stared closely at Dumbledore. Professor, if the French magic world really falls into his hands, what about us? How will it affect us? He will temporarily stop preparing for expansion. Dumbledore said solemnly. Start to focus all eyes on us and the resistance forces within the newly ruled French magic world. The time for this operation to start is very likely to be tonight. A temporary meeting on the French side is going to be held. In order to prevent us from if there is any bad accident here for him, he will definitely let his subordinates who are still in Britain try their best to kill all our current living forces. Before, all his energy was put abroad. In order to stabilize me, these attacks on the carriage were all aimed at accomplishing the purpose, but from now on, he will not hold back any more. Even if he can't keep all, I will kill all the children, and I will definitely do my best to not leave us any more future. John's breathing became much heavier. So what do we do next? Dumbledore looked at John very seriously. All the students can no longer stay in this land, and a war will start here. You must stay away from this place. Chapter 161-159. Go forward. The three of Lily were still on the carriage looking for traces of Wormtail. It's just that they haven't gained anything these days. The discovery in the astronomy classroom seems to be the last trace of Wormtail. Including Sirius and Lupin, they all had a guess in their hearts that they didn't say, or they subconsciously didn't want to believe it. That is, Wormtail has accomplished his purpose and escaped from this carriage. It wasn't that they didn't listen to what Dumbledore had said to them in the principal's office. The matter of Wormtail revealing his identity on the carriage is indeed very strange, but the hatred in their hearts intensifies their urgency for revenge. They seemed to be played around by the former traitor, and they didn't even understand what his purpose was. In the evening, the dim yellow night sky gradually dimmed completely. Lily, Sirius, and Lupin once again came to the place where they found traces of Wormtail in the astronomy classroom. We have searched the entire carriage once again, but still haven't found anything. Now there are only two possibilities. Lupin looked at the magic left by the spell casting under the trap, which has not been triggered until now, and said in a deep voice. Either our previous guess was wrong. This mouse did not rely on luck to hide on the roof of the car to avoid all the previous searches, but he used a special method. So he still uses this method to hide in the carriage. We didn't find him. Either. He took a deep breath and looked at the expressionless Lily and the gloomy Sirius. He has left this carriage. Sirius clenched his fist the moment Lupin said these words. Lily didn't seem to have changed much, but anyone familiar with her could see the coldness and hatred hidden in her eyes. The night gradually became completely dark. The cold wind at the end of October beat on their faces, giving Sirius the illusion that he was being slapped in the face by Wormtail. He seemed to see the short traitor laughing wildly, but he could only stand here helplessly. Lily didn't say anything. She turned and walked towards the spiral staircase. Sirius grasped the railings around the roof of the carriage with his knuckles white, looking at the constantly receding scenery, wondering what he was thinking. Lupin sighed. He passed by Sirius, patted him on the shoulder, said nothing, and was about to get out of the carriage. However, just when Lupin and Lily were about to leave from the roof of the carriage, although they didn't say anything, they silently accepted the fact that Wormtail had already left the carriage. Sirius suddenly trembled and stared in one direction. He yelled at Hagrid, who was driving the carriage in front of him, with a voice almost roaring. "Stop! Hagrid!" Hagrid's reaction was quick. The second he heard Sirius' voice, he pulled the rein closer. Almost at the same time, Sirius turned into a huge black dog and jumped off the roof of the carriage. Lupin and Lily, who hadn't walked down the stairs, immediately noticed Sirius' movements. They looked at each other, and then returned to the roof of the carriage extremely quickly. In the direction where Sirius rushed out, a dog was running wildly, and in front of him, by the moonlight that had just risen, one could vaguely see a grey mouse desperately running forward. Lily immediately clenched the wand in her hand. She didn't even think about it, she just recited the spell instinctively. Here comes the broom. A broomstick flew out of the carriage at an extremely fast speed, and was accurately held by Lily in her hand. She rode on the broom and soared into the sky in the direction Sirius was chasing after. John frowned tightly, he was still a little incredulous about Dumbledore's words. Get out of here? Get out of England. Yes, you must stay away from the battlefield. Even if the French magic world is obtained by the Dark Lord through this method, his status and the implementation of policies will definitely not be stable. So whether it is for us or French magic, he will not hold back any hands in the border. Everything is mainly to eliminate all resistance forces, and maintain his rule with the bloodiest suppression. Dumbledore said solemnly. This is dangerous but also an opportunity for us. The power he gains in a new territory means we will gain more allies. We will not remain indifferent while he stabilizes the French wizarding world, even if he does not. The way to defeat him is to delay the time for him to gather power and stabilize the situation. This is very likely to be a protracted war. In this war, I cannot involve Hogwarts. You represent the future. Only when your safety is guaranteed can I and others put all my energy into it. Put it on dealing with the Dark Lord. He explained it very clearly, and John could understand it. Not only the students on the carriage, even if he stayed, he would not be able to provide the slightest help in the ensuing war. Among other things, he hasn't even learned apparition, and the magic power stored in the ring is not enough for him to use a long-lasting levitation spell or break the spell. As long as he is surrounded by Death Eaters, unless he waits for others to rescue him, otherwise there is no way to escape. John and Dumbledore met their eyes. Professor, why did you talk so much to me alone? I told you before that I will use an age-restricted spell on this carriage. Like that castle, anyone who does not meet the age requirements will not be able to enter the carriage. Dumbledore said softly. So after that, no professor will lead you any longer. I think you can take on the responsibility of leading others. John's eyes widened suddenly, and he stood up directly from the chair. You mean we don't leave the carriage? But you said that this carriage cannot leave England, so where are we going? Just when Dumbledore was about to open his mouth to answer John's question, the whole carriage suddenly shook, and then stopped in place. Through the window of the principal's office, John could vaguely see a black shadow suddenly jumping down from the roof of the carriage. I have made arrangements for your next journey a long time ago. Dumbledore pulled out his wand with a calm expression, and stood up from the chair. At the same time, Fawkes spread his wings and disappeared in the principal's room. The destination is very special, but it is indeed a suitable time at this time. The Dark Lord's attention is all on the two wizards in the magical world of England and France. He would not have thought that there would be a group of children at this time. Find out why he got that power. Right after he finished speaking, he raised his wand high. Then a piercing scream resounded throughout the carriage. Students above the third grade are familiar with this kind of warning sound, and they brought the students of the lower grades, who had encountered this kind of scene for the first time, and quickly gathered towards the restaurant. And all the other adult wizards left on the carriage, McGonagall, Flitwick, Hagrid, and Filch, all came to the door of the principal's office. Dumbledore also took John out at this time. They were clearly prepared in advance. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a frown. She opened her mouth and said, Dumbledore, really already? There is no need to repeat this question, Minerva. Dumbledore looked at her and shook his head and said, Go to the cafeteria and gather all the students in the 7th and 6th grades, they have already graduated early. Mag swallowed back what she wanted to say later. She nodded solemnly, and hurried towards the restaurant. Dumbledore continued to focus on Filch. Argus, you go with Minerva. After she gathers the 6th and 7th graders, you take them out from the back of the car. Kingsley will come to pick you up and take you to a relatively safe place. The place. Filch looked very ugly, but this ugly expression was not aimed at Dumbledore's order. He nodded, and hurriedly ran towards the restaurant. Then Dumbledore said to Flitwick and Hagrid, "We are also joining Moody and the others now." Hago and Flitwick held their wands together and followed behind Dumbledore. Finally, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at John, who had been following him all the time. "You should be familiar with the driving position." John was suppressed by this tense breath, and his breathing was obviously a little short. "I usually go to Hagrid, Professor, but I have never driven those Thestrals, and I can't see them." "You don't have to drive them, John." Dumbledore actually had a smile on his face at this time. He patted John on the shoulder, but his tone was unprecedentedly serious. "No matter what you encounter, or what obstacles lie ahead, remember what I say now: go forward, keep going forward." John looked at the old man in front of him, and finally nodded solemnly. Dumbledore turned around and walked out of the carriage with Flitwick and Hagrid, and before Hagrid left, he delivered the beach-sniffing one to John. "I have no way to protect it later, help me take care of it, John." "I will," John promised. Beachy seemed to have been told that he was going to be separated from Hagrid long ago, with tears in his little eyes, looking at Hagrid's back and trying to chase after him, but he still didn't run out of John's arms in the end. John followed the three of them out of the carriage and came to the driver's seat in front of the carriage. Dumbledore and the others had already jumped off the carriage. A bright red golden light flashed there, and Fawkes landed on Dumbledore's shoulder again. Immediately afterwards, countless apparition sounds sounded, and wizards from the Order of the Phoenix appeared around the carriage one after another. In the back of the carriage, McGonagall and Filch had already taken the 6th and 7th graders out of the carriage, where Kingsley was waiting for them, and took them to number 12 Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore looked at John, and the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix all looked at John. They all seemed to know him. Everyone was smiling and nodding at him. John saw two red-haired youths in it, who were obviously Ron's older brother who had graduated, and there was a couple beside them, their parents, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. There is also a middle-aged wizard who looks very similar to Neville, with calm and resolute eyes. Moody, who was lame on one leg, was not tall, but he was so conspicuous. His magic false eye was spinning, and his other good eye was looking at John. There is also a witch with long pink hair like bubblegum. She has a heart-shaped face. After seeing John's gaze, she waved at him excitedly. Some of these wizards could be recognized by John, and many could not, but they all looked at John with kindness. Dumbledore handed the reins to John. "Mark my words, John, no matter what happens." John has never taken the reins so seriously. "Then, shall we go on alone, Professor?" Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. "Don't forget that there is Fawkes between us." Fawkes raised his head in a timely manner, showing his existence. "I will let him find you later. But most of the time, you have to face the following choices yourself. I believe this will be the best adventure for you." The sky in the distance was shrouded by a burst of black clouds at some point. Dumbledore looked at the black cloud and said loudly, "It's time to go." Thestrals, which John couldn't see, seemed to have heard the order, and they started running straight ahead. The wizards of the Order of the Phoenix who were originally guarding the carriage all rode on broomsticks and took off into the air. The black cloud spread from the horizon and was getting closer and closer. At this time, it could only be seen clearly by the faint moonlight. That was not a black cloud at all, but a large group of wizards swooping down on broomsticks in black robes. Their goal was very clear, and everyone's magic wands were all aimed at the carriage that had gradually accelerated and was galloping on the ground. but when the tips of their wands lit up with the light of various spells, the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix who had ascended to the sky in advance had already recited the spells one after another. Thunderbolt explosion. Protect everyone. Flaming. There are many obstacles. These attacks forced most of the black-robed wizards to change their targets, and began to defend against the spells of the Order of the Phoenix wizards. But there are still a small number of wizards among them, still trying to bypass these Order of the Phoenix wizards blocking them, and continue to chase the carriage that has gone further and further away. At this time, Dumbledore was already standing in front of them. He didn't chant a spell, but just waved his magic wand, and a crimson flame surged out. The firelight illuminated half of the sky, and at the same time completely isolated all the wizards in black robes from this red line. 4,000, this is only for today, I remember that I asked for leave yesterday. Chapter 160-160. Tombstone stained with sin and blood. Temporary member meeting. The circular conference room was full of wizards. The three wizards who hold the highest authority in the French magic world, the Minister of Magic, the Speaker of the Wizarding Council, and the Wizarding Justice, sat in the only gap in the circular meeting room, facing everyone's direction. This meeting room is not a closed room, it is surrounded by glass walls, and the outside is the office hall of the French Ministry of Magic. Almost all visitors to the Ministry of Magic will pass by here, so every process in the meeting will not be concealed, and anyone can watch. Only the most important meetings in the French Ministry of Magic will use this meeting room to show the release of the fairness of this policy. At this time, the glass wall was already surrounded by wizards, and there were many magic newspaper reporters with cameras, and the flashes were continuously lit. Throughout the history of the French magic world, the interim parliamentary meeting was seldom convened. It was only when the wizard justice and more than 70% of the wizard court judges believed that the current Minister of Magic was harmful to the French magic world. Will be held. During the period, all wizard councillors will judge and vote on the current Minister of Magic to determine whether the current minister will stay or not. The current Minister of the Ministry of Magic, Eric Amalek, has only been in office for more than a year, and it has already been his turn. No minister in history has such an honor like him. Facing such an embarrassing situation, in the eyes of some councillors, Amalek still sat on the chair as if nothing had happened, pinching his fingernails boredly. This caused a lot of discussion in the conference room, and even the French wizards who were watching outside the glass wall frowned and pointed at their ministers. Naturally, Roland presided over the meeting. She maintained order in the entire venue, and then stated all the crimes Amalek had committed during his tenure as minister. Surprisingly, her speech is not a long speech, and it can even be called short. But this does not affect the final result in the slightest. Not to mention the Ministry of Magic, there are already many wizards in the outside world who are dissatisfied with the political attitude of the current minister. Purebloods all know that he just wants to make money for his own interests, but in fact it does not have any substantial help for the promotion of blood superiority theory in France. Muggle factions even dislike his attitude of publicly praising purebloodism. Simply put, his removal is what the people want. So when the final vote was made, more than 90% of the MPs agreed to expel him from the Ministry of Magic. From this moment on, Amalric was no longer the minister of the French Ministry of Magic. Outside the glass wall, the wizards watching were jubilant, and the reporters hurriedly took the photos in their cameras, wanting to return to the newspaper office as soon as possible to be the first reporter of this news. However, just as some members of the council were about to leave in the conference room, the reporter from the newspaper was about to leave. Roland cleared his throat, and said loudly with the unresolved amplifying charm, "Now that the resolution to expel Amalek has been passed, we can now enter the second topic of this meeting." Everyone who heard her words fell silent, and those councillors who were about to leave found that most of the councillors in the conference room hadn't moved at all. They seemed to have known it in advance and were waiting for Roland to announce the second topic. Next to Roland, the Speaker of the Parliament, Gerald Casso, who was also preparing to get up, was stunned. He turned his head and frowned at Roland, and just wanted to ask in a low voice, what is the second topic, and why he was not informed before. At that moment, Roland's calm voice echoed throughout the conference room. It is impossible for the Ministry of Magic to have no Minister of Magic. The second topic is about the election of new ministers. The pot exploded after her voice fell outside the glass wall, but there was a strange silence in the conference room. A few members looked at Roland in shock, and some even wondered if she had been under some kind of forgetting spell. Of course, the Minister of Magic has to be re-elected, but it is impossible now. Gerald Castle's brows frowned even tighter. He stared at the woman in front of him, who suddenly made him feel a little strange, and then looked around the conference room where most of the councillors sat in their positions very calmly. A very, very bad premonition suddenly rose in my heart. Let me propose a candidate first. Roland said loudly. As we all know, the French magic world is not stable now, and all wizards are arguing endlessly about what kind of future we should choose for the land we live in. The more we get to this time, the more we need a leader who can truly lead us to a bright future. Her words silenced the entire conference room, while outside the conference room, most Muggle wizards became excited. After listening to Roland's speech, they thought that she wanted to use this opportunity to run for the post of Minister of Magic, and she has always been known in the wizarding world for fighting for the rights of Muggle wizards, and she has attracted a large number of elite Muggle wizards, are doing secret work for her. But her next sentence made all the wizards watching outside the glass wall open their mouths. In France, I haven't seen a wizard with such ability. Looking around us, there is only one person who is qualified to be our leader, the greatest gentleman who is leading the British magic world to glory. She glanced at the stunned Muggle wizards with contempt, and said in a calm voice, "Now the voting begins. Please raise your hand if you agree with that gentleman to be the Minister of Magic." In the conference room, more than 80% of the councillors raised their hands without hesitation, while the rest of the councillors looked blankly at their colleagues, while others blushed with anger. They pointed at Roland's nose and began to curse. "You are betraying the interests of all French wizards. I suggest that Adele Roland be screened for the imperious curse. She is being controlled by those demons in England. This time the vote is invalid. The minister's elected members have no right to vote. Apart from letting people see your hypocrisy, this meeting is meaningless." The outside of the glass wall also began to boil, and the Muggle wizards only reacted at this time, but Roland's voice still did not change in the slightest. "The vote is passed. Let us welcome the new owner of the future French Ministry of Magic, a great gentleman." The moment her voice fell, black mist filled the meeting room, and those congressmen who had no knowledge of today's events all fell powerlessly on their chairs. Outside the glass wall, some clever people had already started to run outside the Ministry of Magic, while most people still looked at the man who appeared in the center of the conference room with disbelief on their faces. "Good evening, everyone." He sat in the chair in the center with grace, and after saying good night with a smile, he leaned on the back of the chair and supported his head with one hand, looking at the congressman with encouragement in his eyes. "I have always been very democratic, whether in the UK or in France. If someone has an opinion on me, you can raise it now." An old congressman suddenly stood up from his chair. "Dark Lord, France will never submit to your rule. Avada Kedavra." In a burst of exclamation, Amalric, the former Minister of Magic who had been resigned, cast a death-defying curse on the old wizard in public. No one could react at all. The old Muggle wizard, who was highly respected among the councillors, just fell to the ground with an unbelievably weak face. "Oh, maybe everyone misunderstood what I said." Voldemort smiled. "Mudblood, to me, he is not considered a human being." The night wind blew the jet-black hair on Sirius' body. He stared at the mouse that was running wildly in front of him, His bloodshot eyes could no longer accommodate any other creatures. Lily and Lupin were flying in the air on broomsticks. They were condescending and cast spells on the grey mouse constantly. But Wormtail has a small body and quick reflexes. Lily and Lupin's spells basically landed on the dirt beside it, causing no direct damage to it. And just as Lily lowered the handle of the broom with a gloomy face, and began to accelerate at low altitude, trying to fly in front of Wormtail to stop him, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped their heads. Wormtail, who was running forward, became excited. He rolled on the ground, and then turned into a tall, thin, bald wizard, waving at the black-robed Aurors and Death Eaters in mid-air. "It's me. Pettigrew Peter. I have completed the task of the master. Come and save me." However, his call for help did not receive any response. The wizards flying in the sky seemed to have never seen the situation underground, and continued to move forward without looking back, flying towards the direction of the Hogwarts carriage. The originally excited expression on Wormtail's face began to turn into astonishment, but Sirius, who had been following behind him, didn't stop his steps. He jumped up from the ground without hesitation, and his huge body threw Wormtail to the ground on the spot. Lily and Lupin looked at each other at the same time, their brows were furrowed, but without any hesitation at all, they turned around and headed back to where the carriage stopped. "Don't kill him so easily." Before leaving, Lily left a last sentence for Sirius, who had already started biting at the howling Wormtail. She and Lupin hadn't been completely blinded by hatred yet, knowing that the carriage needed their protection more now, not to mention that with Sirius around, it was impossible for Wormtail to have another chance to escape. The carriage has completely disappeared in this wilderness. The wizards of the Order of the Phoenix kept these Aurors and Death Eaters firmly out of their blockade. There was a gap of nearly 5 times in the number of the two sides, but Dumbledore almost suppressed all the wizards of the other side with just one person. The red flames reflected half of the sky into a sea of flames, and the black-robed wizards had no way to break through half a step forward. The incantation sounded again and again, and people in the sky began to fall from the broomstick constantly, and then there were also people who were rescued by their companions again and again. This battle lasted until midnight, and finally ended with the Death Eaters retreating. In other words, their original purpose was not to defeat the Order of the Phoenix with Dumbledore, but to prevent him from interfering with their master's plans on other important occasions at such a critical moment. As for the Hogwarts carriage, it will give Dumbledore an extra surprise. The wizards of the Order of the Phoenix cleaned up the battlefield left behind. As long as it is a war, it is impossible for there to be no undead, but under the protection of Dumbledore, they were lucky to lose only 2 people this time, most of the others just hurt. McGonagall, who had a big hole in the cuff of his robe, looked at Dumbledore worriedly. "Is there nothing wrong with the students?" Dumbledore was pouring Fox's tears on Arthur's shattered thigh, and said softly, "Trust them, John never let any of us down. They didn't stay here any longer, but after cleaning up the battlefield, they used apparition together and left from this field." The next moment, all the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix appeared together on the cliff by the sea. The waves beat against the rocks. Wizards buried the 2 dead companions here, while Lily, Lupin and Sirius grabbed a trapped wizard and came to 2 tombstones, one large and one small. Wormtail, who had returned to his original chunky appearance, cried and howled, writhing his blood-stained body constantly. "Lupin! Sirius! Lily! My friend! Forgive me! I beg you! Forgive me! I was forced. It was the Dark Lord who forced me. I couldn't resist that. How dare you call us by our names?" growled Sirius, waving his wand, Crucio. The unforgivable curse stimulated Wormtail's soul, and his screams even covered the sound of the wind and waves. Wizards from the Order of the Phoenix looked at him, but no one showed any sympathy. "Master, save me, I'm doing my best and don't leave my master." He curled up on the ground, stretched and collapsed, begging and praying, but got no response. Lupin kicked him in the face, so that he was facing the two tombstones in front of him. "Look at these two." Peter Pettigrew. "Look at them." Wormtail was forced to lift his face, and he saw the names on the two tombstones, one big and one small. James Potter, Harry Potter. "Remember them?" "Wormtail, do you remember them?" Lily didn't scream, didn't roar, but asked in that weird, extremely calm voice. Snot and tears were left all over Wormtail's face. He was still howling in pain, but the sound of pain was still mixed in. It was not known if it was a sincere confession or an attempt to survive. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault." Lily was expressionless. She tapped a branch next to her with the magic wand in her hand, and a sharp blade gleaming with cold light was formed in the next second. Wormtail's body trembled even more violently, his whole body was shaking like a sieve. "I've already apologized. Lily, have pity on me. I don't want to die." Lily held the sharp knife. "I accept your apology." She aimed at Wormtail's chest. "But whether James and Harry accept it, you need to ask them yourself." She stabbed down hard. Poof. Scarlet warm liquid sprayed out, and the cold sea breeze blew the robes of everyone here. The moonlight of hatred and hatred illuminates the two tombstones stained with sin and blood. Chapter 163-161. Sea and Ship. Thestrals really don't need to be driven by John himself. They seem to have a clear understanding of the next journey, leading the carriage to run forward continuously. The surrounding scenery was constantly receding, and Beachy was lying on top of John's head. It grabbed John's hair with two small paws, and the night wind made the hair on its body stand on end. John took a deep breath. He held the rein tightly in his hand, and he still has a sense of unreality. The third grade has not yet celebrated Halloween, and now the students and professors in the school will be forced to separate, and the meaning of the last conversation between Dumbledore and him was to leave the fate of these students who stayed on the carriage to him hand. And to find out why Voldemort became like this. In fact, John has been thinking about this problem almost every day since he came to this world. Now it seems that not only him, but also Dumbledore has always wanted to find out about this matter. After all, just like in the original book, he wants to defeat this Dark Lord must at least understand the source of his power. People don't change so much for no reason. Something must have happened in the middle of it, which made the demon who used to be like a murderous lunatic become what he is now. It's just that John didn't want to understand what kind of arrangement Dumbledore made. Even now, even though he holds the rein in his hand, he still doesn't know where the Thestrals are going to pull the carriage. And just after he was far away from the battlefield of Order of the Phoenix Wizards and Death Eaters, the originally clear starry sky was suddenly shrouded in an unknown darkness. John subconsciously clenched the wand in his hand, and looked up at the sky. I don't know when, a huge bat is gliding above the carriage. The bat's wings are like a black cloth the size of a basketball court. When it is stretched out, it brings a shock that blocks the sky and the sun. When John looked up and saw the bat's indifferent eyes were staring straight at him. In John's cognition, there is only one kind of such a huge bat-shaped magical animal in the entire magic world. Voldemort. An extremely evil black magic creature, the number is very rare, and generally only lives in tropical areas, likes to sneak up on people in their sleep, suffocate people with their thick fleshy wings, and then eat them, and whenever it eats, if one person is lost, its pair of wings will become thicker and its body will become larger. A normal Voldemort is only as big as an adult, and the one that appeared in front of John now is far beyond the normal range. It must have eaten a lot of people to be able to develop its body shape. Only human flesh can provide it with the nutrition for its continuous growth. This terrifyingly large Voldemort just stared at John for a second before it began to dive down. The thick fleshy wings didn't mean to be retracted at all, it was like a piece of black cloth, it wanted to wrap the entire Hogwarts carriage from above, just like it usually suffocates those prey. Wrap this one. All the students in the car were wrapped into his wings. Shenfen Wuying. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment he saw its intention, John swung his staff and cast the spell without hesitation. The invisible sharp blade cut through the air in an instant, and landed on the broad fleshy wings of the Voldemort the next moment. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being sliced was heard. This black magic created by Snape has both extremely fast casting speed and extremely high power. It is almost impossible to avoid this spell. What's more, Voldemort's target is so big, it's strange that John's spell can't hit it. But it is also because of the huge size of this bat that the damage caused by John's attack to it is almost the same as a cut on a human finger, which is almost negligible. Its falling movement didn't mean to be hindered in the slightest, and the smelly blood just splashed on the roof of the carriage, and then wrapped the entire carriage into its wings. Voldemort's action did not stop the Thestrals from running. Its weight seemed to have no resistance to these natural horses. It was like a huge black octopus attached to the carriage, and the thick wings are still tightening. On the carriage, all the students who were gathering in the dining room at this moment saw the windows of the carriage being closed by black flesh wings, and then there was an extremely violent shaking. The young first-year freshmen huddled in the corner in panic. They didn't know what happened, but the fear in their hearts had already filled their hearts. Although the senior students couldn't suppress their uneasiness, they had experienced more storms than the freshmen. Under such circumstances, they still had the experience to comfort and take care of the crying freshmen. "Why isn't John here?" Hermione looked a little pale, but she still retained the most basic composure. Neville handed a piece of chocolate to a freshman. His frown was obviously worried, but he still opened his mouth to think in a better direction. "John may be with the professors, rest assured, he will certainly not be in any danger." At this time, the students in the carriage didn't know that their professors had left the carriage to stop the final enemy for them, and they were the only ones in the whole school. The action of Voldemort has not stopped. Just as it was about to pull the entire carriage into its body, a faint silver light suddenly shone out from the gap. The moment the silver light came on, the Voldemort's wings, which were constantly tightening, suddenly began to relax. It was like encountering the thing that he hated and feared the most, letting go of the carriage that was almost in his pocket, and ascending to the sky again. John held up the magic wand with silver threads of light wandering in his hand, and stood up from the driver's seat in embarrassment. The position he was in was not covered on three sides, and it was the place where the space was first compressed after the Voldemort's flesh wings were tightened. Fortunately, John finally played the role of the Patronus charm in actual combat for the first time before the last space for casting spells disappeared. Although the Patronus has not been successfully summoned, the scattered silver light has already had enough influence on Voldemort. This kind of creature has almost no weaknesses, but just like the Dementors, it is inherently afraid of the Patronus charm. This has nothing to do with how big they can grow, but more like a natural restraint. It's just that the unformed Patronus still lacks some utility. Even if Voldemort let go of the carriage, it still followed closely above the carriage. It stared closely at the silver light on the tip of John's staff, as if he knew very well that the Patronus charm he used would not last long. As long as the light went out, Voldemort would pounce on it again, eat everyone on this wagon. The more it came to this kind of time, the calmer John became. He held up the magic wand in his hand, letting the ever-flowing silver light flow around the carriage. Thestrals are still running forward, as if they have also heard Dumbledore's last advice to John, keep going. John couldn't stop casting the Patronus charm. The Voldemort flying in the sky was like a jackal following its prey on the grassland. Once he showed the slightest timidity, the monster would eat it without hesitation. The tastiest delicacy. So now John must find a way to break through the predicament as soon as possible. Using a high-strength spell such as the Patronus charm, he cannot cast spells endlessly. When continuing to use the spell, He held the wand in one hand and the rein in the other. His brain was spinning rapidly, but before he could think of a solution, under the faint moonlight, he suddenly saw a steep cliff right in front of the carriage. Subconsciously, John held his breath. He suddenly clenched the rein in his hand, and the first thought in his heart was to change the direction of the thestrals, but before he could put this idea into action, before leaving, Dumbledore left him that advice came to his mind. No matter what you encounter, or what obstacles lie ahead, remember what I say now: go forward, keep going forward. John didn't know whether Dumbledore was encouraging him spiritually or guiding him in action, but he knew that Dumbledore's words could not be useless. He gritted his teeth, didn't pull the rein hard, and just stared straight ahead. Thestrals had no intention of stopping, and John also gave up his original idea of driving them to turn. Not only did their speed not decrease in the slightest, but they became faster and faster, so fast that they seemed to be flying with everyone. Voldemort is also raising its height. It looks at the carriage with a humanized sarcasm, as if it has seen the end of the road for the people in this carriage. Unseen by John, the thestrals spread their dark wings, and when they ran to the highest point of the cliff, they suddenly lifted off into the sky. Traffic on them, the rope connecting the carriage suddenly loosened, and suddenly tightened again. Under the moonlit night, the carriage seemed to be hovering in mid-air. John grasped the rein in his hand tightly, and Beachy's entire rear body above his head also flew up with inertia, and he could only use the two front paws to tightly grasp John's hair. Under such a situation, John naturally had no way to continue casting the patroness charm. The silver light at the tip of his wand began to become weaker, and just as it was about to go out, the Voldemort over the carriage aimed at this the best neutral. That huge body suddenly hit the carriage. Such a huge force caused the carriage to fall suddenly, and the thestrals, which were originally spreading their wings in the sky, did not struggle or resist at all. They followed this force obediently. With their flat wings, they glide towards the cliff. The bottom is not a flat land, but an endless sea. John couldn't see thestrals, and naturally he couldn't see their actions at the moment, but the moment the carriage started to fall, he saw the waves below. At this moment, for some reason, he remembered a question he asked the old man at the beginning of this year. "Then why do we still stay in England, Professor Dumbledore?" It actually inherited the Hogwarts castle that was not captured 8 years ago, and it has a very special meaning to this land. As a result, its wheels can only turn on the ground of the United Kingdom forever, but it has no way to touch the land outside the British Isle. The wheel can only turn on the ground in the UK. There is no way to touch the land outside the British Isle. Plop. The carriage fell into the rough sea, splashing waves more than 10 meters high. The Voldemort flying in the sky circled the sea for a long time, as if it was hoping that 1 or 2 surviving people could come up from the water as its dinner tonight. But to its disappointment, it seemed that no one escaped from the carriage that sank into the bottom of the sea. Just like this, it was submerged in the constantly churning waves. Voldemort didn't stay any longer. It started to return in the direction it came from, and the owner who raised it was still waiting for it to return to life. Even if these human cubs didn't let it eat it by itself, they could still make it go back. There is a confession, and more rewards will be obtained. The dark clouds that covered a large area of the starry sky flew away, and the sea was being wrapped by the cold October night wind, and the waves were constantly beating against the rocks. There was no trace of anyone or the car. However, it is not far from the sea area, in a piece of sea water far away from the coastline. A huge old wooden boat fell silently from the sea water, and then jumped out of the sea. The sea water slipped from the deck and splashed on the sea surface, and there was a pleasant sound of water. John was sitting dumbfounded on the helmsman's seat of the wooden boat, watching behind him. An ancient yellowed white sail was slowly rising on the mast. There is an extremely conspicuous emblem on that white sail, shining brightly under the moonlight. That's a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a capital H emblem. The white sail was completely hoisted, and the rudder in front of John turned by itself. The long sail deflected, and this huge wooden ship, which only existed in the Middle Ages from the outside, began to move in its intended direction. Beach jumped off John's head excitedly, and its action also brought John, who was in shock, back to his senses. He never thought that the original carriage would produce such an incredible change even in the magic world. Dumbledore told him that the wheels of a carriage can only be driven on British land, but he never thought about it. Since other grounds are not allowed, why not the sea? The wooden boat sailed through the wind and waves, and the sound of the surrounding waves echoed in John's ears. Beach is running around curiously on an unfamiliar deck. Even if you can't see it, you can clearly feel that the thestrals that used to pull the cart in front of the carriage are also on the deck, squeaking under their feet. Soundboards. All of these are telling John that he and the others on Hogwarts are embarking on a new journey. 4000. Start a new volume, grind the keyboard and prepare to write more in a day. Chapter 164-162. Set sail. The direction of the ship's sailing does not need to be grasped by John. It seems that the target position has been set a long time ago, and the position of the helmsman is obviously just a decoration now. John didn't stay on the deck for long. He didn't forget that there was a group of students waiting for news in the dining room. They didn't know what happened yet. He groped and pulled the reins of the thestrals on the deck. Beach, who had circled the deck 3 times, returned to John's head with a jump, and then he opened a wooden door leading to the cabin in front of him. The interior of the cabin is no different from the previous carriage compartment. The position where John enters the door is the entrance and exit of the previous driver's seat. After entering, it is still a straight corridor. He took the thestrals to the room where they were originally raised in the carriage. There was a meadow and a grove here, enough for them to get enough rest after work. Now that the carriage has become a wooden boat, there is no need for them to carry on after work. They can spend a comfortable vacation in the next period of time. After settling the thestrals, he returned to the restaurant. There are still about 50 or 60 students in grades 1 to 5 left here. When John came in, most of them were lying by the window. Obviously, the changes outside had already caught their attention. Hearing the sound of the door opening, everyone in the restaurant focused on him, and many students couldn't wait to ask him about the current situation. "Are we out of danger?" Colin was the first to speak. He was a student who was rescued from the castle by John at the beginning of the year. He just entered the 2nd grade after the start of school this year. His question is also something that many people want to know, and everyone is looking at him eagerly. John didn't answer immediately, but took out a chair and sat down. At the same time, he also signaled all the students in the restaurant to sit down first. Next, he must explain everything clearly, although even he still feels that what happened today is so sudden. "Let me explain our current situation now. Please listen patiently. If you have any questions, I will answer them one by one." At this time, the reputation accumulated by John's feats at the beginning of the year played a vital role. Before, even among the students of the same level, he was a leader, but in the whole school, especially the senior students, there must be some people who don't even know his name, let alone have any kindness to him. Convinced. But now it's completely different. The students who stayed on the ship, even the 5th grade, have absolute support for John. Let me answer Colin's question first. The students were all looking at John quietly, and John was also looking at these students seriously. Judging from the current situation, we are not in any danger for the time being, but at the same time we also have to face another biggest problem starting today. There will be no professors on this carriage, or this ship to protect us. And then we can only rely on ourselves. His words caused a commotion among these students. Not many people even paid attention to the transition between the carriage and the boat. A first-year girl asked in a crying voice. "Yes, the professors don't want us." John didn't blame her for interrupting his speech, but spoke very seriously in a comforting voice. It's not that the professor doesn't want us anymore, it's that the current situation in Britain is very bad. Professor Dumbledore and other professors are about to fight a war with the villains in the Ministry of Magic. In this war, they are not sure that they can guarantee themselves lives, and there is no extra effort to protect our safety, so the professor tried to get us to a safe place. He looked back at everyone. What we can do now is to take good care of ourselves and not hold back the professors. Finally someone started asking questions about where they are now at this time, and the person who stood up and asked excitedly was George. Then where are we now? It looks like a sea outside. John nodded and said. That's right, we are at sea now. The interior of the carriage has not changed much, but in fact the carriage has become a big boat, and it is precisely because of this that we escaped the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. This news immediately attracted the attention of most people, and distracted many people from the uncontrollable sense of panic that they had just separated from the adults. Can we go out and have a look? Fred asked excitedly. The Weasley twins are usually the two most active in the carriage, they can always make some farce for everyone to watch, but they are also the most imprisoned, usually complaining in the lounge boring. John naturally has nothing to disagree with. Of course, but you have to be careful even on the deck. I don't know if there is any protective magic on the side of the guardrail to prevent people from falling into the sea. With his consent, George and Fred were the first to lose their temper, and they rushed out of the restaurant first. After the other students saw the two of them running out, they couldn't stay in the dining room anymore, and they started running out together. Even Gabriel waved to John and greeted him. Float by. The freshmen of the first grade were left behind. They had just arrived in the carriage not long ago, and their life here was not out of the stage of novelty, so they didn't have as much concern as the senior students for the matter of turning into a boat and going out to sea. Many touches. John was at the end of these students, and Neville and Hermione also walked side by side with him, walking along the corridor towards the outside of the carriage. Neville still has a sense of unreality. So, are we really the only ones left? Hermione looked at the professor's offices where the doors were closed, and her performance was much better than Neville's. After all, even if the current situation was compared to the environment she was in before, she didn't know that it was any better. How many? The youngest among us is 11 years old, and it's not that we can't take care of ourselves, or that we won't be able to learn magic anymore. John is obviously also thinking about this issue. This can only be figured out later. They walked out of the carriage, and the students had already arrived on the deck. The wet sea breeze blew the hem of each little wizard's robe, but the cold night wind could not dampen their enthusiasm for sailing at the moment. Even the first-year freshmen, who were not interested at first, began to show smiles, lying on the side of the fence, watching big fish leaping from time to time in the waves. George and Fred were very happy. They found a hooked glove and a one-eyed eye patch from nowhere, and they were dressing up as pirates. They stood on a chair with one foot and looked up at the wooden boat sailing ahead, muttering to themselves. A parrot that can speak human language is missing. John didn't have much of such a mood at this time. It wasn't that he lacked any enthusiasm for the ocean, but that he knew that there were still many problems that he needed to solve in the next voyage. For example, they still haven't figured out which sea area they are in, and what direction they are sailing. For another example, don't look at the students who are very enthusiastic about sailing at this time. I don't know how many of them will get seasick. There is no Lily on the boat who can come to make potions for them. They need to figure it out by themselves. Method. As well as the fresh water and food in the storage room, they also need to be counted to find out how long the reserves allow more than 50 of them to last on the sea. The magical plants in the greenhouse also need to be taken care of by special personnel, and some magical animals kept in specific rooms can't be left alone, and they have to find a way to get in touch with Dumbledore and the others as soon as possible, but this needs to wait for Fox's news. In general, although they are not in any danger for the time being, there are many things to be resolved later, and before that, John must do one thing first. He called all the students on the deck together, and a kerosene lamp on the mast swayed gently under the sea breeze, illuminating the space on the deck. Everyone, none of us know the end of this voyage for the time being, and we don't know how long it will take. But no matter what the future holds, now we must determine the leader among us. John's voice was not drowned by the waves, and all the students present heard his words. Professor Dumbledore entrusted me with the task of leading you before leaving this carriage. However, at the beginning of the voyage, I still want to make sure to you whether there is anyone who is responsible for me to lead this voyage. Do you have any doubts or questions? Younger children will definitely not have any problems, and the 4th and 5th grade students who are older than John have been living in the carriage for so long. These children who are more sensible than their peers know very well, it is not a good job to take over the leadership of Hogwarts under such circumstances. And what John did in the 2nd grade is enough to prove that he has the ability to lead them, not to mention that he has been recognized by Dumbledore. No one suggested any meaning, and George and Fred even smiled and put a pirate captain's hat on John's head together. We absolutely obey your leadership. Great Captain Green. With the Weasley twins around, you never have to worry about how depressing the atmosphere will be. The students below all smiled and shouted together. Yes, Captain Green. John also showed a smile on his face. He didn't refuse the hats on his head and the blindfolds that George and Fred gave him, he said loudly. Does anyone have a better suggestion for the name of our ship? Our name has never changed, Captain. Some students responded loudly. Their gazes looked at the old and yellowed school badge on the long sail together. Yes, whether it was in the castle, the carriage, or the current ship, their names have never changed. Hogwarts. No one can tamper with or cover up this. The wind filled the long sails. Under a brilliant starry sky, John looked at the endless sea and said softly. Then, let's set sail. We've searched all of Wormtail's memories, Lupin said. On the cliff full of tombstones, the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix are resting here, and at this time, Lupin, Lily, and Sirius are reporting the clues they got from Wormtail to Dumbledore. After the Dark Lord took control of the entire British magic world, that is, 7 years ago, he sent his most trusted men to France. They used various methods to imprison those who were not so famous at the time. Adele Roland, Eric Amalric, and others who had a high status, and then used their identities to start operating in the French Ministry of Magic, and Wormtail was among these people. Through the help provided to them by the Dark Lord in the dark in the UK, coupled with sufficient financial support, and their personal minds. During these 7 years, they quickly reached the original planned position. This at that time, they had already grasped enough power, that is, after Rodolphus Lestrange pretended to be Amalric and became the French Minister of Magic more than a year ago, they began to carry out a campaign against pure-blood wizards in France. Intimidation and temptation. During this period, the Dark Lord personally appeared several times. Before that, his attention was never on us. It is very likely that he was trying to win over these people in France. Among these pure-blood wizards, there are some characters who would rather die than submit, but they were all dealt with in private, and then arranged for Death Eaters to replace their identities, and other people who chose to surrender, such as Wormtail, were also very cautious. Temporarily use the forgetting curse to block this memory, and then lift the spell when needed, so as to prevent someone from obediently obscuring it. Dumbledore listened to Lupin's narration with a calm face, and here he asked. Those key positions in the French Ministry of Magic are all held by the Dark Lord's own people. Lupin nodded. Bellatrix Lestrange pretended to be Adele Roland. Her husband Rodolphus Lestrange was her ostensible political opponent Eric Amalric, and there was his younger brother, Robistan Lestrange, who became Auror Chief of Staff, and Igor Karkaroff, who became Ivan Galas and became Bose Batons earlier this year. Principal. Voldemort's erosion of the French magic world is almost comprehensive. The Justice, the Minister of Magic, the head of the Auror Office, and the principal of the magic school control almost all aspects of law, politics, military affairs, and education. He has only started to close the net now, which means that the current situation is completely irreversible, and the whole of France will fall into his hands. Chapter 165-163 Wormtail's Efforts. Peter was hanging from the back of the carriage at the beginning of this year. He found a time when you were not in the carriage, and used some small things given to him by the Dark Lord to sneak into the carriage. Lily handed over a bone of an unknown animal and a very worn-out box to Dumbledore. The bone was attached with a powerful black magic, and Peter used it to temporarily avoid the outer defense of the carriage and broke in. Afterwards, it used this box to hide. At first, the third Weasley family, his son's rebellion was indeed instigated by him, and he had been in the carriage for a long time at that time, during which time he discovered the boy's dissatisfaction with his situation and family choices. When Arthur and Molly were sent to France to contact Bella, who was pretending to be Roland, the Dark Lord was at the most critical moment to win over the high-level pure-blood wizards in the French magic circle. If the statistics go well, even with people like Bella covering up, it is very likely that they will find some problems. In order to avoid this risk, the Dark Lord ordered Peter to use the Weasley children in the carriage to create chaos, and try to attract Arthur's attention as much as possible. Percy became his best breakthrough. He didn't have a direct conversation with Percy, but passed letters to Percy, recognizing his talent, because he was looked down upon by his younger brother on the carriage, and was looked down upon by the lower grades. The way the students weighed in on him earned his friendship. What really made Percy determined to rebel and trust this pen pal whom he had never met before was a letter of appointment issued by the British Minister of Magic. I received this letter of appointment when Percy was at home during the summer vacation. During the middle, I suspect that Fudge personally communicated with him face-to-face using Floo powder, but Peter was still in the carriage at that time, and he was just an intermediary. After returning to the carriage, after Percy stated that he was determined to rebel, Peter also suggested that if he made some merits on the carriage before rebelling, he could get better treatment after joining the Ministry of Magic, but the offer was rejected by Percy. Lupin picked up Lily's words. But the original purpose of the Dark Lord has been completed. Arthur and Molly got the news of their son's rebellion, returned from France, and voluntarily resigned from all their positions in order to avoid suspicion, and handed over the work in France to Sirius. And after Percy had a problem, we all discovered the problem of someone lurking in the carriage, and conducted 3 comprehensive searches. Lupin looked at the small wooden box already in Dumbledore's hands. At first, we thought it was because of your flaws in the search of the carriage, and we didn't observe some places that were difficult to attract attention, but after checking Wormtail's memory and finding the box from him, we realized that it was this thing helped him hide in the wagon. A box with an extremely powerful stealth and confusion charm attached. The magic on it must have come from the hand of the Dark Lord. It can even evade your detection, and Wormtail doesn't hide in one place all the time. He prepared a total of 3 hiding spots, one in the astronomy classroom on the top of the carriage, the axle at the bottom of the carriage, and under the wooden steps at the exit behind the carriage. Once he feels that one of them is no longer safe, he will start to move. And the mouse hairs that John found in the charms classroom before, he also deliberately left behind. The Dark Lord also found out that you asked Sirius to go to France instead of Arthur and Molly. He ordered Wormtail expose your identity to lure Sirius back. Although Wormtail was extremely conflicted about this, he still didn't dare to disobey that person's order. This time he aimed at John. He knew from Percy that you have great trust in this student, and also through John's previous training in Who the Deeds in Hogwarts Castle judged his boldness and carefulness. So he took the initiative to expose the clues related to himself to him. After that, as he expected, John did not become just a student like ordinary students. Ignore Kumao's clues and report to you. This matter also achieved the desired effect of the Dark Lord. I wrote a letter to Sirius. After getting the news, he lost his job in France and returned to England directly. From then on, we have completely lost the last chance to learn about the Dark Lord's plans in France and stop him. Sirius's face was a bit ugly. The joy of killing Wormtail just now to avenge his friends had disappeared in all odds, and they were simply being manipulated in the palm of their hands. Wormtail is very familiar with the characters of these people, and has calculated their reactions at every step. Dumbledore stared at the wooden box in his hand, shook his head calmly and said, his mission was accomplished so well, but in the end, his master chose to abandon him. Because the Dark Lord has always been very clear that Wormtail has never been truly loyal to him. Lupin said calmly, as Wormtail himself said before he died, his submission to the Dark Lord only stems from my own fear of him, not any admiration for him personally, or any identification with his pure blood theory. The Dark Lord has read everything in his heart, and asking him to come to the carriage to carry out this task is to squeeze the last bit of residual value from him. Wormtail also had a premonition of this, but he had no choice but to please his master whom he feared, and from the moment he chose to betray us, he had no other choice. Speaking of this, Lupin frowned slightly. The only thing I regret now is that I didn't get it from Wormtail's mind. After fully grasping the power in France, what is the main countermeasure that the Dark Lord will implement against us next? Dumbledore looked up at the sky with deep eyes. You don't need to know this from Wormtail's memory. He has mastered the power at the top of France, but that doesn't mean he has completely controlled the French magic circle. According to the way he used to control Britain before, there will definitely be a suppression, especially in France where there are currently a large number of Muggle wizards. If he wants to stabilize his theory of pure blood superiority, he will put the number should be controlled to a certain extent. It should not be too large to pose a great threat to his rule, nor should it be so small that there is no one to oppress, and the bottom slaves are missing. Chapter 166-164. Where is the ship? So, later on he will set off a massacre in the French magic world, and we will be included in this goal by him. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, he will definitely prevent us from taking advantage of this opportunity and the current resistance forces in France in order to cause him even more trouble. When he said this, almost all the top executives of the Order of the Phoenix had gathered around him. There are the Weasleys, Moody, Kingsley, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Lily, Sirius, and Lupin who were here from the beginning. Kingsley asked calmly. So what should we do next? Shall we go to France first? Of course we are going to France. We can't let the Dark Lord wantonly massacre those innocent people, and the United Kingdom has already been stabilized by him. If we want to develop ourselves, we can only strengthen our own strength from the outside. Dumbledore said solemnly. But it's not enough now. Before we go to France, we still want some other assistance. The rest of the Order of the Phoenix had stood up, and they gathered around Dumbledore. Fawkes, who was dozing on a branch of a tree not far away, seemed to feel the call, and it flapped its wings and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. Soon, all the wizards of the Order of the Phoenix disappeared on this cliff facing the sea. In a distant place, the bonfire on the ground was beating, and an old man with grey hair and wearing a long black trench coat was sitting on a chair beside him. The jumping flames floated in his eyes. Behind him, many old people who looked not too young could guess what their master was thinking now. Soon, countless apparition sounds resounded in this land. Wizards from the Order of the Phoenix landed one after another, and the leader at the front was Dumbledore with a calm face. The old man sitting in front of the bonfire looked up at him, and the two looked at each other. Neither of them said the first sentence first, and the scene became a little cold for a while. Because the people standing behind the two old men couldn't help but look at each other with some scrutiny and hostility in their eyes. The first person to break the silence was the old man who was standing up from the chair, and he stretched out a hand towards Dumbledore. Just when Dumbledore showed a smile on his face, and the subordinates behind the old man all showed unwilling expressions, the Dark Lord who had taken the step of conquering the whole of Europe earlier than Voldemort said, "Before discussing other matters, pay me back the wand debt for the first half of the year." John quickly organized the work on the Hogwarts on the second day of the voyage. Although this wooden boat does not need to be driven, the overall organizational structure cannot be left behind. He appointed George as the first mate, Neville as the second mate, Hermione as the controller responsible for statistics, supervision, and distribution of various supplies on board, Fred as the bosun responsible for the basic discipline management of the students, and let a man named Love Lois Midgen's fourth-grade girls run the kitchen, and second-grade Colin Creevy acts as a lookout to watch the sea. In fact, these are just divisions of responsibilities and titles, as well as positions such as George and Fred. They are more to let them restrain themselves and get out of the control of the professors. They are the ones who are most likely to let go of their madness. 2. And the most important of these is naturally Hermione's work. After statistics, the storage room is rich in materials and there is no shortage of food resources. At least it can maintain the normal life of everyone on board for more than half a year. Naturally, fresh water resources will not cause trouble to them as wizards. Clear water like a spring is not such a profound spell, basically all students above the third grade know it, and the water conjured by this spell can be drunk normally. There is also the problem of seasickness, which did not exceed John's expectations. After most of the students' excitement passed that night, more than 20 of them developed symptoms of seasickness. It's just that there is no good solution, or you don't need to think of a solution. As long as you let them vomit and vomit, they will get used to it later. But this also temporarily caused half of the people on the ship to look weak these days, and spent most of their time resting in the dormitory, seemingly lacking energy. But John has not been idle during this time. He must now start to find a way to solve the first problem they will face after setting sail. That's where they are now. There was a complete map of Britain on the carriage, and on the second afternoon of the voyage, John and his first and second officers gathered in the lounge to study that map. "I think we probably came out of the sea from the west coast of northern England." George pointed to the small dot on the map of England's coastal city of Whitehaven. "In my impression, I saw something similar to this place name during the day. Like the signboard, then the direction of the carriage should be heading west, and the sea area where we are now has a high probability of being the Irish Sea," George said eloquently. John looked forward in the direction of his finger. According to what he said, the direction they are sailing now should be facing the Isle of Man. It's just that before his voice fell, Neville put forward a different statement about it. "It's true that we were wandering the west coast of northern England during the day, but the carriage was moving so fast that half a day was enough for it to go through things. You should have turned around in the evening, George. We didn't go west, but to the east. In other words, we don't enter the sea from the west coast, it should be the east coast, and this sea area should be the North Sea." He points to the stretch of sea between Great Britain and Denmark. It's just that George doesn't seem to agree with his statement very much. He still thinks that the Hogwarts should not have left the UK yet, and is wandering in the sea between Ireland and the British Isle. Neither of them could convince the other, and finally they both looked at John. John actually had a headache at this time. During the day, he spent all his energy trying to deal with Voldemort, so how could he have time to judge where the carriage was and in which direction it was running? And the entire sea is endless, and there is no reference point, and they have no way to rely on the surrounding environment to judge the position. Perhaps some old crew members can rely on the astrology to determine their orientation, but there are still more than 20 people on board today suffering from seasickness. Where can we find old crew members? Just when they were frowning, Colin, who was in charge of observing the sea conditions, suddenly broke into the lounge. He was out of breath, with excitement and fear on his face. Captain Green. I found a cargo ship. Chapter 167-165. Muggle Freighter. Nicola Anderson is the captain of the Maersk Mauler. He is a Dane, and his main job on weekdays is to drive this 5,000-ton cargo ship between Esbjerg in Denmark and Edinburgh in Scotland. Maersk Mauler is only engaged in pork export business, selling pork for several pig farms across the country. Danish pork is of high quality. Denmark is the largest importer of bacon in the UK. Danish bacon was the first food to be advertised on British TV, and it was very arrogant at the time. There was always such a sentence written on the packaging, called "Good Bacon," it is full of Danish bacon. Character. Anderson didn't hold the position of captain for a long time. He had been the first mate for his father for 7 or 8 years, and then he came out to make his own way. He joined a freight company and worked there as a sailor for many years. He is now 40 years old. It was many years old before he became the captain of this small freighter. For the channel from Denmark to the UK, Anderson has traveled countless times. Now that winter has not officially entered, there are basically few storms, so he is leisurely laying out a beach chair at this time. Lie on the deck and bask in the sun. The cargo ship is not big, and the staffing is based on the most basic. Besides the captain, there is only one first mate, one second mate, and 2 sailors on board. There are 5 people in total. The longest voyage of them is less than 2 god. There is no need for any complicated staffing. Damn it! How long has it been since you rushed to the deck? Hans. The wind has blown dust into my eyes. Anderson suddenly rubbed his eyes and shouted rudely, "A sailor should act like a sailor. Only sailors whose decks are cleaned are eligible to drink rum. This is the truth I knew from the first day on board." Obviously Anderson is a chatterbox, or most people who go to sea for a long time are chatterboxes. After all, in this era, there are not so many high-tech for the crew to spend time at sea, and verbal communication is their most common way of leisure. The sailor named Hans responded to his captain from a distance, but he didn't intend to come over to clean the deck immediately. They are about to arrive at the destination of the strip, and the first officer is leading other crew members to make a final inventory of the cargo in the cargo hold. Anderson naturally knew that they still had work on hand, so he just muttered a few times before lying down to sunbathe himself again. However, before he could relax his mind for less than 2 seconds, a thump sound like something stepped on the deck attracted his attention. He suddenly raised his head vigilantly, looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 2 children turning over and jumping up beside the edge railing of the deck. Speaking of children, the 2 boys don't look too young. The older one has red hair, is tall, wears a strange black robe, holds a small wooden stick in his hand, and has a straight face. With excitement full of thirst for knowledge, he looked left and right at his cargo ship. Judging by his physique and appearance, he must be at least 15 or 16 years old, and he should be just about to enter high school. The smaller one is slimmer, also wearing the same robe, holding a wooden stick in his hand. His black hair looks a little longer, the long nose is the nose, and the eyes are the eyes, and he will have a future at a young age. It seems that he is only 13 or 14 years old when he has the capital to cheat women. It's just that the big red-haired kid makes Anderson feel very out of place, but it's the little one who really looks old-fashioned. No. He shook his head suddenly, blinked his eyes and looked at the 2 children again. His focus should not be this, but who are these 2 boys? How did they get on board? This is a Muggle boat? It's the first time I've seen it in my life. It's actually made of iron. How did they make such a heavy thing float on the water without magic? From the moment he boarded the Muggle cargo ship, George began to chatter endlessly. He seemed to have inherited his father's hobby. Although he was born in pure blood, he was so curious about everything about Muggles. And fascinated. It's just that he annoyed John so much that he regretted bringing George with him. He knew that Neville would follow him in the first place. Okay, these issues will be discussed when we go back. Don't forget that we are now on someone else's boat. John grabbed George to prevent him from running around on this other people's boat when he was not paying attention, and then looked at the middle-aged man who was watching them dumbfounded, basking in the sun on the deck. "Hi sir, I'm sorry, it may have scared you, but we don't have any malicious intentions, just want to ask you something." Anderson didn't care about John's politeness, his eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief. "How did you get on my boat?" John does not intend to use coercive means lightly, and even if he wants to use it, neither he nor George actually know spells like desperation or imperious quas actions, but if you want to get information from him, you must communicate with him. He patiently explained to the Muggle. "We came from our own ship. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the Hogwarts, John Green. This is my first mate, George Weasley. Because of some accidents, we got lost at sea. So I took the liberty to come to your ship to ask you where this place is, or that piece of sea." Anderson felt ridiculous. John's words made him feel like a child playing house. He was on the deck all the time, and he didn't notice any ships around him from the beginning to the end, let alone who would let a teenage child be the captain. "Where is your ship?" John pointed behind him and George with his thumb. "It's always been here." Anderson looked in the direction of his finger, and actually saw a wooden boat next to his cargo ship. That boat looks like an antique. The retro shape, the old hull, and the long sails that have been basically eliminated in the last century, in today's seas of the earth, unless you go deep into the seabed and museums, you can't find similar ships of the same type at all. And the weirdest thing is that it is indeed there, less than 1 nautical mile away from Anderson's own cargo ship. It is so conspicuous that he can only notice it under the guidance of the boy. This gave Anderson a chill in his heart. I don't know why he suddenly thought of the ghost ship legend that his father, who was no longer at sea last year, told him. Chapter 168-166. Another wanted. John is here to help, not to scare. After learning from Colin that a Muggle cargo ship had been discovered, he hesitated for a while before deciding to contact the people on the ship. They have to determine where they are now and where they are going, and it is definitely impossible for them to judge this information by themselves, a group of rookies who can hardly even see the sea, so they can only find other people to help. After confirming that he wanted to contact the people on the Muggle cargo ship, John asked Neville to take over the helmsman position. Although the rudder is fully automatic, it can also be forcibly manipulated to yaw, but after the rudder is released, it returns to the previous route. The approach of the Hogwarts did not cause any reaction from the people on the Muggle cargo ship. Before disembarking, John and George had already seen the Muggle lying on the deck of the cargo ship on the Hogwarts. It's just that he didn't seem to notice the approach of such a conspicuous wooden boat, and he still talked loudly to the sailors in the cargo hold. This proves that even if the spell on the carriage is now turned into a boat, it is still effective. When sailing on the sea, Muggles will not notice them even if they are close at hand. After getting close to the cargo ship, John used the floating spell on the ring and brought George to the ship together, which also unfolded the scene just now. This is the North Sea, the sea near the east coast of England. Anderson was a little apprehensive. Originally, he didn't believe the ghost stories his father told him, but there was no way to explain the two weird boys in front of him and the boat behind them that shouldn't be on the sea. It seems that Neville's judgment is correct. John said with a slight frown, "When we were on land, the carriage was indeed running eastward all the time, and we are now in the sea between Denmark and England." George can also distinguish what is the key. He scratched his head and followed suit. "I actually turned around, we are not in the Irish Sea now. If it's in the North Sea, then Hogwarts is heading north. We're going to Northern Europe? What do you think of Northern Europe?" "Well, I remember hearing Bill and the others mention at home that among the 3 magic schools in Europe, Durmstrang is in the northernmost part of Europe, but its location is very mysterious, and outsiders basically don't know it. We want to going to Durmstrang? The reputation of that school is not good, and it is rumored that students are not forbidden to study black magic. It shouldn't be like it? John mused. He hasn't forgotten the one time Dumbledore told him before leaving the carriage. The purpose of their voyage was not only to avoid the Wizarding War in England and France, but also had a lot to do with Voldemort himself. According to what John learned, Voldemort seems to have nothing to do with Durmstrang from beginning to end. The conversation between John and George did not avoid Anderson. The captain, who had seen countless strong winds and waves on the sea, listened to their speeches and clearly understood every word, but he couldn't understand anything together. And just as he stood stiffly in place, out of the corner of his eye he looked at the wooden boat that should have only existed in the museum. By taking advantage of the noon sun, he suddenly noticed the emblem on the old sail. Seeing the symbol composed of 4 animals surrounding an H, Anderson's pupils shrank slightly. His abnormal behavior was keenly noticed by John. "What's the matter, sir? Do you recognize our ship?" he asked with a gentle expression, with a harmless look on his face. George felt a little strange about John's sudden question. He didn't see the change in the expression on Anderson's face, and couldn't figure out why John would ask a Muggle if he knew their ship. Anderson trembled visibly, and the way he looked at John and the others was significantly different from before. If before it was just a fear of the unknown, now it is a fear of recognizing something. No, it's nothing. I don't know." He stammered, speaking unconvincing words. George also realized something was wrong at this time. He squinted his eyes and drew out his wand. "Hey sir, you better tell the truth." He waved his wand, and a stream of flames left a trail where the tip of his wand passed. Such a simple technique already made Anderson almost scream. John also raised his wand, the tip of his wand flashed red light, and asked calmly, "I hope you don't yell, or we will have to use a few more oblivion spells later." "We will not hurt you, sir, but please cooperate with us." "I ask again, where did you meet? Is it our ship?" "You are a terrorist organization." Anderson could barely stand on the deck. He suppressed his instinct to shout, and said sharply, "The symbol on the sail. It is a terrorist organization that the British government has ordered symbols that will be used." George and John looked at each other. George's face was a little confused, but John's expression slowly darkened. He waved his wand without the slightest hesitation, aiming at Anderson. "Forget nothing." The next moment, Anderson froze on the spot with a dull expression, while John dragged George back to the Hogwarts. After they returned to the wooden boat, Neville let go of the rudder and let it continue to return to the previous route. Neville saw that John's expression was wrong, and he asked with some concern, "So what's going on?" After the Hogwarts was out of human control, it began to gradually move away from the cargo ship from Denmark. Standing on the bow of the ship, John could still see that Anderson had come to his senses at this time. He seemed to be wondering why he was here. On the deck, he was dazed and didn't understand, and then he began to scold the sailor named Hans for not cleaning the deck. John's face was ugly, he said in a cold voice. "The Muggle government of the United Kingdom also wants us." George didn't understand from the beginning why John seemed to be worried about this. They were not afraid of being wanted by the Ministry of Magic, but what was wanted by the Muggle government. But what John is really worried about is of course not the wanted man itself, but some meanings hidden behind the wanted man. The Dark Lord has a secret deal with the British Muggle government, or he is like the French Ministry of Magic, and he has also placed some of his own people in. Chapter 169-167 Muggle Government. The relationship between wizards and Muggles has always been complicated. But due to the special nature of magic, the maintenance of this relationship has always been decided by the wizard. Since the Act of Secrecy came into effect in the wizarding world, the two parties have completely severed their contact in legal terms, and the title wizard only exists in Muggle legends. But if it is true that the two parties have never been in touch with each other and are not at all, in most magical governments, wizards and Muggles are allowed to fall in love freely. The Muggles who had contact with wizards, or later formed families, gained the power to know the existence of magic. From this aspect, it can be seen that while the secrecy law is strictly enforced, it is also flexibly applied to certain issues to a limited extent. For another example, today's magical governments are actually established on the basis of the political system formed by Muggles, so for the convenience of some law enforcement, the leaders of each Muggle government will have the Minister of Magic come to the office on the first day they take office. Inform them of the existence of the magic world and strengthen the cooperation between the two governments. According to some standards that John learned from the original book, the communication between the heads of government must be mainly on the side of the Minister of Magic. The existence of magic allows them to have too many possible manipulations of people's memories. In order to maintain the Secrecy Act and at the same time strengthen cooperation, let the top leaders such as the Muggle Prime Minister know the existence of wizards. At the same time, the Ministers of Magic may not think of imposing some limitations on their cognition. For example, it was clearly described in the original book that when the current British Prime Minister came to power, Fudge came to him in person and introduced him to the existence of the magical world. From this, we can see many problems hidden behind. Those who can become the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom must be the top political figures in the Muggle government before becoming the Prime Minister, but they still have to wait until they become the Prime Minister to truly know the existence of wizards and magic. This probably means that the politically liberalized authority of the Secrecy Act is only for the Supreme Prime Minister, otherwise Fudge would not be allowed to come and say it in person, rather than the former Prime Minister or other Muggles who would inform the Supreme Prime Minister in advance. New Prime Minister. It is very likely that after the Prime Minister resigns, a wizard will come to clear his memory of wizards and magic from his mind, and even if he is in office, there will be various restrictions to prevent him from leaking information about the existence of the magic world. Leaked. After all, once a person with such an identity breaks through the Secrecy Act, there is no room for turning it back. While the wizarding world is so intent on reaching a cooperation with the Muggle Prime Minister, the most common thing they are prepared to do is to allow the wizarding world's law enforcement work to collude with the Muggle Prime Minister. Learning magic is equivalent to ordinary people getting a gun with unlimited bullets. A dark wizard who has committed a crime is equivalent to a thug with a gun. A shield that hinders the work of the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, it is extremely important for the two governments to have communication channels. Criminals in the wizarding world can also issue wanted orders from Muggles. Generally, they cannot be caught, but it can also make Muggles vigilant. As for meeting the Black Wizard, he would go forward foolishly. Now, Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix led by Dumbledore have become wanted criminals under Voldemort's government. The Muggle captain I met just now said that the Hogwarts school emblem is the symbol used only by terrorist organizations that the British government has been looking for. This means that the Voldemort government has completed the sharing of law enforcement information with the Muggle government. John can only think of two possibilities. The first one is that after seizing power over the entire British Ministry of Magic, Voldemort did not change the previous strategy of contacting the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle government. He still let Fudge and the current Prime Minister communicate with each other, and wholeheartedly stabilized the situation in the magical world. Live. The second, which is the worst conjecture, is that since Voldemort can spend 7 years in the French Ministry of Magic, it makes no sense that he will let go of another government that is right in front of him, the one he is most fond of. Contempt, and want to get rid of the Muggle government quickly. With the absolute advantage of information, wizards with magic such as the Imperious Curse, Inspirit, Veritaserum, and Apparition can easily control some high-level Muggles. But John frowned and thought for a long time, thinking that Dumbledore couldn't have thought of things he could think of, Just like the incident in the carriage this time was enough to prove that the old man was much more thoughtful than he was. The Muggle government will definitely have arrangements for Dumbledore, but judging from the current situation, Voldemort has the upper hand in this arrangement. Asking for directions once, John got a lot of information by insinuating. It's just that it's useless for him to worry about other things. After all, they have all gone to sea now, and what they should care about most now is their own situation. Also in the lounge, on the same map, John marked a point near the east coast of England. We are here now. Neville's judgment is quite right. The carriage has been heading east. The sea area we went to see is in the North Sea, and the direction we are heading now has been judged according to the astrology last night. Go straight north. Both George and Neville looked directly above the map. Due north of the United Kingdom, there is a Danish territory of the Faroe Islands. To the northwest of the Faroe Islands is Iceland, and if it goes to the northeast, it is Norway, Sweden, Finland, and other European countries. Looking at the meaning of Hogwarts' current voyage, if there is no major deviation in the middle of the route, then they should be going to these two places. It's just that John and the three of them pondered for a long time, but they couldn't come up with anything related to Hogwarts or the Order of the Phoenix in Iceland or Norway. But George hesitated for a while, and recalled with a frown. I seem to remember that when Ron first entered school, Charlie complained to me that they were going to a very cold place to perform tasks, and asked his mother to prepare several sweaters and coats for him at that time. It doesn't matter what the destination is once. That's all he can remember. Even in the Weasleys' house, his two older brothers, Bill and Charlie, generally don't tell their family members about their work in the Order of the Phoenix, especially the troublemakers George and Fred. A lot of news will guard against them. John touched his chin, looked at the map, and didn't say much. Now that they have determined their location and the direction they are sailing, at least the students on board can feel at ease. They have not left the UK too far. And then there are many other things on the ship that John needs to deal with. For example, they are about to spend their first important holiday away from the professors on the sea Halloween. Pushing it up today, it happens to be a holiday, so I will update it during the day. Chapter 170-168 Halloween. Halloween in the carriage before, although Hagrid would not find a place to stop the carriage to hold the banquet like the opening dinner and Christmas dinner, but in the restaurant, the professors would still make festive decorations. At this dinner, the students will prepare a big meal, and every professor will carry a lot of candy with them, and whenever a student passes by them, they will grab a handful from their pockets. Candy was stuffed into the children's hands. Now even if the adults are gone, John doesn't intend to simplify the celebration of this festival. The more they have to rely on themselves to unite, the more important is the sense of ritual that has not changed from the past. In the early morning of Halloween, the senior students in grades 4 and 5 were organized, and they began to arrange the decorations on the deck. After a collective vote the day before, everyone excitedly expressed that they would change the location of this year's holiday dinner to the open-air deck. Many students who were originally seasick have begun to adapt slowly. The ocean, which was rarely touched before, aroused the novelty of almost everyone. They celebrated dinner together on the beach by the sea, but they have never spent such a festival on the sea. As the evening approached, everything on the deck had been tidied up, and the weather today was also very good. Although it started to feel a bit cold in winter, there were no major storms. Several long tables in the dining room were moved out of the cabin, surrounded by bats transformed by transfiguration techniques around their heads, pumpkin lanterns hanging on the mast, candlesticks floating in mid-air, accompanied by the soft sound of waves. These students of Hogwarts have gradually escaped from the uneasiness of not being protected by the professors. Especially after John informed everyone of their exact location now, this undoubtedly calmed down a lot of people who were clearly agitated before. But in the same way, after solving the existing position problem, John did not forget that as students, They have to take the initiative to take on the tasks and responsibilities even if the professor is not around. Before the start of the Halloween dinner, John, as the captain, began to assign tasks for everyone on the ship in the following days. For our safety, the professors sent us overseas. They definitely didn't want to see us on the boat all day long, only knowing to eat, drink and have fun. If we are really that kind of people, we are not worthy of being their students. That's how they protect. John's words are harsh. He knows that if he wants to be truly responsible to everyone here, he can't always show a gentle attitude. Even in the carriage, strict professors like Professor McGonagall and Lily are still needed to restrain these children who have not grown up. Their nature is playful. Even if they know that the current situation is imminent, they may not be able to do anything. It is obviously wrong to do nothing like this, but without supervision and control, they will still subconsciously be lazy in their hearts and find an excuse for themselves to be lazy. So under such circumstances, John is required to assume the same role as Professor McGonagall and Lily. Some of the students who were already obsessed with living a happy life these days without having to go to class or do homework could not help but bow their heads in shame at this time. However, some students expressed doubts about his words. We don't want to do nothing on the ship all the time, but without professors, no one will teach us new magic knowledge, so what else can we do here? The question was asked by a 5th grade student, George, and Fred's best friend Lee Jordan. John could see that he wasn't trying to find any excuse to be lazy, but that he really didn't know what to do. It is indeed not easy to teach students in the 4th and 5th grades, but the courses to be learned from the 1st to 3rd grades are not too advanced. John looked at all the students and said, "No matter what, we can't stay on the boat with nothing to do. That's a waste of our own potential and time, and these are what the professors have won with their lives. The library in the cabin is completely open, and the senior students have already got the textbooks you will study this year. Without the guidance of the professor, you can spare time to study by yourself. At the same time, after tonight, I will make a schedule with George Neville and others for the next period of time at sea. The older students will take on more responsibilities to take care of the younger ones. You must not only study by yourself, but also then allocate time to teach students in the 3rd grade and below. All the students in the 4th grade are responsible for the courses of the 3rd grade students, and the 5th grade students are divided into 2 parts, teaching the 1st grade and the 2nd grade respectively. You are all promoted from the lower grades, and you all know the specific courses, and how to prepare lessons can be discussed together. Although we are not as experienced and knowledgeable as the professors, our people, if there are enough people, there will always be a better way to solve the problem." No one objected to what John said. Among the students, there are some students who need external supervision to be willing to work hard. There are also many students like Hermione who are enthusiastic and motivated about learning. Even without John's arrangement today, they would take the initiative to propose this matter. Thing. The professors set an example on the carriage, so that these students know what it means to take responsibility. The older ones take care of the younger ones. Although it will make the 4th and 5th grade students much busier than others, it also makes them feel that this as it should be. After finalizing the tasks of all the students on board, John didn't have any more long speeches, and soon announced the start of the dinner. Everyone had a great time at the dinner, and while the banquet was in progress, someone suddenly saw a small light white dot faintly on the surface of a dark sea. Soon many more people noticed the little white dot. Because it was too eye-catching in the darkness, John was also looking at the white spot. It must be a luminous body, otherwise it would not be so conspicuous in the dark night. And soon, the white dot was getting closer and bigger in the field of vision of these Hogwarts students. Within a few minutes, almost everyone saw clearly what that thing was. It's a boat too. A pirate ship that is similar to Hogwarts, shouldn't appear on the surface of modern seas at all, and has a faint fluorescent light all over its body, which looks transparent and illusory. Chapter 171-169. Ghost Ship. John let all the students hide in the cabin immediately. The moment he saw the pirate ship, an extremely bad premonition rose in his heart. That is obviously not a modern ship. With faint fluorescent light, it looks like a mirage. On the tattered long sail, there is a skull emblem with the captain's hat printed on it. It can be clearly seen that the hull is also made of wood, but the transparent there is a sense of unreality everywhere. It's like this ship is not from the world, but a ghost ship that hovers in the realm of the living. At the same time that the ghost pirate ship appeared in John's eyes, the entire sea area where they were located did not know when, a white mist rose silently. The sound of the waves seemed to be absorbed by the white mist, and the entire sky was covered, as if the Hogwarts was forcibly pulled into another quiet and dead world. The ghost ship was obviously coming towards them. Its course hadn't changed a bit since it appeared, and it was sailing straight towards John and the others. Only John, George and Neville were on the deck, and they all held a single-eye telescope in their hands, looking at the ghost ship that seemed to be some distance away from them, but was getting closer and closer at an unconventional speed. "That boat looks just like mine." A little girl's voice sounded above their heads. John and the others raised their heads and saw Gabriel returning from the cabin. What she said was indeed correct. The state of the ship looked exactly the same as hers, with a faint white fluorescent light emitting from its body, and it looked transparent and illusory. This further confirms the existing speculation in John's mind that this is a ship with ghost characteristics. John turned to look at George and Neville. "When you were at home, did you hear any legends about ghost ships on the sea near England?" George shook his head decisively. "No, Mom and Dad never told us about these things, neither did Bill and Charlie." After a pause, he thought about it and said, "Even if I read fairy tales about wizards at home when I was young, and there are no stories about these legends." Neville took a deep breath. "My dad told me something similar. He told me that the ghosts in the wizarding world are not scattered sand. They have already died once, and the future will almost exist in the world as ghosts forever. Although ghosts are dead, people's various senses can't touch the entity, but they still retain the emotions and memories of their lives, so ghosts also have their own social circle. The most famous ghost organization in the UK is called the Headless Knights. It is an organization organized by a group of ghosts whose heads have been beheaded. They have very strict conditions for recruiting members. Only ghosts whose heads and bodies are completely separated qualifications, even playing polo with their own heads a lot. But most of the ghosts think they are cool, so they are the most famous ghost group. This proves that there must be similar ghost organizations, not just the Headless Knights. Thinking about it this way, it is not so strange that there is also a ghost ship appearing on the sea, although we have never heard of it. John put down the binoculars. His face not only did not relax, but became more dignified. "Are there any ghosts who have taken refuge in the Ministry of Magic?" His question made both George and Neville stunned, but they both came to their senses soon. Neville said hesitantly, "Maybe there are ghosts who identify with pure blood thoughts, but there should be no ghosts who will cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. After all, they are all dead. They become ghosts only because they are still full of unfinished attachment to this world of living people. Rarely there are rumors of ghosts taking part in disputes among the living." George also nodded and said, "Ghosts who have already died once cannot die again, so even the Dark Lord has no way to coerce them with force, and I have never heard of any departments related to ghosts in the Ministry of Magic. Both of them make sense. No one has the ability to drive ghosts to do something, so what faction does the ghost ship that is sailing towards them now belong to? Just like Neville said, just a sea organization in the British Ghost? Saw their magic ship and came here to say hello?" Although John had doubts in his heart, he didn't worry too much. While normal ghost wizards can't do any harm to them, they can't do anything to wizards who are dead, except in Hogwarts Castle. The previous special case of Peeves. While they were talking, the ghost ship was already close at hand. John and the others could even clearly see a cannon facing them on the dilapidated deck of the ship. The ghost ship was getting closer and closer to them, and the front ends of the two ships were already showing signs of colliding, but neither the Hogwarts nor the other party had the slightest intention to stop. The next second, the bows of the boats touched each other, but there was no sense of collision. The ghost ship passed through the Hogwarts without any resistance, overlapping with the old wooden ship. This overlap did not stop at the beginning of the contact, but continued to expand. Soon, the hull of the ghost ship passed through the bodies of John and the three of them. An unprecedented coldness spread throughout their bodies. As if being poured from head to toe by a basin of cold water, John couldn't help shivering. The overall hull of Hogwarts is slightly higher than this ghost ship. After the hulls of the two ships completely overlap, the cabins where the students are not covered by any ghost cabins are still exposed. And just when John and the three of them looked at the pirate ship that had completely overlapped with the Hogwarts under their feet, and the two ships merged into one and was moving forward together, a sharp and rude voice suddenly came from below the deck. "Boys! Howl! You are surrounded by the great Captain Jack." As the voice fell, a small ghost floated up from the deck of the Hogwarts. He wore a pirate hat with a skull tattoo on his head, one foot was intact, the other was supported by wood, and his left hand was not sound, but a piece was put on the broken arm. "Tie hook, there is a hideous scar on the bridge of the nose on the face, and one eye is covered by an eye patch." The threatening words to John and the others did not come from the mouth of this little ghost, but stood on his shoulder, a parrot that was also illusory and transparent. There is more tonight. Chapter 170-170. Ghost Wizard. It's not just this little captain. Below the deck, other ghosts following him also floated out. These ghosts were obviously dressed as sailors, each with weapons in their hands, and they looked menacing, as if they were really planning to rob John and his ship. "Hand over the treasure. Boys." The little captain brandished a saber that was half his height in his hand, and the parrot standing on his shoulder shrieked, "Captain Jack only wants money. Don't kill me." Following Captain Jack, those vicious ghost sailors also shouted, "Hand over the treasure. Spare you not to die." John, George and Neville looked at each other in blank dismay. Gabrielle didn't have any panic or fear on her face. Instead, she happily floated to the side of the same camp as the pirate ghost, and shouted happily, "Hand over the treasure. Spare you not to die." She treated it like a role-playing game. To be honest, when the ghost ship sailed towards them, the posture was really scary, but after seeing these ghosts stand up, John and the others felt that it was more like a farce. Even if ghosts can still exist in the world of living people, they have no way of causing any substantial impact on reality, and at most they can scare wizards or muggles who don't know how to do it. But whether it is John, George, or Neville, they are not ignorant people. These ghost pirates look scary, but they can't do anything. John asked tentatively, "Well, Captain Jack, what kind of treasure do you need?" "Sure enough, it's a brat." The little captain raised his head proudly, and the parrot on his shoulder also said in a timely and proud voice, "Of course we only want gold, silver, and jewelry." "With all due respect, Captain, even if we have gold, silver, and jewels for you, your ship will not be able to take them away." Captain Jack was furious, and the parrot on his shoulder seemed to be jumping angrily. "How are you talking? Are you insulting Captain Jack?" John was very speechless. He felt more and more that these ghost pirates had nothing to do hanging out on the sea, and they came here to have fun with them. And just as Captain Jack was waving angrily, with a long knife in his hand that couldn't do any harm to John and the others, a helpless voice came up from below the deck. "Drake, stop messing around, don't forget your agreement with Dumbledore." Another ghost Chiron floated up from below the deck. He had silver curly hair and seemed to be middle-aged when he died. He was wearing a robe like a medieval nobleman. The ghost that floated up at the end is very different from the pirate ghosts that came out just from the appearance. He looked kindly, and when he saw John and the three of them, he nodded kindly towards them. Just a horrifying scene happened. I don't know if it's because he nodded too hard, his head suddenly tilted from his neck, leaving only a little skin to connect his identity together. This scene made John and the others take a step back in shock, only to hear the ghost whose head almost fell off his neck straighten his head again, and then kept apologizing. "Ah, I'm so sorry, but I think you can understand that the executioner didn't master the strength of my executioner, which prevented my head from being completely chopped off. I was also very distressed because of this. That's why I have never been able to join the Headless Knights." He was chattering, looking like a chatterbox. Captain Jack seemed very dissatisfied with the ghost who appeared later, whose painting style was completely opposite to theirs. The parrot that kept jumping around on his shoulder screamed, "Stupid Nicholas! You ruined Captain Jack's plan. All the gold and silver treasures that were not taken on board will be compensated by you. Hey! Don't make a joke for everyone here, Drake. Today is the time for you to complete the task. Didn't you still want to find a place to celebrate the festival just now? In fact, this is a good place." The decapitated ghost called Nicholas looked around Hogwarts with a relaxed expression. He twisted his neck so much that it made people worry whether his head would fall off his neck again in the next second. John heard the conversation between the ghost and Captain Jack. He looked at the decapitated ghost with a strange expression and asked, "You know Dumbledore, sir?" "Although I prefer to be called Sir Nicholas, people who are kinder call me Nick." He reported his family name, and John finally realized who he was at this time. The almost fleshy head that has not been chopped off, Sir Nicholas, the almost headless Nick. This is the Gryffindor garrison ghost in the original Hogwarts book, Nicholas de Mimsy Poppington. When John was lurking in the castle before, he had been wondering where the ghosts in Hogwarts had gone. He didn't see them in the carriage, nor in the castle, but he didn't expect to see one of them now that he had left the British territory. George's eyes widened when he heard Nick introduce himself. He had obviously heard the name before. "I seem to have heard of you. Bill told me that when he first entered Hogwarts Castle and was not exiled with the carriage, there was a ghost in Gryffindor called Almost Headless Nick." Nick didn't seem to be satisfied with George's title at all. He said somewhat self-destructively, "Well, I knew it. Someone will always remember this nickname. I have been away from that castle for so long, I didn't expect to get rid of it yet." He muttered a few words, but he still hadn't forgotten what John had just asked about. As the red-haired boy said, "I used to be the resident ghost of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but I left after the castle was taken by people who shouldn't have it. After all, Gryffindor College is gone, so there is no need for me to stay there anymore. After I left, I traveled in the wizarding world with Hufflepuff's resident ghost Fat Friar for a while. But Dumbledore found me and wanted me to do something for him, so I joined the German Lakes Fleet. Has been drifting on the sea for many years. Then, not long ago, Dumbledore wrote to me saying that you have entered the sea, and specially asked me to find you and serve as your guide." Chapter 173-171. The purpose of going to sea. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. John never expected to meet the ghost of Hogwarts here. He looked at Nick with some surprise, but Neville asked hesitantly at this moment, "But, Nick, I remember that ghosts shouldn't go anywhere casually, right? My father told me that ghosts are formed because wizards still have strong memories of the world of the living when they die, and even if they stay in the world of the living as the dead, they can only walk in the places where they left traces during their lifetime. Why can you come out casually?" Nick seemed to praise Neville's erudition very much, but when he answered this question, his face was obviously a little sad. This is true for most of the ghosts. Just like Drake of this ghost ship, they are confined to the sea most of the time. But the ghosts selected by Hogwarts, especially the resident ghosts, are different. Captain Jack seemed to jump in anger at Nick's words, but this did not affect him in the slightest to continue talking. For the ghosts of Hogwarts, no matter what we were before, the castle with powerful magic is our final destination. This represents its recognition of us, and it also means that we are willing to let go of other pasts. Remember the trace left at Hogwarts Castle. But then that castle changed. Nick's voice was so sad, the Sorting Hat became an ordinary broken hat, Peeves disappeared from this world forever, the portrait born for this castle we became dead things. We became a group of lonely ghosts, but we became completely independent ghosts because of it. Everyone was disappointed and sad. Barrow left with other ghosts who were willing to follow him, saying that he was going to find a way to redeem Hogwarts. Ms. Grey went to a forest alone, and she kept saying that she did it again. Something was wrong, we all felt that her spirit was a little abnormal. The fat monk and I didn't know where we were going. We wandered around Europe together, met many other ghosts, and experienced many interesting things. Until Denbulado found us, and he asked us to do something for him, so I separated from the fat monk and came to this ship. John and the others heard the sadness from Nick's tone. Hogwarts Castle is more important than anyone else to these ghosts. As he said, they left the castle, and now they are a group of lonely ghosts. But Nick obviously knew that now was not the time to vent his emotions, and soon his voice became lighter. Aha, there must be more than the three of you at Hogwarts now, right? Call the others out. Today is Halloween, a holiday for ghosts. With Drake and the others here, we can celebrate together. Don't worry, don't look, Drake is such a villain, but they were good pirates in life, just not very brains in most cases. Captain Jack obviously heard the abuse behind Nick. He threw Nick to the ground with an angry face, and pulled his head from his neck, as if to demonstrate who the brainless people really are. The parrot that had jumped on Captain Jack's head was also screaming. How dare you insult Captain Jack? Captain Jack wants to show everyone who has no brains. Gabrielle happily floated above the heads of the two fighting ghosts. This was the first time she saw her similar ghosts, and they were all such interesting ghosts. John and the three of them glanced at each other, and smiled at each other, and then George went to the cabin and called out all the students who had hid in, and held the Halloween dinner that was just interrupted in the middle. These pirate ghosts are just like what Nick said, they do seem to be a group of good ghosts, although their brains do seem to lack a tendon. Many students in Hogwarts have seen such a large number of ghosts for the first time, not to mention that the Hogwarts under their feet has overlapped with another ghost ship. Those sailors who followed Captain Jack got all kinds of musical instruments from their own ghost ship. They didn't need to eat food, and the delicacies of living people were not attractive to them at all. They stood on the edge of the deck, played the accordion and played music. Even in terms of artistic taste, ghosts appreciate music differently from ordinary people, but these sailor ghosts at sea are obviously an exception. They played the ship songs when they were alive as pirates. The students could resonate with them from the music, which made the dinner more and more lively. The banquet lasted until midnight, and the students returned to the cabin to prepare for a rest when they were tired from playing. After sending Nick to the Hogwarts, Captain Jack will also drive his ship away with his men. Nick said his last farewell to them. Don't dream of gold and silver treasures, Drake, and don't think about robbing and scaring those muggles. There is a ghost office in the Ministry of Magic. They will definitely come to trouble you after they find out the problem. Captain Jack doesn't talk to cowards, screamed the parrot. Then Captain Jack took their ghosts and left without looking back. The ghost ship and the Hogwarts began to separate, heading in another direction. Nick looked at the ship from a distance, and waved his hand towards it. I don't know if Captain Jack had planned to show force to deter him from the beginning, or in response to Nick's farewell, the gun barrel of the ghost ship boomed. There was a burst of explosion, and then the transparent shell exploded in the sky. The white mist that originally surrounded Hogwarts began to dissipate, but even though it was so late, John still didn't feel sleepy. He turned his head to look at Nick, took a deep breath, and planned to ask all the questions he had just waited for the banquet to end before asking him for advice. However, before he could speak, Nick spoke first. "You should be the one who Dumbledore arranged here to lead these children." He looked at John with some surprise on his face, "But to be honest, you don't seem to be the oldest among these children." John shrugged. "In most cases, age is not a criterion for selection, is it?" Indeed, Dumbledore never considered age when looking at people. Nick's tone became serious. "Since this is the case, Dumbledore should have told you, what is our core purpose for this trip to see?" John's face became extremely calm. Of course, he never forgot what Dumbledore said to him before leaving. In order to find the answer to why the Dark Lord became like this. "Speaking of boat songs, I have been listening to a 19th century New Zealand nautical ballad well ermine when I was conceiving the content of this volume. Then, I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Chapter 174-172. Immortality. The sea was calm, and the slightly cold sea breeze blew the black hair on John's forehead. The direct cause of such changes in this world must be Voldemort. It is precisely because of such a big change that he has become rational, wise, and powerful, which led to all the current situations. So investigating why Voldemort has undergone such a big change is not only to understand the cause and effect, but also to prepare for defeating the most evil Dark Lord from ancient times to the present. The prerequisite for defeating the enemy is to understand the enemy first. And Dumbledore has obviously not been fruitless in these years. He has never given up investigating Voldemort's past. This time he went to sea, which means that he has already achieved some results. Nick, who is now reuniting with John and the others, is one of the results. "That's right, Dumbledore found me that year and asked me to help him, that's what." Nick looked solemnly. Dumbledore never gave up investigating the past of the Dark Lord, especially after Hogwarts Castle was completely occupied. He personally visited many places and came up with a very important answer: Voldemort, he once obtained, overwhelmed the power of immortality. John listened to Nick's words without showing too much shock on his face. He knew what this so-called power of immortality was. The Horcrux was the immortality plan that Voldemort had started since his student days when he was still using the name Tom Riddle. Voldemort feared death. When he first learned that he became a wizard and was intimidated by the magic shown by Dumbledore, he had been fascinated by such a wonderful and powerful force. But soon, he, who was constantly absorbing knowledge like a sponge, discovered that no matter how powerful magic is, it cannot make people escape death. This made Voldemort very incomprehensible. He knows the existence of Philosopher's Stone and Nick Flamel, but he dismisses this hypocritical immortality, thinking that this kind of immortality relying on external objects is not to defeat death at all, but to linger under the oppression of death. Stone, that Nick Flamel must die. So he began to look for an immortality that could be controlled by himself, completely personal, and that no one could take away. After continuous searching and research, he finally found a magic Horcrux. Use the most evil killing to split your soul, and place the split part on an object or living thing to form a Horcrux. As long as the Horcrux is not destroyed, the person who made the Horcrux will live forever. This perfectly meets Voldemort's requirements. Although the Horcrux is an independent product, what resides on the object is his own soul, which naturally belongs to his own power. In his eyes, this form of immortality is better than using magic. I don't know how many times stronger than the fake one that she made the elixir. After that, as revealed in the original book, Voldemort, who was deeply appreciated by Slughorn at the time, obtained information about the Horcrux from his dean, and then found information about the Horcrux in the Hogwarts library. With the help of the basilisk released from the secret room for the first time, he killed Myrtle and made his diary into the first Horcrux. From the time this Horcrux was made, Voldemort has actually mastered the power of immortality. But after this, he didn't stop his actions. A Horcrux could not satisfy him at all. After all, as long as the diary is destroyed, he still has the possibility of death. More importantly, Voldemort has always believed that 7 is a very magical number. He wants to make 7 Horcruxes, satisfy his selfish desires, and at the same time ensure his eternal life more perfectly. He is also proud and arrogant, and has extremely high requirements for every item that can be the sustenance of his soul, so his plan to split the soul and make the Horcrux has been proceeding in an orderly manner. This is the reason why Voldemort cannot be killed directly in the original book. As long as all his Horcruxes are not destroyed, he can always be resurrected. Such a resurrection will not even cause any loss of his own strength. But now everything has changed. When John sneaked into the headmaster's office of Hogwarts Castle and saw the relics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts on the desk, he had guessed that the Horcrux might have become past. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gather such precious things together, and it would be a place where his enemies would do everything possible to enter. The power of immortality makes him extremely powerful. Even if someone in the magic world is really stronger than him, there is no way to defeat him. But although he cannot be killed, such a powerful power is not without any defects. Nick said seriously. According to Dumbledore's investigation, he is using killing to split his soul to achieve his goal of immortality, but the soul has always been the most fundamental consciousness of human beings. For wizards who rely on their will to drive magic, this is even more important. The key to the key. The Dark Lord split his soul unrestrainedly, and the constant killings made him swallowed up by violent and crazy emotions. This made his black magic more powerful, but he also completely lost his mind. Those people who followed him at the beginning were actually attracted by his charisma and lofty ideals. After all, he didn't have such a powerful power at the beginning, and he was still a leader in the entire magic world. Nobody. And after losing his mind, he became even more terrifying, like a lunatic who can only destroy, and at the same time made more people unable to accept his existence. Before splitting the soul, he called those who gathered around him friends, but later all his friends became his slaves, and he was the superior master. The entire wizarding world knows that following a lunatic has no future. Even the people around the Dark Lord are less and less loyal to him. The vast majority of people are just opportunists. Use the name of the head to help him obtain benefits. So at that time, even though he was so terrifying that no one dared to mention his name, he still hadn't been able to defeat Dumbledore and control the entire British wizarding world. Only, in one night, it all changed. Nick's voice suddenly became extremely low, and John also held his breath. A prophecy uttered by a descendant of the Trelawney family appeared. She told Dumbledore that there would be a child who would become the life and death enemy of the Dark Lord, and only one of them could survive. Chapter 175-173. The month that disappeared. This prophecy was originally known only to Dumbledore and the descendants of the Trelawney family, but the Dark Lord's subordinates overheard it. He told his master the news without hesitation, and the Dark Lord did not sit still after knowing this. Soon he locked on the prophesied child, who had just been born in Potter's house soon boy. Although Dumbledore has been helping them hide, there are still traitors among us. The Dark Lord found the Potter family that night, and also found the prophesied, and his fateful enemy. Nick's voice became extremely low. That night was a massacre, and the only intact family left was the mother of the boy in the prophecy. This prophecy, which the entire magic world had placed high hopes on, has simply become a joke. On this night, the Dark Lord underwent an unprecedented change. After he killed Potter and his son, he disappeared from the wizarding world. No one knows where he went, not even his closest subordinates. This disappearance has produced a lot of chain reactions. The wizards in the magic world thought that the prophecy had worked. In fact, the Dark Lord and his fateful enemy died together. His subordinates also became impatient, and they were crazy about the whole world. The magic world dug 3 feet, until a month later, the Dark Lord reappeared. John's gaze became deeper and deeper as Nick talked. He heard the crux of the problem, just as he had guessed before. The node where Voldemort changed was the night he killed Harry Potter. Not only was Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, killed, but more importantly, what happened to Voldemort himself? And after the Dark Lord reappeared, he seemed to be a different person. Nick's voice became puzzled. The most notable change is that he began to restrict the actions of his subordinates. Originally, after breaking the prophecy that everyone was encouraged by, his reputation had reached the peak of the magic world. This should have been the beginning of his reckless behavior. However, at that time he gathered all his subordinate. The speculators, the vacillators, the loyalists, all attended that speech. He said that their previous violent actions were wrong. To make the pure blood great, not only rely on violence, they have to with a sound system and sound ideas. Those who are truly capable of holding power can see clearly the future of their organization. He said that the ancient wizards were ignorant. They didn't understand the importance of keeping the wizard blood pure. This is a mistake made by the ancestors, and it cannot be fully borne by the current half-blood wizards. The same level as those Muggle wizards, after all, they still have noble blood on them. John's face became extremely solemn. He knew that this meeting was the beginning of Voldemort's change, and it was also the beginning of his official transformation from a terrorist to an ambitious man. His words surprised everyone, but also excited almost everyone. The loyal ones have absolute admiration for their master. No matter what decision he makes, they will only obey. The speculators and vacillators are extremely pleased to find that their unclear pure blood identity is proven. Those pure blood families that have been handed down in the magic world so far have truly maintained their bloodlines from beginning to end as wizards, and there are very few without Muggles. They hold high the banner of pure blood. In fact, they are simply to erect themselves. Noble excuses for others. When the Dark Lord was crazy, many people felt that he insisted on absolute bloodism. Once he found out that there was a dishonorable stain in the family history of following others, no matter what achievements he had made before, he would be pushed to death. The abyss. But it's different now. The perfection of the pure blood theory represents the perfection of the legitimacy of their privileges, especially after the Dark Lord has further distinguished the boundaries between pure bloods, half-bloods, and Muggle wizards. The taint will no longer be liquidated. More people have seen the benefits, and more people have felt that everything this Dark Lord has done is not only due to madness, he can really lead the vast majority of people to a higher level. Good future. John unconsciously thought of a sentence in his mind: unite the majority and strike a small number. Recalling the dark past, Nick's face was extremely gloomy. Muggle wizards have completely transformed into what they call mudbloods since then, and they have not classified Muggle wizards who have combined with pure-blood or half-blood wizards into the category of slaves. But even so, they still feel that high-level wizards don't need so many slaves. A purge against Muggle wizards began, and all those who did not accept slavery began to be massacred. The Ministry of Magic is powerless to stop this. The Dark Lord has become unprecedentedly powerful after his return, much stronger than the one who broke the prophecy before. The wizard government soon fell and became the Dark Lord's loyal lackey. The Melon Wizards suffered a bloodbath, and many fled to Hogwarts Castle, where Dumbledore was sheltering at the time. You should also know what happened later. Dumbledore and the Dark Lord had a decisive battle in the castle, and they were defeated by him in the end. Many Muggle wizards were killed, and the rest could only become slaves. The entire wizarding world became what it is now. Dumbledore took the remaining rebels into exile until now. There is a huge contrast between the Dark Lord and the Front. It only took a very short time for him to go from crazy to rational, and from strong to stronger. John said softly. The month he disappeared after killing Potter and his son. That's right. Nick said through gritted teeth. The problem was that month. Where did the Dark Lord go? What did he do? Who did he meet? These are all key, and Dumbledore has been investigating, that is, all traces of him during this time. John stared at Nick. Is this what Dumbledore asked you to do? Nick nodded. That's right, I'm a ghost. Without the original restrictions, I can go in and out of many places that wizards can't reach. This is my biggest advantage. What about the result? Facing John's question, Nick slowly replied. No matter how powerful he is still a living person. As long as he is a living person, it is impossible to act in this world without leaving any traces. Chapter 176-174. The beginning of the massacre. Dumbledore used many methods to find out where the Dark Lord went that month. At first, he thought it would be a very difficult task, but he didn't expect to find traces of the Dark Lord's brief stay in many places very easily. Nick said seriously. But after in-depth investigations in those places, no value was found, and the Dark Lord stayed for a short time, most of them stayed for a few hours or even a few minutes, and then left using magic. This is very confusing. Dumbledore listed all the places he has been to, trying to find some kind of connection, but he always found nothing. Soon he wanted to understand one thing. The Dark Lord appears in various places aimlessly, he seems to be looking for something. Then, Dumbledore spent a lot of energy and dispatched almost 2/3 of his men, and finally found something unusual in one place. Nick looked in the opposite direction that Hogwarts was driving. John followed his gaze and looked at the past. Behind them was the endless sea, but even though the sea was empty, he thought of what Nick was looking at in the blink of an eye. The Dark Lord has gone to sea. Nick nodded seriously. Yes, he didn't use apparition or magic to fly directly there, but built himself a raft, and he drove that raft to the sea from the area where you went into the sea. This almost made Dumbledore ignore it at the time. No one would think that such a Dark Lord who wanted to kill all the Muggles in the world used Muggles instead of magic to go to a place. John stroked his smooth chin, thinking about it. This is not necessarily his own will, but maybe the place he wants to go, no matter what magic he uses, he can't get there. Your thoughts are exactly the same as Dumbledore's. Nick exclaimed. He took that raft by himself, leaving all his men in England behind, and was so anxious that he didn't even have time to tell them they were safe, so he started to sail across the ocean. Afterwards, the whereabouts of the Dark Lord became even more difficult to trace. The lack of any magic means that we also have no way to use magic means to investigate. Fortunately, Dumbledore reconciled with another extremely dangerous person. That person has eyes that can see into the future. He can know many things for no reason, even if this thing has never happened before his eyes. He saw certain tracks in a fog, and then Dumbledore sent me to the sea and boarded Drake's ghost ship. I have indeed made more discoveries over the years, but I am just a ghost after all, and I have no way to do things like a living person. To really find out where the Dark Lord went to sea on that raft, a living person must come. John looked at the starry night sky. Now, he finally understood what Dumbledore's ultimate purpose was for letting them go to sea by boat. He said softly, "We're going to retrace the path that the Dark Lord once walked." The French magic world has become very bleak. It has been a week since the temporary parliamentary meeting that shocked everyone was held. In this week, all kinds of news are flying all over the sky, but what everyone knows is, here comes the man who is called Mr. Greatest in the UK. He not only came, but also took his pure blood superiority theory to become the newly appointed Minister of Magic of the French Ministry of Magic. The entire French Magic Council became a capitulation government, submitting to that man's black robe. Originally, only 80% of the councillors who surrendered to him were only 80% of the entire parliament, but after that meeting, 3 of the remaining 20% Muggle wizard councillors were killed because they objected in court, and the rest they were all deprived of their status as members of parliament and became the first batch of mudblood slaves in France. Yes, that man did not hesitate to implement the same bloodline policy in France as in Britain. The French government of magic has completely become his running dog. The Ministry of Magic completed self-cleaning on the night of the end of the parliamentary meeting. All Muggle wizard employees were arrested and prepared to be transformed into slaves. Other mixed race and pure blood people who met the bloodline requirements did not suffer any harassment. They still have their old positions, and everything in the Ministry of Magic is still running normally. But everyone knew that the moment that man appeared in the meeting, the current French magic world and the previous one were completely two different things. The day after the meeting, the action began. The first to bear the brunt is the interior of the French Ministry of Magic. Not only were all the Muggle wizards arrested, but the newly appointed Minister of Magic expanded the staff in the Auror Command. Those new French purebloods who clearly sided with him expanded the Auror team, and these people were the main force of the next operation. Voldemort issued his first ministerial order in France. From then on, all mudbloods will lose their human rights, deprive them of the right to use wands, personal property, and political rights, and can only succumb to their noble blood for life. This order is of course impossible to be supported. Although the Ministry of Magic and the higher UPS have surrendered, Muggle wizards will definitely not be caught without a fight. For the vast majority of half-blood wizards, even if Voldemort's rule didn't harm them in any real way, it didn't give them any major benefits like pure blood. What's more, before Voldemort came to France, it was impossible to just make friends with mixed blood and mixed blood. Many of them had friendship with Muggle wizards. Such friendship might not be enough for them to risk their lives to speak out for the freedom of Muggle wizards. But it also made them fall into silence on the bloodline policy. In such a strange atmosphere of silence, desolation, and depression, the Aurors began to move out. Abolishing the human rights of Muggle wizards is definitely not just talk. The first and most important thing is to confiscate the wands in their hands. Fierce resistance followed. Every wizard understands that the magic wand is the basis for their survival. Without a magic wand, most wizards will lose the ability to cast spells stably, which is equivalent to losing the ability to resist. They began to attack the Auror who came to collect the wand, and the Auror didn't hesitate to react to this. They directly used the death curse on the rebellious Muggle wizards. What is happening in France today is exactly what Britain has experienced. At the beginning of the Bloodlines rule, for the sake of stability, some mudbloods had to be slaughtered first. The moment the government order to confiscate the wand is issued, it represents the beginning of the massacre. Chapter 177-175. Beginning. Your son just entered Beaux Batons this year, right? Tony. Beside Montmartre Square, in a gloomy Muggle residence. Here are 7 men in white robes, carefully wiping their wands in the room. 6 months ago, I felt that the direction of the magic world was not right. After I received Beaux Baton's acceptance letter, I didn't let him report. The one who spoke was a lean and thin wizard. He calmly answered his companion's questions, and kept his eyes fixed on the wand in his hand during this period, as if there was only one thing in this world that could attract his attention. I still remember him, a clever little guy. When I was a guest at your house last time, he was showing off to me the toy wand he just got. Did he blame you for controlling him not to go to the magic school? Chatting with him was a chubby wizard with glasses and a spotless white robe. At first glance, he looked like the healers in a Muggle hospital. It's better to blame me for not letting him learn magic than to be a slave in that manner now. Tony suddenly laughed, but there was no positive emotion in that smile, only endless hatred seemed to be overflowing. A mudblood's child is still a mudblood. If he only wants to enslave me for a generation, maybe I will bear it, but they want me and my children and grandchildren to live forever. He gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to chew up the words he had spoken. The movements of the hands of all the wizards in the room who were wiping their wands froze. Under their calm faces were uncontrollable anger and hatred. The knuckles of each finger in the hands that were holding the wands tightly faintly pale. An owl suddenly flew into the room through the half-open window. Someone caught a letter. "Is he still trying to discourage us?" asked the fat wizard. The person who read the letter raised his head, and he passed the letter to others. "No, Dumbledore wrote to tell us that he has helped to settle our family," Tony said in a deep voice. "He is indeed as upright as the legend says, and he is a great wizard." There was silence in the room. After a long time, the voice sounded again. "There is always someone to prove, isn't it?" Someone said calmly. "We didn't do anything wrong." Someone said in a low voice. "They said we were born low, and called us mudbloods. They say we have no right to hold a wand, no right to be human. They joined forces with outsiders to enslave their own people. They denied us everything and made us domesticated house elves in human form. They say that their blood is naturally noble, and our dirty ones don't even deserve to breathe the same air with them." Everyone was speaking different things calmly to the extreme. Obviously those voices were like an ordinary tea party, but the air condensed to the extreme. The fire in the fireplace was beating, but the orange-red flame did not bring any warmth to the room, as if the oppressive atmosphere even suppressed the flame. Each of them was not tall, and the thin Tony stood up from the chair. The tip of the clean wand in his hand was dancing with red sparks. This indicates that his emotions are not as calm as they seem, and the restlessness hidden on the calm surface has driven the magic power and passed it to the wand. "They will kill, and so will we. They say we are inferior, but we can also use the killing curse. They can use violence to oppress, so of course we can use violence to resist." The other 7 people in the room also stood up, and they looked out the window at the entrance with the most concentrated power in the French magic world. "Then let's start with what we do," the fat wizard said softly. "Use violence to control violence, and blood will pay for it." They left the room. The Montmartre square in the dark night was so quiet that when the explosion spell blasted the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, most of the surrounding dark rooms were lit up with lights. The muggles living around were sleepy and opened the windows to check the situation, only to see a dark, smoking underground passage on the ground. Tony 7 broke into the French Ministry of Magic. As soon as they bombed the entrance, the Aurors on duty at night in the Ministry of Magic were the first to react. The resplendent main hall not only represents the authority of the French Ministry of Magic, but also demonstrates the prosperity of this magical society. Originally placed in the middle of the main hall were statues of the original founders of the French Ministry of Magic, but at this time those statues have been completely removed. A new statue is being erected there. The man sculpted by magic is a perfect replica of his handsome face in real life, with a straight nose bridge and charming eyes, facing the doors leading to all other departments in the main hall, as if looking at his own territory. When they saw this statue, the eyes of the 7 people instantly became blood red. An English wizard not only became their minister and denounced them as slaves, but also erased all the glory of the French wizards in the past, and established his own authority on top of it. "Break to pieces." Tony did not hesitate to cast a spell at the newly built statue that had not yet been protected. Boom! The sound of the stone breaking and cracking sounded, and the statue of Mr. Great turned into a puddle of stone powder scattered on the ground. And this scene is being seen by the Aurors who just dared to come. These Aurors, who were composed of new purebloods and had been the staunchest supporters of the theory of pureblood supremacy from the very beginning, raised their wands at the 7 people who violently broke into the Ministry of Magic without any hesitation. Avada Kedavra! Green light illuminated the main hall, and more than a dozen death-defying curses shot out at the top of Tony's 7. 7 of them hid beside the surrounding stone pillars that supported the stability of the Ministry of Magic building. The killing curse was blocked by the entity, splashing countless stone chips, leaving only pitted holes in front of the stone pillars. Tony and the others did not swing their sticks to fight back. They panted violently and looked at each other behind the stone pillar. Their bloodshot eyes were full of determination. Freedom. Equality. These are the two words written on the title page of the magic law. Someone roared. You can destroy our flesh, but the unyielding spirit will last forever. 7 wizards in white robes raised their wands together. Since you want war, then we will send war to your face. Thunderbolt explosion. 7 voices, merged into one spell. The moment their bodies read the spell, their entire lower body disappeared instantly. Viscera and blood gushing out. The ancient sacrificial magic multiplied their spells, and the deafening roar shook the entire earth like a thunderstorm. Boom. Another 2 chapters are owed, counting the 2 chapters on the first, and the 5 chapters of the leader, a total of 9 chapters are owed. Try to make up this month. Chapter 178-176. Huge pit. The raging fire instantly flooded the entire main hall of the Ministry of Magic. As the political center of the entire French magic world, the Ministry of Magic has of course been given enough protective magic. But Tony and the others identified the weak points of the entire building from the very beginning, and used one of the most unacceptable types of black magic, sacrificing their own bodies, multiplying the effect of the explosive spell. The auras constantly glowed with the protective light of the iron armor curse, but the terrifying explosive power shattered their protection the moment they came into contact. 5 auras were blown into gas on the spot, and they were not the ones who were most affected. The stone pillars used to support the structure of the entire Ministry of Magic collapsed, and the entire hall was flashing a dangerous red light. Those ancient protections could not resist such a powerful force, and dust and stones began to fall from the ceiling. The Ministry of Magic has already had a precursor to collapse. Some of the 7 or 8 auras who were still alive were still supporting their teammates who were hugging their severed limbs and howling in pain, while some had already swung their sticks in a panic and used apparition to escape from this dead place. Tony, the 7 of them have disappeared. This unprecedentedly powerful explosive spell has an effect at such a short distance, and they who have already sacrificed their lower bodies have no possibility of dodging. Just like the 5 gasified auras, their physical bodies have returned to the whole world. Obviously before coming, even their deaths were planned. There were only 7 of them. Even if the 7 of them sacrificed their entire bodies, they would not be able to kill many pure-blood lackeys. But if the Ministry of Magic can be destroyed less than a week after Voldemort takes power in France, it will be enough to show the will of Muggle wizards. Some people may fear death and accept the tragic future silently, but there must be some people who would rather die than give up their human dignity and freedom. The Muggle residents around the Montmartre Heights Square hadn't fallen asleep from the previous movement for a long time, and a louder explosion sounded in their ears. Along with the explosion, the ground began to shake continuously. Their houses were shaking, making many people mistakenly think that they had experienced an earthquake. Residents in pajamas ran out of their houses in a panic, and then they froze on the spot. The originally empty Montmartre Square has completely disappeared at this time. The original location of the square left only a huge hole. The courageous Muggles walked to the edge of the huge pit. They stretched their heads to look inside. Through the dust that had begun to dissipate, they could vaguely see a pile of buildings under the pit. In addition to the debris, there are also owls struggling to escape from the ruins. Like living things, they were smashed to pieces by stones. As a result, the chair legs, the chair, and the back of the chair bounced together and assembled into a complete chair. There is also a wolf-like and human-like monster crawling out of the ruins covered in blood, howling at the sky wolf. There are many broken tea sets and teapots around him, looking for the other half of his body, wanting to reassemble. The Muggles who saw all this were dumbfounded. What shocked them even more was that several sonic booms sounded like whips slapping the air, and 7 or 8 strange people in black robes, some of whom had missing limbs, and were crying and bleeding, appeared beside them. The clothes on them were all tattered, and some of them couldn't even cover the key parts of their bodies. Some people hesitated to come forward to ask them if they needed any help, and some people had already gone home, picked up the phone and started calling the police. Then, countless sonic booms that were exactly the same as just now sounded around. Wizards in robes kept appearing around a huge pit. When they saw the pile of ruins in the pit, everyone's face was extremely ugly. Still maintaining Roland's appearance, Bella looked sullenly at an Auror who was supporting a companion with a broken leg, and didn't care about the casualties of these people at all. "You better explain to me what's going on right now." The Auror's face was very tense, his lips were pale and bloodless, and he stammered. "Yes, some mudblood suddenly attacked the Ministry of Magic. We wanted to kill them on the spot, but they cast an explosive spell." "Where did it detonate?" Bella stared at him coldly, as if his answer didn't satisfy her, she would raise her wand to take the Auror's life away in the next second. "The main hall." The Auror swallowed and said, "We didn't let them break into a position further back, just in the main hall." Bella was slightly relieved at this time. The underground structure of the French Ministry of Magic, like the British Ministry of Magic, is layered. The main hall is in the middle of the floor, and the part of the floor between the main hall and the ground is the Department of Magic Law Enforcement, the Werewolf Liaison Office, and the Department of International Magic Cooperation. Although important, the importance is only reflected in their responsibilities. The really key Department of Mysteries, Department of Management and Control of Magical Beasts, and Department of Magical Transportation are all on the floor below the main hall. In this way, even if the top of the main hall collapses, it will not cause too appalling losses. Bella didn't feel sorry for the property of these French wizards, but now that the entire French Ministry of Magic has completely transitioned into Voldemort's hands, she didn't want these people like herself to spend all their efforts to win these benefits for their masters, so meaningless destroyed. But even so, the current situation is an unacceptable thing. Voldemort had only been appointed Minister of Magic for less than a week, and half of the Ministry of Magic, the center of the French magic world, had been destroyed, which must have dealt a huge blow to his prestige. This will not have any impact on the final result, but it will definitely stimulate those Muggle wizards who are constantly resisting, and will add more obstacles to the entry of the whole of France into the era of pure blood superiority. Just as employees from the Ministry of Magic rushed here overnight, that handsome man quietly appeared beside Bella. He looked at the huge pothole, with no expression on his face. Then he raised his hand and aimed his wand at the werewolf who had escaped from the collapsed Werewolf Liaison Office and was still howling madly in the middle of the ruins. A dead green light shot out from the tip of his wand. The next moment, the werewolf who survived the catastrophe fell to the ground without a sound. The Reversal of Accidental Magic Incident Team, Amnestic Cancellation Command, Muggle Conciliation Committee to deal with the surrounding Muggles, get them out of here, and then erase all memories of tonight. The Aurors are now going to cast confusion spells and Muggles around the square melon repelling charm, keep new Muggles away. Chapter 179-177. Restoration as before. He gave orders calmly. Absolute authority in the French Ministry of Magic, so that everyone who receives the order starts to act. They either ordered or forced them to drive away all the Muggles around them, and then began to use the Oblivion Charm one by one. The Aurors all came to the outermost edge of the square, and began to cast the Muggle-repelling curse, so that the fire engines and police cars that had already received the police report had just entered this area, and began to forget that they had come in the middle of the night. "What the is here?" and then drove away again. At the scene of the huge pit, Voldemort raised his wand in front of all the remaining people in the French Ministry of Magic. An unbelievable aura emanated from his body, and the powerful to the extreme magic power had exerted a unique influence on reality even without the traction of any spells or magic. He held up his wand, waved it lightly according to a certain pattern, and then uttered that very common restoration spell. Restored as before. Almost every wizard must master the magic spells for life, which have played an amazing role. The dust, stones, tables, chairs, benches, and fragments of various magic items in the ruins of the giant pit all floated in the air. Then these fragments seemed to have their own consciousness, and began to swim quickly, like a little tadpole looking for its mother, and quickly returned to the original position when it was intact. None of the employees and members of the French Ministry of Magic dared to blink, as if they were afraid of missing out. This is enough to be called a magical miracle even in the magic world. The restoration speed of the Ministry of Magic is very fast. Such a serious damage and ruin-like wreckage have been completely restored to the Montmartre Heights Square before it was destroyed in less than 10 minutes. The wizards present looked at the man again, their eyes full of awe and fanaticism. With a smile on his face, Voldemort held out his hand without a wand to the entrance of the Ministry of Magic that was no different from before tonight. Everyone, do you want to go in and take a look at your own office? If there is something missing, you can register it with the logistics department of the minister's office, and you will get compensation of the same value. He sent an invitation, but no one would refuse, and no one dared to refuse. The French wizards returned to the Ministry of Magic, which was still in ruins just before them, and it looked no different from before they left after get-off work in the evening. The ground is clean and tidy, the surrounding decorations are resplendent, and the statue of Mr. Great still stands in the middle of the main hall, as if the so-called ruins are just an illusion that appeared in front of their eyes. They visited the Ministry of Magic, checked their office during the day, and nothing changed, not even a teacup, not a single page of information was missing. It's just that the dead things are still there, and the living things that have died are obviously impossible to restore. The owl who remained in the Ministry of Magic suffered heavy casualties, and 2 werewolves who were urgently detained in the werewolf liaison office, one was crushed to death, and the other died under Voldemort's death curse. But no one really dared to take these losses to the minister's office. In the past, the vast majority of wizards in Europe have heard of the reputation of this wizard who overthrew the regime of the British Ministry of Magic and was called Mr. Great. But apart from the native British wizards, few people have really seen his power. And now, all the Ministry of Magic employees present saw it all. It is not sure who will come after such a restoration spell, but it is definitely unprecedented. The size of the French Ministry of Magic, no one knows better than these employees and counselors who work in it all day. This plan to destroy the Ministry of Magic planned by the 7 of Tony and the others not only failed to hit even the slightest bit of prestige of Voldemort, it even raised his prestige to a higher level. The power of group unity is very strong, but this is the magic world, and the existence of magic greatly distinguishes the gap between individuals. After this gap reaches a certain level, the will of one person can suppress the resistance among the entire group, not to mention that the French Muggle wizards have not been truly united from the beginning to the end, otherwise this an operation will not only come with 7 of Tony and the others. After stabilizing the situation, in the minister's office, the smile on Voldemort's face faded, and he sat on the main seat expressionlessly. Opposite him were Bella, who was kneeling on the ground, and Robistan, who controlled the Auror command. Why didn't you take good care of the safety of the Ministry of Magic during this time period? His tone was calm, but Robastan's whole body trembled unconsciously. Lord, Master, this is all my fault, but the resistance in the French magic circle is a bit too fierce. I need to send more Aurors to collect their wands, so. What I want to hear is not an excuse. Robastan's body trembled more violently. I admit my mistake, Master, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. Voldemort looked at him with no emotion in his eyes, crossed his fingers together, and made a rare movement. Do what you should do first, contact the French Muggle Prime Minister, let him control the Muggle public opinion, don't have any risk of shaking the secrecy law, otherwise, you know the consequences. Robistan immediately got up from the ground as if he had received an amnesty, and left the minister's office respectfully. Only Bella is left here. Is there any more news from Dumbledore? He asked coldly. The whole of Britain has lost their whereabouts. Combined with the recent movements in France, your judgment was correct, Master. Bella said with disgust, they have come to France. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Voldemort's face instead. Bella, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at that handsome face with irrepressible obsession and admiration in her eyes. This is a good thing for us. All the enemies are gathered together. This is the most anticipated situation. Go back to England and inform Lucius and Batty that they will bring half of the people over. The identities are all arranged. Bella lowered her head. I'm going to do it, my master. After that, she also left the minister's office, and Voldemort was the only one left in this luxurious room. He no longer intentionally controlled his right hand, the fingers that were tightly clasped together were separated, and the hand that was holding the wand and using the restoration spell was trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, without hesitation, he grabbed a dagger from the table, plunged it into the palm of his right hand, and nailed his entire palm to the table. Scarlet blood spurted out. I remind you. Don't cause trouble for me when I am doing things. Chapter 180-178. Boarding Azkaban. Nick's arrival provided Hogwarts with a lot of fun. As a ghost who died in the Middle Ages and has been staying in Hogwarts Castle since then, he is undoubtedly quite knowledgeable. He is also Gryffindor's resident ghost. Nick's personality is also very open, and he quickly became one with the students. Gabriel was most excited about this, and finally a kind of hers came on board, and now she spends all day walking around Nick, listening to him tell all kinds of stories about ghosts. You are definitely not qualified to join the Headless Knights. Nick said decisively, let's not say that you didn't lose your head at all. The identity of the ghost is very problematic now. The ghost that drank the dead soul water is not endorsed by most ghost groups. Gabriel's face was obviously a little disappointed. She heard Nick talk about the interestingness of the Headless Knights, and expressed her longing for this organization. Then how do I separate my head from my body when I become a ghost? This is actually very simple. Nick snapped his fingers. As long as you die by decapitation, it's fine, but be careful, when decapitating, you must ensure that the executioner's skills are high enough to chop off your head with an axe, otherwise there will be a little skin attached like me, and the Headless Knights don't want it at all. Gabriel nodded earnestly, as if she was really thinking about looking for a skilled executioner to help her join the Headless Knights in the future after she became a living person. John, who was looking at the chart, raised his head and looked at the two of them helplessly. Don't teach children badly, Nick, she still has a long life in the future. How could she die so early, let alone be decapitated? Nick shrugged, and he floated to John's side. I have officially started teaching the 4th and 5th grade students, but I told you before, I understand the wand gestures and pronunciation of these spells, but I am just a ghost after all. There is no way give them more help when they make mistakes in practice. This is enough. John said softly, now is a special period. We don't have time to waste. It's good if we are still enriching our knowledge. As for how much we can learn in the end, it depends on ourselves. Nick still praised it very much. The students are very serious. You know, I was the ghost of Gryffindor College before. At that time, although the Dark Lord had risen in the wizarding world, he hadn't occupied Hogwarts Castle like he is now. At that time the Leather Monkeys don't have so many people who put all their energy on their studies. They wish they could live on the Quidditch field every day, and stepping into the classroom seems like a torture to them. Times have changed. Under such circumstances, if they are still so lazy, it is tantamount to enjoying the time that professors have fought so hard for. John didn't say too much on this issue. He pointed to a specific point on the chart. Is this the goal of our voyage? That point is located within the sea area of the North Sea, but it is far away from the British Isle, and it seems that there is no mark of any island. This is just the first sailing goal. When it comes to business, Nick is obviously a lot more serious. This ground is not recorded in Muggle charts, so you can't see it. The island was cast with an extremely powerful protective spell hundreds of years ago. Basically, no Muggles can get close to it except wizards. And you must have heard the name of this island. John was taken aback for a moment, then he looked back at the point on the chart, and went through all the information about the island he had learned in the magic world in his mind. The North Sea. This is Azkaban. Yes, our first target point is Azkaban Island, and this is also the first place where the Dark Lord arrived during the month when he disappeared there. As far as I know, he stayed on this prison island for 3 days. John frowned. Apparently, Azkaban Island was not a good place for most figures. When he landed on the island, did all the Dementors on the island join him? Nick shook his head. I don't know about this. Part of the route of the ship driven by Drake and the others passed by this prison island, so after I learned about the traces of the Dark Lord, I quietly been to that island. At that time, many wizards of the Order of the Phoenix were still locked up on this island. I deliberately avoided those Dementors. Although their ability to absorb positive emotions had little effect on ghosts, if they found my existence, and may communicate this matter with other Aura guards on the island. It's just that after going to the island, I didn't find any more, because there are many hidden places there that require magic to enter, and I obviously don't have this ability. John noticed the key to Nick's words. There are still Aura stationed in Azkaban. Nick explained to John. Of course, there are no superiors and subordinates between the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors. The two parties are just a cooperative relationship. Since it is cooperation, there must be communication. And not all prisoners are sentenced to life after they are sentenced to Azkaban. Imprisonment means being sucked into madness by these Dementors or committing suicide. There is also a sentence of imprisonment, and the handover of these people in and out of prison requires the cooperation of wizards and Dementors. When he said this, he paused, as if thinking of something, and continued. However, after the large-scale jailbreak of the Order of the Phoenix, many Dementors were allowed to land on the island of Great Britain. Now there should not be many monsters left behind in Azkaban, let alone Aurors. Very few wizards would want to stay in that kind of place. John thought about looking at the chart. In other words, now is the best time for us to go to the island. Then what is our goal in coming to Azkaban Island? Nick said in a deep voice. Of course it is necessary to find out exactly what the Dark Lord did during the 3 days he stayed on this island that year. According to the situation at the time, that is, when he boarded Azkaban, from then on, these Dementors completely surrendered to him and became his lackeys. John took a deep breath and nodded silently. According to our current speed, how long will it take to reach Azkaban? 2 days at the latest. Chapter 181-179. Before going to the island. Nick's estimated time is very accurate. One morning in early November, after waking up early in the morning, some students who came to the deck to relax found that the entire Hogwarts had been shrouded in a grey mist. No one can see the scenery ahead. Fortunately, the Hogwarts is unmanned, and there is no need for a special person to control the course. After seeing the grey fog, Nick concluded that they were not far from Azkaban Island, and it would take at most another morning before they could reach the coast of that prison island. So, this morning's class was temporarily cancelled, and John called everyone together to start making plans for the next arrival on Azkaban Island. Most of the students will definitely stay on board. This sea ship transformed from a carriage is still protected by extremely strong protective magic. Dumbledore told him before departure that the age restriction spell was already in effect on the ship, and any wizard who did not meet the requirements had no possibility of boarding the ship, unless it was used by an extremely powerful wizard who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore confused. As for whether Dementors can break into Hogwarts, no one knows, but what is certain is that staying on the ship must be safer than entering the island. After all, if something unexpected happens, Hogwarts can start ahead of time, stay away from Azkaban Island, and continue sailing to the next target point. So at the beginning, John planned to disembark from the boat and land on the island with Nick alone. Among all the people, he was the only one who could exert the effect of the Patronus charm. Had an impact. As long as he is not surrounded by a large number of Dementors, he will not be in any danger under normal circumstances after landing on the island. It's just his idea, which has been strongly opposed by most other people. We know that we haven't learned the Patronus charm, and we can't help you when fighting those Dementors, but Nick also said that no one can guarantee how many wizards will remain on this island. Down. Neville said seriously. The escape of members of the Order of the Phoenix did not involve all the prisoners held here. There must be other prisoners in Azkaban. This means that the Ministry of Magic may also arrange for some Aurors to be stationed here. If you meet these people, then we can help you. Many people agree with what Neville said. Hermione pursed her lips. We believe in your strength, but one more person can always be just in case. We will not hold back, nor will we be a burden to you. John touched his forehead with a headache. Well, what you said is indeed reasonable. I also believe in your abilities, but I can only take one more person with me when I disembark. If there are more, then there is no way to guarantee the scope of the Patronus charm. After all, we have to come to think of it, Dementors are the most numerous on this island, aren't they? The students, especially Neville, Ron, and Hermione, who are at the same level as John, all showed unwilling expressions on their faces. They are obviously dissatisfied, but this dissatisfaction is not aimed at anyone else, but at themselves. Obviously they and John entered the school in the same year, but it is obvious that they have been unable to catch up with his progress. What's more, they didn't relax at all, especially Hermione. After delaying her study time for a whole year and a half, she just relied on hard work to catch up with her progress. Students who learn to cast wands from the beginning have almost the same level of enchantment. But there is still an insurmountable gap between him and John. The students who disembarked with John in the end can only be selected from the 5th grade students. They have basically learned all the basic spells, and have been exposed to more advanced spells. Some outstanding students even met the adult wizards who walked out of the campus. Then, almost the same. The best grades among the 5th grade students were drawn, and finally Fred, one of the Weasley twins, got the qualification. Compared to the original book requiring Mrs. Weasley to worry about whether they could pass their wizarding grades, their grades in school have always been among the top in their grades. There are no stupid people in the Weasley family. George and Fred just didn't focus on their studies a lot of the time, but during this period of exile, they also knew that under the protection of so many people who sacrificed their lives, I am not qualified to study other things that I am interested in, but force myself to focus most of my energy on learning. After confirming the disembarkation personnel, John handed over the command of staying on board to take care of the students to Neville and George. Especially after all the other students left, he left the two of them alone, exhorting very seriously. After we go to the island, you must arrange people to keep vigilant on the island. If you find signs of Dementors attacking Hogwarts on a large scale, don't hesitate to let the ship leave the island immediately. Neville frowned. What will you do after leaving the island? The course of the Hogwarts is not completely out of our control. At worst, you hang out in the nearby sea for a while, and then find a chance to return. John said. Neville and George nodded together, but Nick on the side showed a hesitant look. After seeing John winking at him quietly, he didn't want to say what he wanted to say. What you say means what you say. The island of Azkaban is not big, but it is covered with grey fog all year round, but as long as the distance between us is not so far apart that there are two extreme positions, The sparks can still be seen. John continued. At that time, look at the sparks I released. You control the Hogwarts to determine the next action. The green sparks represent that we need to evacuate. At that time, you can drive the boat to the coast near the sparks. The red sparks, it means that the situation has deteriorated to a certain extent, and you must immediately leave the coast of Azkaban Island and leave the area of this grey fog, and then talk about the next thing. He explained all possible situations to Neville and George. Even if Azkaban lacks guards now, this most terrifying prison in the magic world is still a dragon's den and a tiger's den for them, so we must do all the worst. Plan. Soon, just as John and Fred had prepared all the preparations and were ready to go, the Hogwarts shook suddenly, and then the whole ship visibly stopped. They landed. Chapter 180-180. Hogwarts that never existed. Azkaban didn't start with Dementors, used by the Ministry of Magic as a prison to hold prisoners. Its history originates from the 15th century. The first fortress of Azkaban was built on an island in the North Sea that has never been shown on any map, neither Muggle or wizarding. There are rumors that this place was created by magic, and some people say that it was enchanted to enlarge the space. The fortress was originally the home of an obscure mage who called himself Extus. Extremely powerful but of unknown nationality, Extus works the most sinister of dark arts, while delighting in luring, torturing, and killing Muggle sailors who pass by. At that time, many people believed that he was insane. It wasn't until after his death that the concealment spell he cast lost its effect that the Ministry of Magic realized the existence of this island and the building. Those who went to investigate only wanted to mention that place everywhere afterwards. Both are Dementors, and refused to reveal more. After John and Fred got off the boat, there was grey mist everywhere in front of them. The thick fog looks no different from normal fog, covering the entire island of Azkaban and the surrounding waters. These grey fogs are all magical. Except for specific people or boats, if they drive the boat away from the shore, it is basically impossible to find the way back by themselves. Hogwarts, after leaving the shore, they will directly start sailing to the next target point, and there is no way to guide them back. Nick, who was floating in the air, stared at John and said with a frown, "You don't want to leave them with a psychological burden when they leave you." Fred on the side heard what Nick said. With a slightly surprised look on his face, he looked at John. John apologized to him with an apologetic face. "Sorry, Fred, just now I have no way to ask your opinion alone, so I made my own decision in private." Nick is right. If the Hogwarts sailed off the coast of this island without waiting for us to return, then relying on Neville and the others to drive, there is basically no possibility of getting back to the original road. Once such a situation occurs, there is a high probability that the two of us will be kept on this island forever. Fred didn't have the slightest intention to blame John for this matter. He had a free and easy face. "Hey, what are you talking about? How could I blame you for such a thing? It's not just me, John. If you let anyone on Hogwarts come down with you, they will only praise you for doing the right thing. The safety of the two of us and the whole school is more important. I definitely understand which one is more important. They are right not to tell George. If they know, they will definitely die and will not give up on us and drive the boat away." Of course Fred is not afraid of sacrifice, just like he sacrificed himself in the normal timeline in battle without regret. But even knowing his character, John did not take it for granted that he decided the fate of others by himself. Everyone has the right to choose independently. Even if you know that he will definitely choose this, it is up to him to choose. So John apologized to Fred solemnly. Nick, who was floating in the air, looked at them with a complicated expression. He has been in Hogwarts, the magic school, for hundreds of years, and witnessed countless students coming in and out of that castle. In these years, I have seen all kinds of disputes, and I have witnessed all kinds of friendships, but like Hogwarts now, there is no difference between colleges and blood, No matter what kind of family you are born in, almost all regard the students around them as the closest people. For hundreds of years, there has never been such a period. The loss of Hogwarts Castle not only did not make the school fall apart, but instead united them more closely in other ways. Nick has no doubt that such Hogwarts will not be overwhelmed by darkness and injustice like this, just like since ancient times, the highest standard of life, whether muggles or wizards agree, is still truth, goodness, and beauty. There were no guards on the coast of Azkaban Island, and the two of John and Nick boarded the island easily. In fact, many times people have some cognitive misunderstandings about the name Azkaban. As they moved forward, Nick explained to them, actually, at the beginning, the name did not refer to the island, but it is the castle built in the center of the island. The name of the castle is Azkaban, just like Hogwarts Castle. It's just because the island itself has no name, so after a long time, everyone called the whole island Azkaban Island, and because of this, many people who don't know that the prison itself is actually a castle. John and Fred looked in the direction Nick was looking at, and through the gray fog that had become somewhat thinner, they saw a dilapidated tall castle. The outer wall made of stones is covered with unknown black and purple plants. They sway under the cold sea breeze, like withered arms stretching out from a prison. Fred subconsciously wrapped the thick robe tightly around his body, and his voice was unconsciously mixed with nervousness. "So what are we going to do when we go to the island?" Nick replied. "We're going to find out, are there any Aurors from the Ministry of Magic stationed on this island? We took the initiative to find the Aurors." Fred's eyes widened slightly. "Why? Aren't we going to find the traces left by the Dark Lord on the island?" Before disembarking, John had already informed everyone that, apart from avoiding the war between Britain and France, Dumbledore had given them an additional purpose for their voyage. It has been 13 years since the Dark Lord came to this island, and none of us knew what he was doing on the island at that time. Nick said. Fred raised a question. "Then the Auror stationed here will know? The Ministry of Magic shouldn't send someone here for 13 consecutive years, right? What's more, the Dark Lord will not accidentally hide this matter. The memories of all insiders are erased, and they are even killed directly. But Dementors can't be killed." John mentioned something, which made Fred suddenly stunned. The twins are very smart, and he immediately thought of John's intention. "You mean, these Dementors on the island will not be disposed of by him? They have been staying on this island all the time, and they must know what happened 13 years ago." Chapter 183-181. Garrisoning Aurors. Exactly. John nodded and said. Dementors are not creatures without autonomous consciousness. They can think, although the way of thinking is different from humans. The most important thing is that these monsters cannot be killed. Even with the Patronus charm, there is no way to destroy them, let alone the Dark Devil. There is a high probability that the head will not be able to use the spell at all. The wizard's Oblivion Curse is also ineffective against them, and if their entire group is present, they are almost all over the entire island. So as long as the Dark Lord did something on this island at that time, there must be the Dementors. No. Fred continued to ask puzzledly. But how should we communicate with these Dementors? Even if they can understand human speech, they can't answer us. John snapped his fingers. So we're going to find the Auror stationed on this island now. Fred suddenly realized, his face became excited. Yes. The Auror who is in charge of the transition between the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors must know how to communicate with these monsters. But John's face was not as excited as Fred's. Our goal is very clear. The key point is that wizards who can become Aurors are not ordinary people. He said seriously, it may not be difficult for the two of us to deal with an ordinary adult wizard together, but Aurors are all-powerful after all. They are the elite among wizards. Even if Nick is there, we have no way to determine how many of them are left on this island. John is very aware of his strength, and he was not blinded by the illusion of humiliating several Death Eater professors in Hogwarts Castle. He knew very well that he was able to achieve that level at that time, mainly relying on the almost overflowing magic power of the second gem. But now he doesn't have such an advantage. The magic power absorbed from the Hogwarts students stored in the ring up to now does not know how much improvement it can bring him. Maybe it's not a big problem for him and Fred to solve an Auror, but who knows how many wizards are still on this island. Reminded Fred, and they followed Nick to the castle in the middle. Instead of sneaking directly into the castle, Nick led them around the edge to the other side of the castle. I followed Drake's boat and sneaked to this island a few times before, and I have basically figured out the terrain of the entire island. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are not stationed in the castle, where the Dementors gather. In the densest places, except for necessary work, few people are willing to go in. They built a building on a flat land not far from the castle, and the Auror stationed there stayed there. They walked through a bushland along the rugged road. The plants here seemed to be unable to find the sun all year round, so they rarely saw green. And most of the ground is gravel, and there are not many places covered by mud. After coming to a rock about the height of an adult, Nick reached out to stop John and Fred from moving forward, and at the same time motioned them to look forward to the right. There is a two-story building shrouded in gray mist, faintly, and faint lights can be seen from the windows on the first floor. Look, that's it, they still have people here. Walton McNeil didn't like working on Azkaban. He wasn't originally an Auror either, but was an executioner on the Dangerous Animals Committee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. However, due to the shortage of Auror manpower recently, he was transferred from his original post and joined the Auror Command as a temporary Auror. Last month until the next shift change. Those damned Dementors haven't come to us anymore, have they? Hearing the movement in front of the door, McNeil raised his head impatiently, and looked at the only colleague on the island who had just returned from prison patrol, not Scabio. Scabio's complexion was faintly pale, and no one would have a good complexion when dealing with those Dementors. They are clamoring that there is not enough food in the prison, and they want to send the rest of their kind to the British Isle. They seem to know that the Dementors in Britain are living a good life. Scabio took off his fur coat, frowned and complained. The next inspection is up to you, you can't keep making excuses for me to go. I'm an Auror, not a prisoner in a prison. I'm not even an Auror. McNeil yelled. There was a criminal swallowtail dog waiting for me to be beheaded, and then they brought me here. I didn't even ask for my opinion. You have come here, don't complain about other things, do your job well, or I will write a work report truthfully when I can return to the Ministry of Magic. Scabio stared at McNeil, not at all intending to complain for him. McNeil was a little annoyed, as if he didn't like Scabio's pressure on him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Can only whine from elsewhere. Why are there so many fewer people in the Auror Command? There has been no turmoil in Britain recently. Scabio obviously knew something, his eyes flickered, but he didn't say much, just shook his head. This is a secret mission assigned to them by the Ministry of Magic. You'd better not inquire about it and stay here for a month. After returning to the Ministry of Magic, you will have the opportunity to return to your original position. Hearing Scabio's warning, McNeil didn't ask any more questions, he muttered something that others couldn't hear, got up and walked towards the kitchen. He picked up 2 steaks that had not been fried for a long time and were still steaming. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a shimmering object drifting past his vision. When he focused on looking in that direction again, there was no one there. He didn't raise any vigilance. It is impossible for anyone to come to this broken place. The light may be the phosphorus fire from the corpse buried in the ground, or it may be some remaining protective magic on the island. Outside the window where the cold wind was howling, Nick floated back to John and Fred who were hiding behind the rock. The inspection is clear. The second floor is the bedroom. There is no one in it now. There are two Auras on the first floor. One of them seems to have just returned from patrolling the prison. They are now preparing for lunch. John raised his head. The midday sun pierced through the permeating gray fog, causing him to narrow his eyes subconsciously. If there are only two people, then we still have a chance to try. But to be on the safe side, it's best to wait for a time when they separate. Chapter 184-182. Sneak Attack. This timing did not make John and the others wait too long. They ate some bread and biscuits from the boat behind the rocks, and kept guarding the two-story building where the Auras were stationed. Nick didn't take the risk to get closer. Although he could ignore the restrictions of most objects and was the best scout, on this island full of gray mist, the ghost's fluorescent body at that time was a bit too eye-catching. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a tall and stout figure came out of the building. John and Fred, who had been tense all the time, looked at each other and stood up from behind the rock together without any hesitation. Nick went to keep an eye on the other Aura who stayed in the house. Fred and I followed the Aura who came out, looking for a chance to restrain him. If any other accident happens, you come in this direction again us. John quickly assigned the task, and then he and Fred acted separately from Nick. The Aura who went out looked extremely stout. From a distance, he could see that his face was full of flesh and stubble. Compared with a wizard, he looked more like a boxer. He was cursing as he walked, as if he was complaining about something, but John and Fred couldn't hear clearly because they were too far away. Crunch. Fred crushed a withered branch, exhaled white water mist, and whispered, "It's a pity that I haven't learned the disillusionment spell, otherwise we can be safer." Being reminded by him, John couldn't help but patted his head. He fumbled in his robe pocket, and quickly pulled out a cloak like flowing water. "It hasn't been used for a long time, and I almost forgot. Although we don't know the disillusionment curse, we have something more useful than the disillusionment curse." Fred looked at the things in John's hand in surprise. "Invisibility cloak? Where did you get it?" "Professor Potter lent it to me when I sneaked into Hogwarts Castle last year, but she never took it back and left it to me for safekeeping," John said, and covered him and Fred with the cloak of invisibility. Under this gray fog, and covered by invisibility cloaks, even if someone stood in front of them, they might not be able to detect their existence. The burly Aura with blonde hair like weeds was walking towards the coast. He was gradually getting farther and farther away from the two-story building where the Auras were stationed, and John also held his hands tightly at this moment. Wand. We are in the dark, and he is in the light. Sneak attacks are very advantageous for us, but we can't make sure that he is always protected by the iron armor curse," he said in a solemn tone, "so everything must be done according to the safest move. I'll try to break the armor first. After I say the first syllable of the spell, you cast the spell immediately. Even if my spell doesn't break his armor, your spell should be enough. Finally, I will try again. Continue with the second spell to finish off. Of course, if he doesn't have such a high level of vigilance, then everything will be easier." Fred didn't respond aloud, he just nodded seriously. After arranging to take over the tasks of the two, John and Fred began to speed up their pace, and gradually approached the edge of the coast on the other side of Azkaban Island. Near the seaside, there is a dilapidated log cabin standing on the beach, which looks extraordinarily bleak in the gray fog and sea breeze. The burly Aura's target was obviously here. After seeing the wooden house, he quickly quickened his pace and focused all his attention on that room. "Prepare." John lowered his voice, but raised his pitch. At this time, they were less than 5 meters away from the target in front of them. Under such circumstances, even if their hands trembled, there was no possibility of casting the spell in a wrong way. After hearing John's reminder, Fred held his breath, he clenched his wand, and aimed at the broad back of the Aura. The next second, a black magic spell sounded from John's mouth. Shenfen Wuying. The invisible sharp blade was formed almost instantly. The distance of 5 meters across the domain is even negligible in human senses for this black magic known for its power and casting speed. Already approaching the wooden house by the sea, McNeil, who was fully focused on it, didn't notice the sound of John chanting a spell hidden in the cold wind. He just suddenly felt a burst of tearing pain from behind him, and then the scarlet liquid, along with the broken pieces of the robe, swayed in the grey mist. And at the same time that John uttered the first syllable of the spell, Fred also uttered the petrification spell without hesitation. All petrified. The bright red spell beam was obviously faster than the invisible sharp blade. When the skin on McNick's back was torn and blood was blooming, the petrification spell hit his body accurately. The body that was convulsed by the severe pain froze instantly. McNeil's body was affected by the spell irresistibly, and he couldn't move his hands and feet, so he could only fall forward stiffly. His face was full of unbelievable horror, and he never thought that he would still be attacked on this unshitty island. Of course he knows the curse of Shen Feng Wuiying. Only those who belong to that gentleman's personal guard, the Death Eaters organization, are qualified to learn such black magic. So who is sneaking up on him now? Someone sent by that gentleman? What did he do wrong? Why did such a character make a special trip to solve him? Just as McNeil was lying on the ground immobile and thinking wildly, John and Fred breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This horror is much easier to deal with than they imagined, without any vigilance and protective measures at all, which is the best thing. They took off the invisibility cloak from their bodies, then took out a piece of black cloth and approached McNeil from behind. When he was lying on the ground and couldn't see who attacked him, they directly used his eyes from behind. The black cloth covered him, then tied him tightly with a rope, and then lifted the petrification spell on him. "You, who are you? I did nothing wrong. I did not betray that gentleman, and I am not a mudblood hiding my blood. My Ministry of Magic file is clear, my parents are half-blood, and I am a half-blood." Just when he was able to speak, McNeil started to yell. Hearing his words, John had already guessed what he was thinking. Shen Feng Wuiying is indeed too confusing. Basically, only Voldemort himself knows this black magic. Chapter 185-183 Veritaserum. John had no intention of communicating with him at all. In the wizarding world, there are many ways to obtain absolutely true information from a person, but most of these methods are beyond the grasp of him and Fred at this stage. However, although the professors separated from them, there are still many useful things left in their offices. Especially in Lily's office. She stood upright in the cabinet for storing potions by the wall, and it was filled to the brim, and each door was specially marked, indicating what potion was stored in it, and what kind of effect. Many of these are daily use healing potions, apparently left on purpose by her to prevent the students who sailed alone from getting sick and unable to make potions to take care of themselves. Among them, there are also some potions with special effects, and even banned drugs that the Ministry of Magic explicitly prohibits private production and sales. John took out a very useful bottle of forbidden medicine Veritaserum after disembarking this time. It only needs 3 drops, and it can let the person who drinks it know everything without saying anything. Generally, Aurors will use this potion for interrogation when dealing with extremely bad criminals. Now such interrogation will fall upon themselves. Assisted by Fred, he grabbed McNeil's jaw and forced his mouth open. The simple-minded temporary Auror felt a huge panic in his heart. He resisted fiercely, and kept yelling. "You can't do this. I'm half-breed. I'm protected by the law of blood. Even if I'm guilty, I can only be judged by the Wisengamot. You can't lynch me." But his resistance was meaningless. John held a small bottle above McNeil's mouth, then carefully tilted the bottle, and fed 3 drops of Veritaserum into his mouth. This potion is very precious, and its quantity is not large, so John uses it sparingly. McNeil clearly felt that he was being fed something, but he didn't have any ability to resist at all. Even with constant coughing, he couldn't spit out the veritaserum that had slipped into his esophagus. Soon the effect of the medicine took effect. McNeil stopped resisting. He opened his mouth slightly, panting, looking like a student waiting to answer a question. John and Fred looked at each other, and then he raised the magic spell against his throat, and asked in an older and hoarse voice that didn't belong to him. "May I have your name?" "Walton McNeil." McNeil's voice was calm, but his tone of voice was somewhat vague, as if he was talking in his sleep while falling asleep, and he was completely different from the way he was yelling just now. "How can you prove your identity?" John continued to ask with narrowed eyes. "The inside pocket has my aura badge." Fred reached out and groped, and sure enough, he found a metal plate in the inner pocket of his robe, on which not only McNeil's name was engraved, but also his identity in the Aura Command Temporary Recruitment of Aurors. John frowned slightly when he saw this line of text. What is a temporary recruitment of Aurors? The Aura Command has been severely short of manpower recently, and they forced me here. Give me a temporary Auror status and let me work for them. Why is there a shortage of people in the Aura Command? What are the other Aurors doing? I don't know. Not knows, but he doesn't want to tell me. Who is not? Not Scarbio. A full-time Auror stationed in Azkaban with me. John's brows frowned even deeper. Are you the only two of you on this island now? Yes. Have you communicated with the Dementors in the castle? Communication. Nott is in charge. What method does he use? Do you know? I just came over. No. Fred kicked him angrily. Then what's the use of us capturing you? I have no idea. John held him back. Although his brows were still frowning, he was obviously much calmer than Fred. Don't worry, we have to deal with the two Aurors on this island first, otherwise we won't be able to enter that castle with peace of mind. Since all the information we need is on that Auror named Nott, then we will go to him again later. Before that, let's ask everything we can get from this person. Fred withdrew his feet angrily, while John watched McNeil continue to ask questions. How long have you been on this island? How long will it take for someone to change shifts? We came here 5 days ago. No one will come here until a month later. What is this cabin for? Why are you here? The Ministry of Magic personnel are on the island and out of the island and are also responsible for the operation of the Muggle banishment spell and confusion spell around the prison. Nott asked me to check whether the magic is working normally. Does that not always maintain the protection of the iron armor curse? I have no idea. How is his strength? Have no idea. Why don't you know anything? He doesn't trust me. How long does it usually take for you to come to check? 5 minutes. John ended his inquiry. He stood up from the ground, his eyes full of thoughts. The key lies in this wizard named Nott. He said to Fred, this Auror named McNeil is just a temporary worker, which is probably why it is so easy for us to attack him. He didn't. What kind of professional Auror training have you experienced? The other person is the main person in charge of this prison now. Fred nodded. Nick is still staring at him. Shall we go back first? Go back now, we've been delayed for more than 5 minutes, if it takes longer, maybe it will arouse his vigilance. Then what about this person? John looked at McNeil, who raised his wand. Lost in a swoon. When McNeil tilted his head, he completely lost consciousness. You give him another stun spell, leave him here first, and wait until we have completed our purpose on this island. Then Fred also added a stun spell to ensure that he slept long enough, and then the two put on the invisibility cloak again and began to return the same way. When they approached the building, they saw Nick hiding on the edge of the wall. Nick also saw them and floated over without a sound. How is your side? It's fixed, but the Auror in the house is the main thing. Chapter 186-184. Scarbio. Scabio is reading a book. The entertainment life on Escaban Island is very scarce, not to mention living with someone who can't talk to him at all. Yeah, he didn't like McNeil at all. Although everyone is of mixed blood, no one has a higher status in the magic world, but as a self-cultivated and self-motivated person, Severus Snape, who can be of mixed blood, is overwhelming in status. Most pure-blood wizards regarded the aspiring half-blood as an idol, and he really looked down on McNeil, a mindless bastard. Even if there is no advantage in being born, as long as he is not so miserable as a mood-blood, he will always feel that he still has a chance to improve in the future. He actually didn't discriminate against mood-bloods. After all, before Voldemort ruled the entire British wizarding world, he had already lived in that abnormal magical society for many years. At that time, he also had many friends who were from mood-bloods. But even if you don't have much agreement with the theory of pure blood superiority, so what? As long as he wants to gain power and promotion, he must support this idea. Therefore, when he suppressed the Order of the Phoenix led by Dumbledore, he did not hold back at all, and no less than 3 members of the Order of the Phoenix died directly or indirectly in his hands. It was precisely because of such outstanding achievements that his position in the Auror Command was promoted very quickly. Lucius Malfoy, the head of the office that manages all Aurors, has hinted to him in private that after the completion of the task of stationing in Azkaban, the Ministry is likely to transfer him to other key offices of the Department of Magical Law, give him a chance to be a director. It is precisely because of this realization that Scabio doesn't like watching Quidditch games, playing wizard chess, or traveling. I only like to read books, and constantly enrich myself with knowledge, so that when I need to seize an opportunity, I will not miss this opportunity. And this time, he felt that he might have encountered an extremely critical opportunity. Of course, if not handled properly, this opportunity may also turn into a fatal danger. As for how to deal with the remaining Auror in the building, John and the others have no better way. He obviously has no intention of going out, and has been staying in a certain room on the 2nd floor. If he wants to launch a sneak attack on him, he must enter the building. This is undoubtedly a very risky move. After all, this place has always been the residence of the Aurors. They don't even know if there are any special arrangements inside. But regardless of whether there is any risk or not, they must solve this trouble today. Nick is with us. You are a ghost and will not be harmed by any spells, so you go ahead and scout for us. Fred and I are behind in an invisibility cloak. If you have spotted the enemy, but the enemy has not found you, you should keep quiet and point out his location to us with gestures, and we will try to sneak attack. If he also finds you, you should tell us his location loudly. With the invisibility cloak, he can't determine our position at the first time, so we still have the advantage of first strike. The rhythm of spellcasting is also the same. Listen to my pronunciation, Fred. No matter what, we must first assume that the other party is maintaining the iron armor curse at all times, and the initial attack is mainly armor piercing. Finally, we must pay attention to ourselves. Don't have any thoughts of dying together, it's not worth it to us. John distributed everyone's tasks. Nick and Fred nodded together, and then the 3 of them were ready to sneak into the building. Nick was in front, and it passed through the solid wooden door without opening the door at all. After checking that there were no abnormalities or problems on the entire 1st floor, he walked out the door again to signal John and the others to enter. Then John put the cloak of invisibility on himself and Fred again, and the 2 gently held the handle and pushed open the door, and walked in cautiously. Their movements were extremely slight, and they hardly made any abnormal noises. But just as the door was opened, Scarbio, who was reading a book in the study on the 2nd floor, instantly became gloomy. On the first day he came here, he set up a guard against the only entrance door in the entire building. As long as someone came in or out of this place, the magic he left would be triggered and he would sense it? Of course, McNeil will inevitably be noticed when he enters the door, but if he comes back, it will definitely not be so quiet. Every time this shit-headed guy walks in the door, he yells that it's too cold outside and he needs a hot chocolate or asks himself to get him a coat. The sound of stamping their feet in front of the door to clean up the dirt on the soles of their shoes was so loud that it seemed to alarm the Dementors in the castle. It's too quiet now. It was so quiet that Scabio could only suspect one possibility at the first time, considering the current chaos in the magic world. Someone else broke into Azkaban Island. That idiot McNeil has been dealt with. The second this thought came to his mind, he grasped the magic wand that had been on the desk like lightning. He stood up from the sofa, and first walked to the door of the study room, but just as he stretched out his hand and opened the door slightly, his gaze was fixed on the owl cage that had been placed above the bookcase. There is an owl belonging to him in the cage, which is meeting his eyes. After hesitating for less than a second, he walked to the bookcase again, opened the owl's cage, and released the owl that had been with him for less than 3 years. He pulled out a piece of parchment from the desk, quickly wrote a line of letters on it with a quill, and then rolled up the parchment, letting the owl grab it in its claws. Finally, he took out a pendant from his robe pocket, hung it around the owl's neck, and opened the window opposite to the building door for it. This thing can help you fly out of the fog. Go back to the Ministry of Magic and find Lucius Malfoy, the director of the Auror office. Be sure to deliver this letter to him, and the take-off movement must be gentle. Every owl that delivered the letter to the wizard could understand human speech. It carried a pendant, grabbed the letter, and flapped its wings carefully, before flying out of the room. Scabio was not sure who and how many people landed on Azkaban, but he had to make sure the news got out before he was ready to gamble for the opportunity that was at hand. Otherwise, it would be okay if he seized the opportunity, but if he didn't, then all his previous achievements may not be able to offset this mistake. Chapter 187-185. Sir Nicholas never lied. Just as Scarbio released the owl, John and the others had reached the stairs leading to the second floor. The entire first floor has been searched by Nick first, and there are no other people or creatures around. Now they only focus on dealing with the aura upstairs. John raised his wand, poked his head out from the invisibility cloak, and winked at Nick, who understood and drifted towards the second floor. At this time, Scarbio was leaning against the wall on the same side as the door, with half of his face turned sideways, holding his wand firmly in his hand, and his eyes were always on the stairs. Without any sound of footsteps, Nick floated to the second floor without a sound, and one person, one ghost, suddenly looked at each other unprepared. No matter how cautious Scarbio was, he would never have thought that there would be a ghost to cooperate with those who sneaked in. The moment Nick saw him, he yelled. "He found us! It's in the room directly opposite after going up the stairs." Scabio couldn't stop his act of conveying information. Most of the wizard's spells were ineffective against ghosts, and he couldn't do any harm to Nick. Scabio knew very well that the person he should really attack was the person the ghost was sending the message to. There was an obvious sound of footsteps on the wooden stairs, and he could easily hear that someone was going up the stairs at an accelerated speed, and from the messy footsteps, he could clearly tell that there was more than one person. The footsteps sounded louder and closer, but suddenly, just when Scarbio felt that the person going up the stairs was about to appear at the stairs, the sound stopped abruptly, and there was still a person in front of him. No one. He didn't hesitate any longer. He had already decided in his heart that the wizard who rushed up had either used the disillusionment spell on himself, or put on an invisibility cloak, and aimed directly at the narrow place at the stairs, swinging his staff and chanting the spell very quickly. Avada Kedavra. A shot is a death curse. Even if he hadn't seen the enemy yet, Scarbio didn't intend to hold back at all, because there must be more than one person rushing upstairs, and even if he wanted to keep alive for interrogation, he had to wait until he survived. As the most powerful black magic, the killing curse cannot be resisted by any magic, even the iron armor curse. It is the best way to reduce the number of enemies at the beginning of the battle. But the dead green light beam passed straight across the space at the entrance of the stairs, and hit the wall behind, leaving a gap with black smoke. Under the invisibility cloak, Fred's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Just now, the death curse flew by less than 5 centimeters above his head. If it wasn't for John reaching out to stop him when he was about to step on the second floor, if he didn't continue to let him go forward and out of the stairs, he would be a dead man by now. The more in this situation, the calmer John became. Nick was still floating in the air, reporting the enemy's position loudly to them. He's still hiding behind the wall. Just in front of the stairs, at an angle of more than 30 degrees to the left. Hearing the exact direction given by Nick, John waved his wand without hesitation. Did not continue to use Shenfen Wuing. The opponent was hiding behind the wall. The power of Shenfen Wuing in his hand was not strong enough to cut the wall, but another spell he knew could do it. Thunderbolt explosion. Fred and John's cooperation was perfect, and at the same time he heard the first syllable of the blast spell, the wand in his hand began to move together. Disarm you. Boom. The loud noise roared through the entire second floor along with the dazzling flames. No matter how fast Scarbio reacted, it was still not fast enough to escape the range of the explosive spell in such a short time, not to mention that the space in the room itself was very narrow, and he had nowhere to hide. John's explosive curse can only be used by ordinary adult wizards, but this effect is enough to smash the entire wall to pieces. At the same time as the wall against which Scarbio's back was close began to explode, a transparent film of light also lit up on his body. The difference from that idiot McNeil is that he is a wizard who has received professional aura training, and he maintains the armor spell protection under any circumstances during the mission, which is the basic quality of a professional aura. Since John's explosive curse did not directly harm him, the iron armor curse protected him intact, except for some slight cracks on the light film. Immediately afterwards, just as Scabio was about to use the wall to collapse and the dust filled the air to fight back, a dazzling red light hit the iron armor on his body again. Under the influence of the disarming curse, the originally transparent light film also began to turn blood red. Fred's supplementary spell had a very critical effect, causing the cracked iron armor curse to shatter. The sound like broken glass was not obvious in the chaos, but it was captured by John keenly. He didn't stay any longer, and quickly rushed up the stairs to the second floor under the cover of dust, while Nick followed Scarbio all the time, passing the location to John and the others through voice. He ran to the window. The armor curse on his body is gone. Cast the curse in my direction. Swoon. Disarm you. John and Fred didn't hesitate at all. When they heard Nick's voice, they swung their sticks in the direction of the source. 2 bright red lights cut through the dust and shot straight towards Scarbio's direction. Scabio was very tired of this ghost who was always by his side like brown sugar, but there was nothing he could do. When he heard John and the others chanting the spell, he felt overwhelmed and jumped out of the window on the second floor. He didn't have time to apply buffering magic to the ground, so he could only bear the inertia of the body's fall with his legs straight. His lower body was numb for a while, but he didn't dare to stay where he was for a moment, and turned towards the castle in the middle of the island. Direction to run. Those dementors that he hated in the past have become his only life-saving talisman at this moment. As long as he can still enter the castle, he can continue to deal with John and the others, waiting for the Ministry of Magic to receive the news and come to support. The speed of floating is much faster than that of running with legs. Nick has been following Scabio all the time, and constantly disturbing his mind with some random nonsense. Hey, surrender, buddy, Britain has been recaptured by us, the Dark Lord is finished, now you may save your life if you surrender honestly, Sir Nicholas never lies, really. Chapter 188-186. Haley and Colin. Haley is an owl who graduated from the special training of the Auror Command. Compared to the pet owl of ordinary wizards, it not only never gets lost, but also has the absolute determination to complete the task. 3 years ago, it completed all the assessments on the wizard tactical owl, successfully graduated, and was finally assigned to its current owner, not Scabio. To be honest, its owner treats it really well. Usually there is food and meat, and from time to time I still talk to it in private to have some intimate conversations, but in fact, when Aurors are performing tasks, they rarely encounter situations where they need to use owls. So although life is comfortable, Haley hasn't performed any critical missions for 3 years. At most, she helps Scarbio to deliver some letters between friends. This made Haley, who has received professional training, always worry about it. In the past 3 years, she has gained a lot of fat reluctantly under her feathers. And today is finally the opportunity for it to show its talents. It can see that its master is currently facing a very critical situation. The letter it holds in its claws is very likely to be the key life-saving straw. So after Haley lifted off from the building, she was very determined, and according to her racial talent, she started to fly close to the ground along the direct line to the UK. On Azkaban Island, under the influence of these grey fogs, it couldn't fly too high, otherwise, even with the pendant Scarbio showed it the way, it would get lost in the vast fog, and finally a good way is to ensure that the ground or sea remains within its field of vision. But just as it broke through the grey fog and was about to fly out of the land of Azkaban Island, an old wooden boat docked by the coast suddenly caught its attention. Colin saw Hogwarts with a telescope 10 seconds before Haley spotted it. After John and Fred landed on the island, the students who stayed on the ship did not stay on the ship idly. Neville almost assigned observation positions from the bow to the stern, and at the same time kept Colin, who had always been a watchman, on standby at all times, keeping vigilance on the surrounding situation at all times. Not only should we pay attention to whether there will be a spark signal on Azkaban Island, but also observe the appearance of abnormal creatures like Dementors, so that they can be fully prepared in the first place if something goes wrong. But the whole morning passed, and Colin held up his binoculars to guard the top of the mast for a long time, but he didn't find a single living thing around the island. This is like a dead island, except for the depressing grey fog floating around. There is no other movable object. Even in this piece of sea water near the coast, there are no fish and shrimps, and it is lifeless. It reminds Colin of the kind when his parents took him to visit the grave of his hometown cemetery in the countryside when he was still in Muggle primary school. Sense of rundown. But Colin never put down his telescope. He likes to take pictures, and he has always longed to have a camera of his own. Originally, this wish was about to come true when he was about to go to middle school, but he was coaxed by the professor named Barty Crouch to sign him. Notice that taking pictures has become a luxury. However, after entering the sea, the work of acting as a lookout made up for Colin's emotional vacancy in taking pictures. He really likes the feeling of holding up the telescope and looking into the distance. Whenever he finds a very clever angle and sees an excellent scenery, he will imagine that there is a picture on the telescope at this time. The shutter button, as long as he presses it lightly, he can freeze the beauty of this moment. Even on the desperate and dead island of Azkaban, Colin can find many alternative wonderful things. He has been observing the huge castle looming in the grey mist all morning. Under such an atmosphere and sense of oppression, there is a different kind of magnificence. So, when a small black speck broke through the grey fog from the island and flew towards the direction of Hogwarts, Colin immediately noticed it. He didn't ignore this little black spot. After a whole morning of vigilance, he had already determined that there were no living animals on the island, so the bird-like creature that suddenly appeared now was obviously very abnormal. So, at the first moment, Colin put down the binoculars in his hand, grabbed the railing, and shouted at Neville, who had stayed on the deck and never returned to the cabin since John and the others left. "Report to the second officer." There is an unidentified flying creature approaching us at the 3 o'clock direction of the bow. On the deck, not only Neville, but also George, Hermione, around them all heard Colin shouting. Everyone looked in the direction of Colin's report. Even without a telescope, they could already vaguely see a small black dot approaching their position. Even without Neville's reminder, everyone present drew out their wands vigilantly. "What's that?" George asked, frowning. Neville narrowed his eyes solemnly. He could already vaguely see the flying animal. "Like an owl." "Owl?" Hermione asked calmly. When John and the others landed on the island, did they bring an owl down? "No, Hogwarts does not keep owls in the carriage or the current cabin. Because the owls raised and used by wizards in the UK now have independent numbers, so that the Ministry of Magic can check at any time whether the animals that deliver letters are from them. The owners of the owls are legally in possession, and if they are found to be delivering letters from illegal owls, they have the right to see the contents of those letters. It is difficult for us to get such a regular number, so Hogwarts has never used owls since the exile." Neville explained. His eyes never deviated from the owl that was getting closer and closer to them. "So this owl can only belong to other people on the island." Jacian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was a little nervous. "So what do we do now?" Neville was unusually decisive. "Shoot it down. No matter which person on the island is sending the letter, intercepting the letter is the most foolproof." Under his command, all the students on the entire boat raised their wands and aimed at the owl that was getting closer to their boat. Haley, who was breaking out from the grey fog, just discovered the big boat under her at this moment, and the countless magic wands on the boat that were aimed at it, with red tips flashing. The feathers all over its body were stimulated to blow up, and the memory of the long-term training was awakened, and it subconsciously began to perform evasive movements in the sky. However, the next second, an overwhelming beam of light shot out in its direction. Chapter 189-187. Tongue locking and throat locking. John and Fred passed through the cloud of dust not long after Scarbio jumped from the second floor and came to the window. With Nick's glowing body as a guide, they saw Scarbio running desperately towards the castle in the center of the island at first sight. Fred didn't hesitate, and immediately turned over and jumped from the window on the second floor. He was young and strong, but when he landed, he grinned when he was thrown. John didn't jump down with him, but held the wand instead, and said the incantation of the levitating charm with the opposite tone. Wingardim Leviosa. The feeling of lightness spread throughout his body, and the next moment, his whole body flew into the air and flew out from the window on the second floor. The icy cold wind blows the black hair on his forehead, and the speed of flying in the sky is naturally much faster than running on the ground with two legs. He is constantly shortening the distance between him and Scarbio, and at the same time he raised his wand almost in unison with Fred, who was behind him. Scarbio didn't dare to waste half a moment to look back. He kept running forward, and he was also harassed by Nick. "The witches and wizards all over the world have united. We have captured the Ministry of Magic. Captured the Dark Lord. Sent him to the guillotine. Don't hold back anymore. Screw your shit." Even knowing that Nick was talking nonsense, Scarbio couldn't help but refute the insults. What he said was really appalling. Voldemort has established his absolute authority and status during these years of rule. Whether they are ordinary employees or Aurors who work in the Ministry of Magic, they all have indescribable awe for this powerful man who cannot be expressed in words. Anyone who enjoys power under the current system has all received his favor. Under the combination of grace and power, almost no one would dare to think that such a powerful gentleman will be killed one day. But hearing his ugly scolding, Nick was not surprised but delighted. As long as there is a response, it will be profitable for him. Anyway, he is just a ghost, so what if he scolds him? But once Scarbio spoke, it meant that his heart fluctuated and he diverted his attention to Nick, which was enough to help John and Fred, who were chasing after him. Just a second after Scarbio spoke, 2 incantation sounds blowing along with the cold winter wind exploded in his ears. Swoon. All petrified. The red light beams shot up and down, one forward and one backward, very tacitly blocked Scarbio's upper left and lower right directions, so that no matter where he dodged, he had to suffer a spell. Scabio didn't look back. His years of aura career had cultivated his exceptionally keen intuition. After hearing the sound of the 2 incantations, he didn't evade to any place on the left or right, but rushed forward extremely quickly. With the inertia of running, he flew forward about 2 or 3 meters, and then rolled to the ground. The spell that John and Fred had cooperated to almost completely lock his body fell through, and hit the ground full of gravel, splashing a burst of fine mortar. And this spiritual leap is not without cost. The ground of Azkaban Island is full of fine and broken stones. When Scarbio fell to the ground, the robe in front of him was cut into countless holes by those angular stones, and he, in order not to let his face touch the ground and cause more damage, the palms used to support the body and relieve the force were already bleeding. But even if the piercing pain stimulated Scarbio's brain, he didn't have the slightest intention to stop. Quickly got up from the ground, and when he was about to run forward in embarrassment, John had already seized this opportunity and flew in front of him, holding a magic wand in his hand and descending from the sky to block his way forward. Fred also changed from running to walking panting, aiming at Scabio's back, completely blocking his escape path. Scabio was also gasping for breath, his hand holding the wand was shaking continuously and dripping blood. At this moment, he really saw what his enemy looked like. Neither John nor Fred hid their looks, and the youthful appearance made him subconsciously tighten his pupils. "You're mudbloods following those wizarding rebels." He easily guessed the identity of John and the others. There is no other person in the world who has such a young appearance and is against the Voldemort government. John and Fred had no intention of communicating with him at all. Too much nonsense is never a good thing, and the 2 cast spells together without hesitation. All petrification. *2. This time Scarbio was finally unavoidable. 2 bright red light beams hit him from front to back without any mistakes. The moment he was hit by the petrification curse, his whole body froze in an instant. Fall down. Until this time, John and Fred breathed a sigh of relief together. Different from that trash McNeil, Scabio is obviously an Auror who has undergone formal training, and he is most likely one of the elite. It was much more difficult to deal with him. In the end, if John hadn't had air superiority and blocked his way forward from mid-air, it might have really made him run away. Fred was panting heavily, while cursing and tying up Scarbio with a rope. "Aren't you good at running? Keep running. When I jumped down, I almost tripped my feet. Can't you imagine? John can fly." Scabio can only give Fred a cold and fierce look in response. If he could kill people with his eyes, Fred would definitely have died 10 times. Binding him tightly, John finally broke the petrification spell. After the spell on his body was lifted, Scarbio still pursed his lips tightly, just staring at John with the eyes of extreme hatred, without saying a word. Nick looked at him dissatisfied. He is still not convinced. Fred spat to the side in disdain, and pulled the rope tighter. Only John was alerted. He sensed that something was wrong, and then cast a curse on Scarbio that he learned in the same book as Shenfen Wuing without any hesitation. "Seal the tongue and lock the throat." The spell hit precisely, and the silencing spell made Scarbio's tongue stick to his roof, making him unable to move any more. At this moment, a trace of blood flowed from his mouth. Fred and Nick were shocked to find that just now, he actually tried to bite off his tongue. Chapter 190-188. Contradictions between Britain and France. John has never underestimated the Ministry of Magic. These are basically Aurors of mixed blood who were not attracted by Voldemort as confidants. After all, the reason why they are not trusted is that they are not the most noble in blood, but there is actually no difference in ability. As long as they have undergone professional Auror training, these half-bloods who can become pure-blooded government lackeys under Voldemort can also be called elites. But John never thought that Scarbio could be so decisive. Did he die? Nick exclaimed in surprise. Fred was also shocked. He really didn't expect that an Auror, not even a Death Eater, would have such great determination. Although John was also surprised, he still remained calm. Biting off his tongue doesn't necessarily mean death, but it can prevent us from asking him for information that shouldn't be there. Judging from our age, it's unlikely that we will be able to master such a difficult task as dementia magic. Tongue biting is not something that can be easily done by one's will. Even if you make up your mind, your body will deliberately stop this self-harming behavior. So John discovered it in time. Scarbio just bit his tongue, not to the point of biting it off. Being sealed, he could only stare at John with that extreme hatred. John didn't want to and wasn't going to procrastinate any longer. He felt that there must be some important secret hidden in this Auror, otherwise he wouldn't be so cruel to himself. Together with Fred, he even used magic to pry Scarbio's mouth open. Then he used transfiguration to create a needle tube with a plastic needle, and he didn't bother to save the remaining Veritaserum. He directly used the needle tube and inserted it into the gap between the tongue and palate, and shot the Veritaserum into him. Throat. During this period, Scarbio was struggling fiercely, almost biting Fred's hand several times. His fierce posture made people have no doubt that once he succeeded, he would definitely tear off a piece of flesh. After force-feeding the Veritaserum, Fred was still panting with some lingering fear. It was the first time he had seen such a person at such a big age. After being fed with Veritaserum, it didn't take long for Scarbio to stop struggling. He sat on the spot panting, and his cold and resentful eyes became hollow. John let out a long sigh of relief, and asked with a solemn expression, "May I have your name?" "Not Scarbio." Scabio's voice was a bit vague. Even if his tongue was not broken, it was bitten open by himself, and blood mixed with saliva was continuously flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Is there anything to prove it?" "Auror badge, in my inner pocket." Fred looked forward vigilantly into his inner pocket, and quickly took out a metal nameplate that was exactly the same as the one found on McNeil. "It's just that the nameplate is gold-plated, and besides Scarbio's name, there is also his position in the Auror office, captain of the 3rd Squad." John glanced at the words on the nameplate, and then looked at Scarbio more seriously. "What's the thing you'd rather bite off your tongue than hide from us?" Scabio opened his mouth. His own will was obviously resisting to answer this question. But the effect of the Veritaserum prepared by Lily was far superior to those inferior goods secretly sold in Nocturne Alley. No matter how much he resisted, his mouth still opened and closed to say the answer to the question. "That gentleman. He transferred half of the Aurors in the Auror Command and half of the Death Eaters to hide their identities and take them to France." John and Fred looked at each other, and they naturally knew who the gentleman Scabio was referring to. "Why did the Dark Lord let these people go to France?" Fred asked, puzzled. Scabio, who knows how to answer questions, tells what he knows. "French mudbloods. Attacked by the French Ministry of Magic to blow up the government Mr. formed." Fred frowned tightly, unable to think of the key to the problem. "Then what kind of big secret is this? Everyone knows that he is now the head of the 2 magic circles in Britain and France, so what if he brings some people to France for support?" John pondered and understood the problem. The reason why the Dark Lord can control 2 magical regimes is that he is different from other people, and his nationality is no longer restricted on him. What's more, his method of controlling the French Ministry of Magic is not glorious. So far, those who have replaced high-level identities, none of the Death Eaters have yet returned to their former identities. He is powerful enough, and he only oppresses mudbloods. But in this way, he can barely suppress those half-blood and some pure-blood wizards in France who are dissatisfied with this. But once it was revealed, the senior management of the French Ministry of Magic had been replaced by British wizards. He even arranged for many British aurors and wizards to station in France to suppress the rebels. The nature of that would be different. John raised his head, and he looked at Scarbio, whose eyes were still dull. The wizards of Britain and France, no matter what level they are at, they are very hostile to each other. This kind of contradiction cannot be divided by blood. At that time, in fact, only one simple sentence can shake the Dark Lord in France. The wizarding world has just begun to rule for a short time. Is the French wizarding world the French magic world, or the British magic world? Nick agreed. Don't talk about wizards, even those French ghosts I know, if they hear this question, they will probably explode with anger. The best thing for the Dark Lord to do in the beginning is not to go to the stage, but to support an obedient French wizard, and let him control the whole of France instead of himself. But if this is the case, there will be no such powerful wizard. A person with personal power and prestige who can carry out the bloodline policy can only force him to sit on the position of the French Minister of Magic. John analyzed calmly. But at this time, another drawback will be revealed. Everyone knows that his base is in the UK. Once the French wizards of the blood breed rebel, will he let his men come to support the suppression? If it comes, the conflict between nationality and race will overshadow the conflict between blood, and the primary and secondary conflicts will be reversed. This will create a situation that is extremely unfavorable to the Dark Lord, and it will even be so serious that it will shake him. The Reign of France unfolds. Chapter 191-189. Entering prison. But if only French aurors are used, the number of French aurors will definitely decrease after the blood cleansing. Maybe it is not impossible to maintain the rule of the Ministry of Magic, but it must not be easy to suppress the lower territory. The revolt of the sorcerers. At this time, if the Dark Lord wants to mobilize reinforcements from his base camp, he must hide the identities of these people. Even if there are so many powerful and professionally trained wizards suddenly appearing, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of many interested people, but as long as without really revealing their identities as British wizards, those French wizards can still deceive themselves. Through John's thorough explanation of the relationship, if Fred can't understand, then he won't be called Weasley anymore. That is to say, the reason why this auror is so afraid of us knowing this news is because he is worried that we will expose this matter and let all French wizards know. In fact, they have already been controlled by the British. John looked at Scarbio and sneered. If we were the only ones who knew the news, and passed it on to Professor Dumbledore and the others, even if it had been revealed, then the French Ministry of Magic led by the Dark Lord could argue that the Professor and the others were lying, because what they said was unsubstantiated and had no actual facts at all. Evidence. He was afraid that after we learned the news from him, instead of killing him, he would use his identity to prove it. At that time, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. As long as he has a family in England, the Dark Lord will definitely not let his family go. No matter how big the magic world is, there will be no room for him at all. Am I right, Monsieur Scabio? Scabio's eyes were empty, his mouth opened mechanically, and he just spit out a syllable. Right. Fred became excited. John's words let him clearly know how much help they can provide to Dumbledore and the others by capturing Scarbio here. Then how should we hand him over to the professors? John shook his head and said. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore said that after his side has stabilized, Fawkes will come to us, and then we can hand over this auror to him. What's more, don't forget, when you know this news was not the fundamental purpose of our arresting him. He stared at Scarbio and continued to ask. How do you usually communicate with Dementors? Those ghost things have their own leaders. I usually only contact the leaders they left on the island. They can basically understand human language. If you want to understand what they want to express, you need a spell. Scabio's own will basically gave up all resistance, and then he taught John this simple spell for communication, and said the characteristics of the Dementor leader. It is larger than a normal Dementor. The cloak on it is also older. Do these Dementors recognize your face or something else? How do you ensure that you won't be attacked by them? On the first day on the island, we were with the Aurors who were on duty on the island before. We had a handover with those ghosts, and they all knew our faces. With this last question clear, John has no other questions to answer. He used a stun spell on Scarbio, and then assigned the next work. Invisibility cloaks can't help us avoid the detection of Dementors, but since these monsters only distinguish friend from foe by their faces, we can use Polyjuice Potion to change into their appearance and enter the castle to touch the Dementors. The leader of the spirit monsters. As the head of other Dementors on this island, it must know that the Dark Lord came to this prison at that time. There are 2 of them, and we happen to have 2, this time. As long as Fred and I go in, Nick stays here and takes care of this Auror. We will use him later. Nick and Fred nodded together. Then John took out 2 bottles of compound soup that he had prepared on the boat before, just in case, and pulled off one of Scarbio's hair. Soon they also got a hair from the head of McNeil who was thrown by the sea, put it into the compound soup and drank it. Transformed into McNeil and Scarbio respectively, the 2 made all preparations, and finally said goodbye to Nick and prepared to enter Azkaban Castle. Remember, if an accident occurs, you must escape from it immediately. These monsters can't leave Azkaban easily. Even if we fail once, we still have a chance to do it again. Nick told them seriously. John nodded with a relaxed expression. Don't worry, I cherish my own life very much, and I won't do that kind of stupid thing to fight with my life. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Nick was very relieved of John. They separated here, and John and Fred walked towards the dilapidated Azkaban Castle together. The closer they got to the castle, the lower the temperature was. Both of them unconsciously tightened their robes, and every time they breathed out, they could blow out a burst of thick white mist. From a distance, they could already see the wide-open castle gate. The originally magnificent wooden door was partially hidden, and half of it was blown to pieces. After getting closer, you can see the dark fracture. This was obviously damaged not long ago, and John guessed that it was probably left behind when Sirius and Lupin escaped from prison in the first half of the year. The ground was paved with black stone slabs, and their footsteps echoed clearly in the castle as they walked on it. After entering the door, there is a spacious hall, almost as big as the Hogwarts castle. From here, it can be seen that the purpose of this castle was not to be a prison. After they walked in, at the corner at the end of the hall, 2 extremely tall creatures in tattered grey cloaks suddenly appeared and floated towards them. The moment he saw the Dementor, Fred's body was visibly stiff, and John patted his shoulder from behind without any trace, which relieved his tense body a little. After the 2 Dementors approached, John whispered the communication spell tortured from Scarbio. Then, in a strange way, he understood what the 2 Dementors were saying as they walked towards them. "Wizard. What's the matter?" John said calmly in Scarbio's voice. "Take us to meet your leader, we have some orders just issued by the Ministry of Magic to tell him." Chapter 190-190. The Lies. The Dementor didn't become suspicious. In other words, the usual communication between Scarbio and them is like this. No wizard is willing to have more contact with these monsters, so basically there is not much communication. They let John and Fred out of the hall. When they passed the corridor, they could see the prison doors nailed up with iron bars, which were covered with rust marks of years. Cells are visibly empty. After the prison break that happened in the first half of the year, Azkaban was much empty. There were only some purebloods and half-bloods who made mistakes. These people were also locked in the uppermost cell. Inside, John and the others kept walking in, and after going up the stairs, they came to the 3rd floor. Many Dementors passed by them on the way. Even if most of them were arranged to go to the British Isle, there were still not a few Dementors left in prison. I saw no less than 10 of them just during the period of entering the castle. Soon they were taken to a secluded and dark room, where a Dementor with a significantly taller physique was floating, and the robe on it was also older. After John and the others entered, it was hidden under the cloak. Sen Leng stared at them. After John and Fred were sent to the place, the 2 Dementors leading the way left silently. Wizard. The Ministry of Magic. What's the news? Even if the spell is used, the expression to understand the Dementor is still a bit vague, but at least the general meaning can be understood. John replied calmly. I have conveyed your request to send more people to the UK to the ministry, but the ministry, or that gentleman, has something to ask me to come to you. Then sir? Yes, he asked me to find you, and wanted to take us to the place he visited when he came to Azkaban prison for the last time. John didn't even blink his eyes when he lied, but Fred's obviously nervous breathing became a little rough. But of course the Dementor would not notice these details, its eyes hidden under the cloak were always on John. The last time. Azkaban, he doesn't want us to know. John laughed. There was no timidity in that smile, but it was as if he had something to do with the Dementor in front of him. Yes, Mr. doesn't want you to know, but do you think you can hide it from him with your little thoughts? Don't worry, since Mr. asked you to take me to that place, it means he won't take this matter. What are you to blame for this matter, as long as you can safely take us to do what Mr. explained? The Dementor fell silent. It was thinking with its brain that it didn't know if it really existed. John didn't know what it was thinking about, but soon it had the result of thinking. With me. The Dementor was floating, passing by John and the others and leaving the room. John and Fred looked at each other. Neither of them spoke, but they both saw the relaxation at this moment from each other's eyes. Actually, before coming to the prison, John arranged 2 plans. The safest thing is to use the identity of an Auror to deceive like now. Even if the Dementors can communicate, their IQ is generally not high, and they basically rely on instinct to act. But once such methods fail, they have to take the risk of violently extorting a confession. John's Patronus charm has not been fully learned, and it is uncertain how deterrent it is to these monsters, and he is not even sure how to keep it, so this last resort is actually very dangerous. And the current situation is undoubtedly what they want to see the most. Nick and John's guess at the beginning was indeed correct. In a place like Azkaban, even if Voldemort wanted to hide his whereabouts, he had nothing to do with the Dementors. Avoid them. But the obvious result was that it couldn't be avoided. The leading Dementor knew exactly where he went that year. Taking John and Fred, the Dementor walked back to the first floor along the stairs, and then came to a place that looked like a cellar entrance. It floated down, and John and the 2 also climbed down the wooden ladder that seemed to be falling apart at any time. Finally, they entered a closed cellar, which was full of cobwebs and dust, and there were more than a dozen decayed wooden barrels scattered around. It was easy to see that no one had been here for a long time. Come to the middle of those wooden barrels scattered around, only to see that there is actually a trapdoor hidden under the dust on the ground here. After bringing John and Fred here, the Dementor stopped. Here he puts a spell and we can't go in. There were no traces of magic on the trapdoor, but it was locked. John motioned to Fred for a look. Fred drew out his wand and cast a spell on the lock above. Allaho cave is open. Click. There was a sound of the lock cylinder colliding, and the door lock was easily opened. It's just that during this period, the Dementor was always watching Fred's movements. You no keys. John narrowed his eyes slightly. This Dementor didn't look as brainless as they had imagined before. The expression on his face remained unchanged, and he said flatly, Mr. just asked us to come here temporarily, and an ordinary lock with a normal spell is enough. Just as John finished speaking, the seemingly ordinary lock suddenly exploded. Countless dark green chains began to extend outward, piercing through the bodies of John and Fred. None of them expected such a situation, but the magic of the lock didn't seem to have the slightest effect on them, but the Dementors floating beside them seemed to be pulled by a strong force, and the next moment was forcibly thrown out of the cellar. Green fluorescent chains gathered at the entrance of the cellar, finally forming a spider web-like blockade. The Dementor was frightened by such a turn of events. It tried to reach out its withered, scarred hand to touch the chains, and then retracted it as if it had been electrocuted. John and Fred were also puzzled by this. They returned to the entrance of the cellar, staring at the chains. John took out a small glass bottle from his pocket, and tentatively threw it out. Without being stopped by anything, the glass bottle just rolled down to the Dementor's feet. "You guys don't even know." Through the chain, the Dementor stared at them. "He didn't let you come over." Chapter 193-191. Diary. John didn't answer it again. Now that the lie has been exposed, there is no need to explain it. They didn't know what the arrangement Voldemort had left here, and they just said the wrong thing. Fred tried, stretched out a finger to touch the chain, but was not blocked by anything, and just passed through it easily. This is obviously a blockade specially designed to guard against Dementors. After the trapdoor was opened, the entire cellar became a restricted area for Dementors. Even if they entered here, they would be thrown out directly. "Doesn't this mean that the Dark Lord has put a layer of insurance on us?" Fred said in surprise. John didn't show any joy on his face, but his brows became more and more wrinkled. "Don't get too excited, Dementors can't get in, but how do we get out later?" It was only then that Fred noticed that outside the cellar, there was no longer just the Dementor who brought them in just now. More and more Dementors seemed to be summoned, and rushed over from all over the prison. The surrounding temperature continued to drop, and soon blocked the small entrance. "Liar! You are not his subordinates." The Dementor who brought them in was obviously extremely angry just listening to the sound. Of course, anyone who has been deceived in this way is unlikely to be able to maintain a calm state of mind. Fred was very relaxed. He shrugged, and said, "Since we're stuck here, let's go down and have a look, maybe we can find a way out from below." John also nodded helplessly. The situation in front of him is already the worst situation. Even if their lies were exposed from the very beginning, they would be better than they are now. At that time, after all, they were only facing one Dementor. Before they all gathered, John relied on his unformed patroness charm to fight to the death. There is no small chance that Lupin will escape with Fred. The situation is different now. It is estimated that the Dementors of the entire castle are blocking the door, and the unformed patroness charm cannot scare away these gathered Dementors at all. Instead of dealing with the angry accusations of the Dementors blocking the door, they returned to the trapdoor. John grabbed the edge of the door panel, and after a burst of dust, he opened the door easily. There was a dark space under the trapdoor. Fred used the magic wand lighting spell and extended the wand into the ground. With the help of the faint fluorescent light, they saw the uneven stone walls around them, as well as the stone walls about 3 meters away from them. Ground. After ensuring that there was no danger below, Fred took the lead in grabbing the edge of the trapdoor with his hands, slowly lowered his body and jumped into the secret room, and then John also flew in with the help of the floating spell. The two of them held their glowing wands together and circled around. This is a space about the size of a basketball court. The walls are sealed, no other exits are found, and there are no furniture or other things. It is empty, like a room that no one has ever visited. Underground caves? Why is there nothing? Fred's voice became a little irritable. He walked up and down in the secret room, but just as he reached a position close to the middle, John suddenly grabbed his arm. "Do not move." Fred stopped, and there was a book lying quietly less than 1 meter away in front of him. To be precise, it was a thin book with no title, a tattered black cover. Looks more like a diary than a book. The reason why he can be sure that this is a diary is that with the help of the faint fluorescence, John can see a date about 50 years ago on the cover of the book. Cover leave this. After seeing this diary, John's breathing obviously stopped for a second. Fred reacted strangely to him. Is this a book? Is there something wrong with it? John showed a solemn expression that Fred had never seen on John's face. No, it's not a book, it's a diary. Journal. Fred's eyes widened slightly. Whose diary? Who would leave the diary here? It can't be the Dark Lord, right? He said the last sentence in a joking tone, but John didn't laugh out loud. His eyes were so serious, and he asked a question that seemed irrelevant to the situation in front of him. Can you spell fierce fire, Fred? Fred didn't understand why John wanted this. He shook his head. No, we just learned about real black magic this semester, and Professor Lupin taught us how to defend against them. If you really want to learn spells in this area, I heard that you are only eligible to go to the 7th grade. Ask Professor McGonagall for an elective. John didn't ask any more questions. He began to rummage through the inner pocket of his robe, and soon he took out a dusty cloth bag. Put the opening of the cloth bag down, and a huge fang fell out of it. Looking at this fang, John let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I always carry it with me. Fred asked in surprise. What animal's tooth is this? It was dug out of the mouth of the basilisk. Don't ask so much, you just need to know that this thing may help us. John handed the fang to Fred. You take it, I come and open this diary. If there is any accident, when I ask you to pierce it, don't hesitate to pierce it hard. Seeing John's extremely serious expression, Fred didn't ask any more questions. He took the fangs from John's hand with a serious face, and then John reached out to get the diary. The black cover contained nothing but a date. Without too much hesitation, he turned to the first page. On the old and yellowed pages of the book, there was only one name written in dark green ink. Tom Riddle. After seeing the name, John's pupils shrank slightly. He guessed right, the diary thrown here is like the first Horcrux that Voldemort made in his student days in the original book. This is not the first time John has seen a Horcrux. In the headmaster's office of Hogwarts Castle, 3 of the 4 relics placed on the table were made into Horcruxes by him. But among all Horcruxes, only this diary is the most special. Because the other ones, whether it is Slytherin's locket or the Gaunt family's resurrection stone ring, although they should be inherited by Voldemort in name, they were all coaxed or snatched from others by him. Only this diary is the original, and it should belong to him from the beginning to the end. Chapter 194-192. 3 pages of new diary. Turn over the page of the name, and the next sheet is filled with letters. The font is beautiful, obviously the owner of this diary has good handwriting. That old guy Mel's is an idiot. I just tentatively asked him about the unforgivable curse, and he looked suspicious, as if he thought that if I knew such a powerful magic, I would blow up the Ministry of Magic in the next second. That idiot from Gryffindor named Hagrid is even more stupid. He actually kept a bunch of flobber caterpillars in the dormitory in private. When I found them and took them away, he begged me not to hurt them. Does he know how disgusting those bugs are? I'd dirty my wand when I burn them with the fire charm. Sure enough, people in Gryffindor will always be a group of hopeless idiots, not so much a group of lions as a group of pigs. However, it is because there are so many stupid people that the cleverness of the smart people can be shown, isn't it? The greatest wizard in the future always needs a bit of pen and ink to record his study history, but how can those mediocre people deserve to know and evaluate my life so early? Well, so, starting today, I will record it myself. Fred raised his fangs and looked at the contents of the diary. He pouted. If this is really the diary of the Dark Lord, it would be funny. The level of fart surpasses Percy. John looked at this first diary. his eyes full of thoughts. In some respects, Voldemort is indeed arrogant, but he does have the capital to be proud. Don't look at him saying that everyone is an idiot in his diary, but since it is a diary, what is written here is something that cannot be let go. The psychological words that others see. As far as I know, the Dark Lord in the student days has always been liked by many professors and classmates. People say that Tom Riddle is a gentleman with high moral character, friendly treatment, and excellent grades. So, nowadays, few people actually know what the real name of the current Dark Lord is, and no one will associate him with the outstanding male chairman more than 50 years ago. Fred said contemptuously. This proves that he is very good at acting, hypocritical and artificial. I heard from Bill that there were many such people in Slytherin before the fall of Hogwarts Castle. John shrugged. You see, just like Tom Riddle thinks Gryffindors are idiots, you're prejudiced against Slytherins even if you haven't been in the sorting house. But in fact, if the Dark Lord hasn't taken over the wizarding world, if you still need to be sorted, the students around you will definitely be sorted into Slytherin, but do you think they are hypocritical? If Percy participated in the sorting, he would definitely be sorted into Slytherin. Fred said confidently. John didn't discuss with Fred any further. Although it was just a diary that seemed basically worthless from the content, John had already noticed the problems in it. This diary has substantial content, but in the original book, after the diary was made into a Horcrux, a part of Voldemort's soul resided in it. This part of the soul is equivalent to the student days, his other self, has the same memory, and the contents of the diary will naturally disappear. As long as the remnant soul thought is stored in the diary, he can use this diary to communicate with anyone. But obviously, the diary in John's hands now has no such function. It is like an ordinary book, and even the content is completely in line with a child in the second period. Process. Continue to flip back, and the next few pages are all about the inner thoughts of the idiots around Tom, with some mixed in from time to time, his unique insights and achievements when secretly studying black magic. At this time, the terrifying talent on the dark road has already been revealed. John kept flipping to the end, when he saw a diary whose content made him feel familiar. The content of this article and the previous page obviously spanned a long time. It seemed that after a long time, Riddle finally had a memorable thing to record. I finally found it. It turned out to be in the girls' bathroom. It's time to clean up. This school does not need those lowly idiots. In the plan of the ancestors, they set foot on this castle with their humble bodies, and they can only use their lives to make up for this mistake. The noble Snake King will be favored by his new master again, to complete the task it was supposed to complete. Tomorrow is the beginning of cleaning. The whole story is basically Tom's inner monologue. Through the lines, you can see that he is very excited. This was obviously the day when he discovered the entrance to the secret room, and it was also the time when he truly found his inherited background and proved that his background was indeed extremely noble. After that, John naturally knew everything. Tom successfully released the basilisk and killed a Muggle girl, Myrtle, on the first day. And also used her life to make the diary into her first Horcrux. It's just that Tom's purge plan had to be stopped after killing the first innocent person. Because the situation at that time was so serious that the school was closed, Tom, who was born as an orphan, lost the blessing of Hogwarts, so he could only go back to the orphanage. For this reason, he resolutely blamed Hagrid, and resealed the open secret room, and never opened it again. There are still a few pages at the back of the diary, and John continues to turn back. But on the next page, it was obvious to him that something was wrong. From this page, the handwriting has become a lot more scribbled, and the color and traces of the ink don't look like they have been around for a long time. John frowned, carefully reading the messy handwriting. Ignorant idiot. I will also become such an ignorant idiot. People should control magic, not be controlled by magic. Horcrux is not the perfect answer to immortality. I want to take it back, take everything back, all of it. John held his breath and turned to the next page. The handwriting on this page was even more messy, and it was impossible to tell that those messy strokes were writing letters one after another. It took him a lot of effort to get a single word. A word is discerned. I am going to start over, don't be stupid again. Don't be stupid again, I'm more suitable, I'm the real one. I will become stronger, the power of magic comes from the soul, my power belongs to me. Chapter 195-193. Start again from the beginning. Different me is different. I am me. Let me come. Let me come. These few words make people feel a little unclear, so it's like a lunatic talking nonsense. John turned to the next page, and the words on it were much clearer than the previous ones, as if a different person started writing. The first step. Take back myself first, and find it from where I lost it. Complete the incomplete, let me know, I am still me. Everything is still too late, it has changed, and the good change has already begun. The contents of the diary were getting shorter and shorter. When John turned to the last page, he only saw a bunch of lines scribbled on the page. It's as if the person who is recording has gone crazy to the extreme, and all his previous sanity is gone. Finally, he turned over the last page, and saw such a symbol on the back of the last cover of the diary. 1/5. What does it mean? Not only John was reading it, Fred also read all the last few pages of the diary, but although he knew all the letters on it, he didn't understand what the person who wrote the diary was expressing. John turned the diary back to the back page of the article that released the basilisk, and read this part of the content again. This part is very likely to be written by Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord, who came to Azkaban Island 9 years ago. He still insists on keeping a diary when he comes here. Fred asked incredulously. John shook his head. This is not a diary, it's more like his self-talk in an unconscious state. But this soliloquy provides us with more information than the psychological words he wrote earlier. Looking at what he said at the beginning, Horcruxes are not the perfect answer to immortality, he must have realized something and noticed the huge side effects of Horcruxes. If you want to make this kind of thing, you must kill people to meet the prerequisites. No matter when it is, killing the same kind must be the most emotionally volatile. At that time, people's negative emotions will inevitably overflow. And the production of Horcruxes it is to rely on such emotions to cut the soul, which undoubtedly weakens the subjective thinking of the person itself, so that the negative emotions when killing people will remain. That's why the Dark Lord becomes more crazy, terrifying, and unreasonable as he goes to the back. It is precisely in this state that he will never be able to notice the changes in himself. Black magic is like this. It changes people silently and makes people different from themselves. Magic controls people. Such effects are almost irreversible, because reason and madness are inherently in conflict. He tapped on the line in the diary people should control magic, not be controlled by magic. But at this moment, the Dark Lord suddenly realized that he is not himself at all, but a puppet controlled by the Horcrux. The problem here is huge. Fred also followed John's train of thought. He already knew about the Horcrux from John before disembarking, so there was no communication barrier. Maybe he suddenly became enlightened. This actually involves a fundamental problem. John said with serious eyes, "Do lunatics think they are lunatics?" Fred froze for a moment. Should, won't it? The reason why lunatics are called lunatics is because they have a whole set of concepts that are different from ordinary people. They don't think that they are special, only those who are normal are special. Day after day, it continues like this, without any outside interference. Under such circumstances, such a lunatic, for what reason did he suddenly become enlightened, know that he is insane, and start looking for a way to become a normal person? John's question Fred couldn't answer, except for Voldemort to explain this question on the spot, otherwise no one can know why. John didn't struggle with this temporarily unknowable answer for too long. He turned to the next page and pointed to the very scribbled sentence. I will become stronger, the power of magic comes from the soul, my power belongs to me. Look here, he said that magic is equal to the soul, and he said that he will become stronger, which means that he has a way or plan to strengthen his soul. But the next sentence is somewhat incomprehensible, I am me. This is not like talking to myself, and the handwriting on this page is very different from the 2 pages before and after, just like. John frowned tightly. Like, who's he talking to? Fred shivered all over, and then he said hesitantly. Could it be the one in the Horcrux? It's not like that. The remnant soul split out of this diary belongs to the Dark Lord's student days, the boy named Tom Riddle, who is arrogant and ambitious but good at disguising. He is indeed very talented, but I haven't had the same mentality and experience as my later self, it's not like what Tom in the diary can write. John then turned back, and turned to the last page, which was roughly the same as the first page of the new record, and written in a more fluent language. Look at this sentence, the first step. Get me back first, I will find it from where I lost it. We can basically believe that this diary is the beginning of the Dark Lord's creation of Horcruxes. Now he intends to make a new start from this beginning, complete the incomplete parts, let me know, I am still me. At this time, he intends to recover all the remaining souls in all Horcruxes. This shows that when he wrote these words, he might not have taken back the remnant soul in the diary. Even if the soul in the diary could talk to him, the words he said would not stay. John stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is like himself, but a little different. The underground secret room was quiet, and John's words made Fred's skin crawl. He said cautiously. Tell me, is the Dark Lord consciously divided into 2 selves, one is affected by the Horcrux and is even crazier, and the other is suddenly enlightened and wants to find himself? John didn't answer Fred's question, he was staring unblinkingly at the most illegible page, one of the most incomprehensible words. Different me is different. I am me. Let me come. Let me come. What was Voldemort trying to do when he wrote these words? Absorb the Horcrux in the diary? Or something else? Then who is stopping him from doing this? Chapter 196-194. Escape. John closed the diary and said solemnly. This diary is very important, our trip to Azkaban was not in vain. The content recorded in the book, especially the last 3 pages of the diary, can at least make John sure from the most obvious place. In this world, Voldemort's Horcruxes are gone. The 1/5 written on the back of the book cover is his record of returning to his original integrity. The diary is the beginning of his creation of Horcruxes, and also the beginning of his transformation back into himself. And the 4 relics that John saw in the headmaster's room at Hogwarts before, probably like the diary, the remnant souls attached to them have returned to Voldemort, completing his soul. That's why the current Mr. Great is in such a rational state and his achievements today. Of course, the return of the soul only makes him more clear-headed and able to think better when doing things, but it will not bring any enhancement to his own strength. Even because that crazy emotion is gone, it is very likely that his black magic will be regressed. Therefore, part of the reason why Voldemort can achieve today's status is because he recalled the Horcruxes, but the most important thing is why he became so strong without the Horcruxes, which makes people feel unbelievable. The strength of the soul recorded in the diary reminded John a lot. Like himself. When Slughorn was teaching alone in the 1st grade, the fat walrus also said that his will is far superior to that of ordinary people. To put it simply, it can also be said that the soul is stronger than a normal wizard in disguise. As for why he is so powerful in the soul, John naturally knows it well. This is most likely related to the things he traveled through. After all, his soul was not born and raised in this world. And why is the Dark Lord? He was also possessed by a time traveler? This possibility is very slim, because the current Voldemort doesn't seem to understand the plot of the original book at all, otherwise he would not refuse to get the Marauder's map, and he would not just let Sirius be captured into Azkaban, so that he can team up with Lupin on a massive escape plan. Of course, no matter how famous the original book is, there must be many people who haven't read it and don't understand it. It's possible that such a person transmigrated to Voldemort. It's just that if you follow the thoughts and concepts of a Muggle who has received modern education, not to mention whether he will come up with this extremely low slavery rule, even if he is a treacherous and evil person, he should first consider bringing the whole of Britain. Muggle society is in control. After all, Muggles know Muggles best. The most important thing is that the last 3 pages in the diary were obviously written by Voldemort in the first few days of the month when he had just successfully killed Harry Potter. If there is really a transmigrated soul competing with him for the initiative of the body, then a few words should be left in this diary, and it will not be left in the end. It is safest to destroy it directly. The titles in those words are obviously from the first perspective of Voldemort himself, which further denies the existence of 2 different souls in him. Compared to the guess of the Traverser, John felt that Voldemort might really be schizophrenic. Killing Harry Potter had some accidents that weren't supposed to happen and caused him his own problems. As for the strength of the soul, where does it come from? The Hogwarts voyage has not yet reached the point, and perhaps the next journey can bring John the answer. However, before he and Fred can move forward, they must face the most difficult problem of the day. That's how are they going to get out? Put the diary away, check the underground secret room for the last time, and after confirming that there is nothing else of value, John and Fred return to the cellar. The dark green chain like a spider web is still there. Blocked outside the entrance, dozens of Dementors were still floating in the corridor outside, as if they were going to squat until the blocking magic disappeared, and then rushed in to completely John and the others dry. Waiting like this is not an option. I searched the entire cellar again, but found no other exits. John even tried to blow up the grey-looking wall with an explosive spell, leaving no trace except for the darkness. He frowned, looking at the cold monsters outside the entrance. George and Neville don't know what's going on with us here, and Nick, he is guarding Scarbio, but the stun spell will last until tonight at most. He can't use magic. Once Scarbio if Bio wakes up, that's bad. Also, we don't know how long the magic that blocks the Dementors can last, so we can't put all our hopes on it. Fred drew out his wand with a determined gaze. I actually have a way. You can use the Patronus charm. Although you can't summon the Patronus, it can at least make these Dementors feel intimidated. Later, I can rush out first and hold some of the Dementors for you. You'll have a better chance of getting out of this prison. John frowned even tighter. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Fred changed from his old hippie smile to a serious expression, and said with a relaxed expression, you are the captain, George, and the others need you to go back and take them to continue sailing. Logo also needs you to control him. What about you? Don't worry, even if I can't escape in the end, I will definitely not die. These Dementors will definitely arrest me, and then I will wait for the Ministry of Magic to interrogate my identity. I will clear my memory before being arrested. It won't bring them any useful clues. He shrugged and laughed. After that, I can sleep here peacefully and wait for you to save me in the future. It's easy, isn't it? John glared at him sullenly. You usually like to joke, and now I'm making a joke of what you just said, even though it's not funny. Remember what I knew and said to you. Fred looked bewildered. What? Don't think about exchanging your life for your life. The life of each of us is very precious. No matter what kind of exchange we make, it is not worth it. John turned to look at the Dementors, his eyes narrowed. You said that I am the captain, so you should listen to me. I now have a plan that is similar to what you said, but does not need to change my life. He pointed to the leader of the Dementors floating motionless facing them just outside the entrance. Do you think it hates me more or hates you more? Chapter 197-195. All live and one dies. Hate you more. Of course it hates me even more, because I was the one who communicated with it from the beginning to the end, and all the deception it suffered was due to me, and even if the Dark Lord knew about it, then it must bear the primary responsibility. Responsibility, after all, when the time comes, the fact that it peeped at the secret and led the enemy will be exposed. John looked at Fred. The plan you mentioned is indeed possible, but I should be the one who rushes to attract attention. Fred shook his head decisively, interrupting him. Don't think about it, it's impossible. If you stay here, then there is no need for us to go on. Listen to me. John said calmly, I attract attention and let you escape. I may not necessarily have an accident after that, but if you attract attention and let me escape, then you will definitely die. I know the level of my patron saint spell best. It's only one step away from actually summoning the patron saint. There are a lot of Dementors here, which can greatly help me master the spell, so I will attract attention. Then find a chance to hide back again. There is a great possibility to use these Dementors to summon the patroness. There are not many Dementors left in Azkaban. As long as I can summon the patroness, I will be able to leave safely. It's just that we can't continue to delay the time now. Someone must meet with Nick and bring Scabio back to the ship, and McNeil, the stun spell on him will lose its effect soon. Fred stared at John. Aren't you lying to me? It's like lying to Neville and George when they disembarked. After we came to this island, I have spoken to you many times, but the most important of them are only two, Fred. John said seriously. Don't trade your life for your life. What's more, I myself am a person who is very afraid of death. I never take my life as a joke unless I am really sure about it. Fred was silent. He naturally had absolute trust in John, but it was because of his absolute trust that he subconsciously suspected that John was lying, and he just wanted him to escape first. John took out a pocket watch and glanced at the time on it. The sun is about to set, and we can't hesitate any longer. If Scarbio really wakes up, it's not just us, everyone on Hogwarts will be ruined, and the opportunity that the professors and they have won for us will be wasted. Now the situation is actually very straightforward. If you escape, we all have a chance to live, but if I escape, you will die. Fred pulled his hair. He had never made a choice like today. After a while, his voice became a little hoarse. You'd better not lie to me, John. I will wait for you on the shore with the others. If you fail to keep your promise, then I will not go on with George and Neville. I will come back to find you again. John smiled and stretched out 3 fingers, and said, 3 days, at most 3 days, without Aurors, it would be very difficult for these Dementors to find a way to contact the Ministry of Magic, but if there is no response from Azkaban for a long time, 3 days is probably the time. It's time for them to discover the problem. If you don't see me after 3 days, then do as you said. How about it? Fred finally nodded heavily. Afterwards, they made sure of the next plan. John rushed out of the entrance first, and he was able to use the Patroness charm, which not only meant that he was safer, but also meant that most of the Dementors could be involved. He will run in the exact opposite direction to Fred, buying Fred time to escape from prison. After determining the direction, John didn't continue to procrastinate. It was indeed getting late, and the more he procrastinated, the more dangerous he was. Remember to bring the 2 Aurors back to the ship, and let Nick find a chance to come in and find me. I need him to give me some help. After giving Fred the last word, John crawled out of the cellar entrance without hesitation, holding his wand. The leader of the Dementors was always staring at him with the gaze hidden under the hood. The simpler the mind, the more it will let its hatred of John break through the sky. This is not only the problem that he led the enemy to find Voldemort's secret room in Azkaban, more importantly, it will also reveal the fact that he once peeped into Voldemort's secrets hidden in this prison. Although Dementors will not die, it does not mean that they are truly invincible. In the wizarding world, there are still some magic similar to the Patronus charm to restrict them, such as the barrier Voldemort set up at the entrance of the cellar. Once Voldemort found out about this, he would definitely suffer punishment and revenge. This made the Dementor leader unable to control his superimposed instinct when he saw John coming out, and his tall body suddenly rushed forward. Dozens of Dementors were floating around together, and the cold, icy, hopeless, dead breath rushed out of the entire corridor, like countless pairs of bone-piercing hands slapping John's face. He waved his wand without flinching. "Call God for protection." Soft silver light shines on the tip of his staff. The non-glare filaments of light kept gushing out, trying hard to condense, but in the end they could only be scattered around John, surrounding his body, protecting him in the middle. The Dementors who surrounded John couldn't resist the fear that originated from the depths of their souls, and all subconsciously backed away for a distance, including the leader of the Dementors who hated John madly. It was through this gap that John uttered another spell very quickly. Wingardium Leviosa. The ring hanging around his neck faithfully played its due role. John used all the magic power of all the students stored in the carriage this time to extend his flight time. He rushed out of the gap between the Dementors at an extremely fast speed, but not only he can fly, but all the jailers in this prison also have the innate ability to fly. It was dark, and the Dementors floated higher into the air. Their leader seemed to be roaring, and almost all the Dementors present rushed towards John, trying to surround him again. The plan went much smoother than they had expected at the beginning. The leader of the Dementors seemed to really hate John to the extreme, and he didn't even get distracted from Fred, who was still in the cellar. Fred was wearing the invisibility cloak left to him by John. Even if this thing could not evade the perception of the Dementors, it could help him a lot in such a chaotic situation. Thus, everything was as John planned, and he escaped from Azkaban prison smoothly. Chapter 199-197. Belonging. It was quiet in the cellar. But the Dementors who were blocked outside the entrance became more and more restless. Different from other Dementors, the leader of the Dementors, who was the tallest and had the oldest cloak, fixed his eyes on the silent John behind the increasingly dim green chain. "Who do you think you are at Hogwarts, John?" Nick's voice gradually calmed down, and he asked while staring at the boy who still maintained the appearance of an Auror. John was a little at a loss for his seemingly easy-to-answer question. He opened his mouth, and an answer seemed to be blurted out directly from his mouth, but he couldn't spit out a single syllable. "I'm part of Hogwarts, aren't I? Everyone is a member of Hogwarts, so am I. Fred, George, Neville and others are too, and so are other professors, including Dumbledore himself," Nick said earnestly. "But they're in an organization like ours where everyone plays a different role. Some are the hope of the future, some are the pillar of the present, and some are the only leader. And you, John, you always feel like you're here. What position is a person in this school?" John didn't think much about this question. He said softly, "I am the same as Neville and the others, we are no different." "Then what are you doing now? If it's no different, why are you on this island? If it's no different, why aren't you on the boat waiting for the others to come back?" "Counting the dead years, I don't know how much I've seen in this world, man. Although we haven't known each other for long, John, I actually found out what's wrong with you from the very beginning." The cold atmosphere has begun to seep into the cellar, and Nick's voice is also echoing in it. "You have never clarified your identity. You are no different from Neville and the others in the same identity. They are both students of Hogwarts, but if you are really the same, why should Dumbledore let you lead this ship down? You always want to use what you can to help other people in the school, and even always take the most dangerous tasks on yourself. Why is that?" John took a deep breath. Professors, since they can risk their lives to protect us, if I think I can do this with my ability, of course I will bear it. The education I received since I was a child is that I can't get other people's contributions for no reason. Since they can protect me, and I can protect others as well. But they are professors, and it is their duty as professors to protect their students. What kind of John are you? Nick looked at him. You said that you are no different from everyone else, so why should you be a professor? What did you do? Because I have this ability, since I can do it, why don't I do it? A capable person can do more, but while taking on more responsibilities, you must also recognize your own identity. If in normal Hogwarts, with Dumbledore and other professors around, you are indeed no different from Neville and the others, you are a student who needs to be protected, but now, other people are to be protected. You protect, you are the leader. Why are those students unwilling to leave? Don't they know how dangerous it would be to die on this island? Because they know that no one can miss you on this ship, what they need is no longer your ability, but you. You always want to help them as much as you can. It feels like you are just pitying them and want to reach out to help a group of people who have nothing to do with you. You try to be nice to all of Hogwarts just because the professors are nice to you and you want something in return. I'm not saying it's wrong, but have you ever thought that being on the boat, or having you by their side, is actually the greatest help to them? Nick finally asked loudly. Sense of belonging. John, you have done so much, why do you still have no sense of belonging to Hogwarts? His words left John speechless. Because it wasn't until Nick said it today that John seemed to suddenly understand what he lacked. Since he came to this world, he has been like a bystander. Even in Hogwarts, he still subconsciously thinks that this is not where he should be. He is a person who has traveled through time. Every time he sees a name he has seen in a book, he always feels novel. He pities what these people are experiencing now, and feels that they should have lived a comfortable and happy life. Every touch is actually moving a story from the perspective of a bystander. These emotions are of course positive, but none of them really belong to him, because he has never integrated himself into it. He seemed to see another book from one book. At first it was a fairy tale, but later it was a reality, so he showed mercy and wanted to help these people as much as he could. But this kind of help is like when a passerby travels to a certain place, he draws his sword to help when he sees injustice. He knows that he will not stay, and finally returns to the original place. But is he really just a passerby to this world, or Hogwarts? When thinking of this question, John showed thought on his face, but subconsciously clenched the chestnut wand in his hand. Suddenly, there was a sound like something breaking. Crack. At the entrance, those green chains that had been dimmed to the extreme finally couldn't be maintained. The deathly stillness and despairing cold, like the cold wind at the mouth of the valley, surged out. The jailers, who had long been impatient, rushed into the cellar from the entrance, completely blocking any exit that could escape. Nick's face became anxious. He was a dead man, and the Dementor certainly had no effect on him, but John was different. However, John's hand holding the wand remained motionless, as if he had been asked by Nick's question, until the foremost leader of the Dementors had come to him with great anger and pleasure. He did not. Finally he reacted and waved his wand. Call God for protection. The same incantation sounds as usual, and the consistent standard casting action has not changed in the slightest. But the Patronus charm is completely different from the previous ones. The mild silver light in the past turned out to be dazzling, illuminating the entire cellar like daytime. Those chaotic filaments of light began to float in an unprecedented trajectory, converged, and finally condensed together. Chapter 200-198. Big Liar. Silver light condensation molding. A male lion with mane fluttering in the wind, with cold eyes, was lying beside John. But the silver light floating in the air was barely half consumed, and the other part was also quickly transformed into a real body, only less than a second later than the male lion. A little badger that kept jumping in mid-air, leaving little silver threads of light, landed on John's shoulder. The moment the lion appeared, the Dementors closest to John began to howl in pain. They seemed to be roasted on the fire. The tattered robes were constantly covered with rags. The bottom fell, and finally turned into wisps of black gas. The one who suffered the most was naturally the leader of the Dementors, who couldn't wait to John dry. Its haggard hand was already about to touch the corner of John's clothes. The moment the lion and badger appeared, the tips of the fingers seemed to be on fire, and the black gas kept drifting away. The male lion stood up slowly from the ground. Facing the Dementors, who were scrambling to escape before rushing into the cellar for a few seconds, it showed its silver-lit fangs ferociously. Tooth. The little badger standing on John's shoulder jumped down, and it rode on top of the lion, and then the two animals drove the Dementors out of the cellar together. Nick watched this scene in shock from the moment John summoned the patroness. He stared dumbfounded at John, who was also in a daze, stuttering, and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. You didn't lie to Fred. And that's that. Two patron saints. John helped him pick up what he hadn't asked. It's just that even John himself felt unbelievable. In order to learn the patroness charm, under the guidance of Lupin, he read a lot of related magic books and notes. From ancient times to the present, there have been many examples of patron saints changing after different experiences, but it is unprecedented for a wizard to summon two patron saints at the same time. And, let alone, a lion and a badger? If only a single animal appeared, it might not remind them of anything, but what significance do lions and badgers mean to Hogwarts? More clearly, John naturally knew what this might mean. Hogwarts has a total of 4 animals that represent the qualities of different colleges. Now that bravery and loyalty are available, can the other 2 be the same? After all, 2 types can be summoned, so why can't 4 be summoned? John didn't think about this thought-provoking question for long, and he hasn't forgotten where they are currently. Don't think about it so much, let's go, Nick, we will talk about it when we get back to the boat. Nick nodded with a complex expression, and left the cellar with John. The corridor outside has become empty, only the silver thread of light remaining in mid-air is telling what happened here just now. When approaching the gate of the castle, the lion and the little badger who had been chasing and driving the Dementors returned to John's side nimbly. These 2 animals, one in front and one behind, with the lion leading the way and the little badger in the rear, left Azkaban with John and the others. On the way, John tentatively stretched out his hand to touch the patron saint of the lion in front of him. The big guy, who was half a person tall, seemed to be able to sense his thoughts, and stopped on his own initiative, allowing John to squeeze its mane. The patron saint is not as illusory as a ghost. John can really touch the body of this male lion, but the texture is obviously not like normal hair, and it is still very different from a real lion. Why are there 2 patronuses? A lion and a badger. Along the way, Nick kept repeating these 2 questions, but even John himself couldn't give him an answer. He himself didn't know why he could summon 2 patron saints, and they happened to be the second symbol of Hogwarts animals. But after successfully summoning the patroness, he finally understood why it was so difficult for him to learn the patroness charm. It's not just his own mentality that has remained unresolved. Others only have 1, he has 2, maybe there will be more 4, the process is more difficult and tortuous, isn't it reasonable to think about it? They didn't stop at all along the way, crossed half of Azkaban Island, and finally came to the Hogwarts in the second half of the night. Cancelling the patroness charm, John didn't call out to the people on board to let them put down the gangplank, but directly used the levitation charm to fly to the deck with Nick. Let's talk about the rest when everyone wakes up tomorrow. I'll go and loosen the fixed rudder first. I can't continue to spend the night on this island. Those Dementors will probably search the entire island soon and find we must leave immediately. While talking to Nick, John walked halfway towards the helm of the ship, and just as he approached the mast and was about to reach the helmsman's position, a subtle but firm voice came to his ears along with the sea breeze. "Call God for protection." In the moonlight, Hermione was at the bow. She waved her wand again and again, chanting spells one after another, but occasionally only a few silver sparks exploded from the tip of her wand. Neither John nor Nick made a sound. They looked at each other. John crossed his hands in front of him, leaning half of his body on the mast, just listening to the girl chanting spells. "Look, it's the same old problem I told you before, don't add your habitual tone at the end of the pronunciation. And swing the staff, you have to grasp this position when you pick up." He nonchalantly pointed out the girl's problem in casting spells. Hermione froze. She turned her head and looked at John gradually from stunned to surprised, and finally her body and voice couldn't help shaking. "You didn't lie to Fred." John spread his hands and blinked innocently. "Hey, come on, don't think I've lied to you before like I'm a liar addicted to lying." However, Nick at the side ruthlessly disrupted the situation on the spot. "He is a liar. Let me prove that when I first found him, he still wanted me to trick you into sailing first. If I hadn't taught you a lesson and realized that I was wrong, he might have died now. Let the Dementors it to death. Hey, hello, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak, Sir Nicholas, you are a ghost, you should try to reduce your sense of existence." "I bother. I am also a big liar,"